It is a Border Gavaskar series that has had us all enthralled, and it hit its peak in Melbourne. Line bowls, Summarisers, they're up and bleeding, yes! Brilliant, Australia. Utterly brilliant. One of the great final session test victories. 7 wickets after tea. 2-1. 5 astonishing days of cricket in front of unprecedented crowds that built to a perfect crescendo. 3 for 121. No intent from either side at the moment. Park swings across the line and hangs Marsh. At deep mid-wicket takes the catch. Does that breathe some life into the game? Jadeja bowls. Edge out. Jadeja edges bowling through to the keeper.
Line up southern end to ready.
Steve Smith, the ripper and slit.
Bowls. Caswell was short. He went after it down the leg side as he knocked it through to Carey. They're up and asking. Umpire says no. Caswell's about to be given out.
Into Akash on 7 bowls here.
Catch, shot and gone.
Boland delivers.
Bumrah edging to first slip. It's carried, he's gone. Outstanding Scott Boland. He's done it again.
Australia has a well-earned 2-1 lead, playing the best of the cricket after Perth.
Cummins before the tea break sends it down here and
Knocks it over. That is an absolute beauty.
head on 99. Ashwin to him here. Delivers and head, defends into the onside.
Quick single to mid-wicket and he's through.
And what a celebration here at his home ground.
Cummins to Ravi. Straight through him. He's in. Carey's on the advance. Magnificent inside out. Over extra cover.
Over the wicket. Full and
Out to gully. What a take by Mitchell Marsh. That is a screamer.
The bison can fly.
Line bowls. Rahul's back nibbling. He's caught brilliantly by Smith. Bumrah bowls. Constance tries it again. Flips it up over the corner and flies for 6. And Steve Smith is poised to enter the most exclusive batting class of 10,000 runs. Smith drives gloriously through extra cover for 4. Smith inside out, punches it through cover. Oh, this is a masterclass. It's a throwback.
Smith on 99. Akash deep to him here, and Smith
Turns behind square. There it is. An innings of true substance when Australia needed it.
Faces up to Siraj. He goes after the boundary. He hooks it superbly. Smith faces up. He plays through the field and adds to his immense deeds here at the MCG. 11 tons against India.
And this is what great players do. They rise to the occasion.
India has the best player in the series on a tear like we've rarely seen on these shores. Bumrah on approach, bowls. Smith wrapped on the pad, stone dead. Bumrah bowls to him. Sweeney edges to second slip and he's out. Bumrah is all over Australia. Round the wicket, easy bowls to Khawaja. Bowled him straight through him.
Wow, wait.
Bumrah bowls to Constance. He's
Bowled him. And Bumrah is fired up.
Bumrah first crack at him.
Round the corner square leg. Caught off the hip. Bumrah's done it again. Bumrah is steamrolling through Australia.
It's official. King Bumrah
Approaches and bowls to Carey.
He's bowled him as well. Straight through the gates. This is a genius at work.
He talked about the greatest of all time. He's putting his hand up again, the big man Bumrah.
But faced with a must-win test match, matters are urgent for the tourists and everything is on the line.
Cummins in, got the short leg. Bowls to Rowan, who pulls awkwardly
Towards mid-on, and it's taken comfortably.
His career's really on the line now.
Indian journalists started writing the epitaph.
Bowling to Kohli. He drives, and he's out! Virat Kohli's gone, caught a first slip, and Kohli fails again.
King is dead. He trudges off.
There are things that we as a team need to look at. I personally need to look at as well. There's still a game to go.
For Australia, the notorious Sydney draw is on its side as they look to secure the trophy after a decade-long wait.
It's a big series for us. A fair few of us in the change room have never won a Border Gavaskar before, so it's good. Winning at home as well is always something we pride ourselves on.
It all comes down to this: the pink test at the SCG on SEN Test Cricket. over the wicket at him. He's bowled him!
Facing up on 28, bowls him! Middle stump out of the ground.
Crawley's wrapped on the pad. They're up, he's out.
Over the top, out towards long off. Does it carry? It does!
That is a shot of an emperor. This is Stark, and he's edging. He's caught magnificently.
Way out on the leg side, spins it hard, back towards the bowler, takes it in, he followed through.
Bowling to Smith, who lifts him up. What a mighty hit.
That is Test cricket at its finest.
It's a box office blockbuster.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Border Gavaskar Trophy. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
The cricket, the drama, it's all reaching its crescendo in Sydney. It's the perfect climax to a summer of Test cricket where the fifth Test is alive. Australia 2-1, not the trophy holders. To win the series is to draw the Test match or win it. For India, there's still the chance to leave Australian shores with the Border Gavaskar in excess baggage. The Indian skipper hasn't made it to the end. He's been unceremoniously sacked, and that will be confirmed at the toss. Australia has made a critical change that looks to refresh things for one more tilt. And as surely as you arrive in Sydney for fireworks on New Year's Eve, you arrive at the SCG for covers on the pitch for the New Year's Test. Mercifully, they've lifted. Simon Katich, hello.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning to all our listeners. Thankfully, the covers are no longer because I didn't want to cop it from you all day long about the weather here.
So it is heavily overcast. There is no rain forecast, which sometimes is the diciest circumstance in Sydney. The cricket's at foot, isn't it? What a few days it's been since Melbourne.
Oh, it's been remarkable, and obviously there's been a lot of talk around this Indian team and what we'll see today at the toss. This looks like there's going to be some changes and some massive changes, but that's been brewing for some time because what we've seen of this Indian team, they were brilliant in Perth, and then since then they've gone downhill rapidly, and obviously there's some personnel in that team that have struggled, the skipper being one of them. And when you look at the decision that will be made for this test here, if he does miss out, it won't come as a surprise because Jasprit Bumrah, if he's captain again like he was in the first test in Perth, he thoroughly deserves it because he led from the front there. He's been superb this series. He's almost single-handedly, in a way, kept this team afloat in the series. You think at this stage of the series, it feels like since Adelaide, Australia have dominated the series, but it's still 2-1, and India will come here knowing that if they start well today, they can still try and hold on to that trophy with the right result here.
And Australia's made its change as they switch all-rounders. Mitch Marsh, who just didn't have the form to hold his place, and with the level of fatigue with the overs that have been bowled and with the niggle for Mitch Stark, as we were pondering out loud, is what sort of insurance do they need? And they've gone to the insurance of a journeyman from Tasmania in Beau Webster.
Yeah, look, I think he thoroughly deserves his opportunity. I know we spoke about it last test, but you know, if they're being consistent, which I think they have been in this situation, McSweeney got dropped after 3 quiet tests. Mitch Marsh hadn't done much better in his role, so he lasted an extra test in Melbourne. Given he missed out in both innings there and the way that he missed out and the fact that he didn't have a big impact with the ball, there's a little bit of a niggle around Mitchell Stark, albeit he got through that test magnificently well and bowled really well on that last day, particularly with the new ball. You can understand the decision, and I think it's thoroughly deserved for Beau Webster. When you look at his performances for Tasmania in the last sort of couple of seasons, I mean, last year in particular, 938 runs at an average of about 58, and then 31 wickets. I mean, that's the sort of stuff that only the greatest in the game has ever done in Shield, Sir Garfield Sobers. So he's in great company. Doesn't guarantee he's going to dominate Test cricket, but I think there's a role for him. And then when he did get the opportunity to play for Australia A against India A, he handled himself really well, got runs, took wickets, and has earned this opportunity the old-fashioned way through sheer performance.
SEN Test cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. So we tie it all together. We've travelled the whole way around with it. It's not often that we get to Sydney with the series live. Australia's got such a record at home. Just how big a test match is this?
Well, I think since Adelaide, it's felt like every test has had something riding on it purely because India started so well, and it felt like in Adelaide, if Australia didn't fight back straight away, that they could get steamrolled early in the series. But they fought back, have gathered momentum, lost a little bit because of the rain in Brisbane, and then in Melbourne it looked like a real arm wrestle. And, you know, at tea time on the last day, I mean, you'd be a brave man to bet on Australia winning that test, needing 7 wickets, but they managed to do it and now hold the ascendancy here at Sydney. But as we know in Test cricket, in the modern game, it gets forgotten about what happened a few days ago, and they start again. And all it takes is one good day here and you can be behind the 8 ball. So today will be a fascinating day to see who does what with the toss, because it is overcast and it's 7 mil of green grass on this SCG wicket, but it is a slower pace wicket than the previous one. So whether the grass has had an impact here, he has relayed the turf on there. It's Tahoma 31, I believe. So it's a more aggressive grass, Gerard, so it grows quicker. And Adam Lewis needed that because he's got a quick turnaround from when the Swans finished the AFL season to when cricket starts here for the Sheffield Shield with New South Wales. So I'm going to be really interested to see how it plays, because it looks completely different to what I used to know what the SCG looked like.
It's such... So the progress of the pitch here over recent years. The pitch reporters for Charisma Potatoes start cooking with Charisma Potatoes with 25% less carbs. For the past few years, the pitch here has looked awful, just awful, and it hasn't played very well. The only sort of quality it's had is it spits, so players get hit on the fingers, and that's not a great quality for a test pitch. So it's nothing like the pitch we grew up looking at. And then to see just how green it is it looks like Wellington. Now, no one really knows how it's going to play yet, but it's not going to be a spinner's pitch. There's too much grass cover for that. Will it change colour from green to brown quickly? I don't think we get much direct sunlight today. But if you look down and look up, it's a bowl day. But just nobody knows whether that's real or not.
Yeah, and I guess that's the conundrum, because we saw that in Brisbane, and Rohit Sharma did win the toss and bowl first, and then obviously most of the day got rained out. There's only just over 13 overs there. And then when conditions came back for day 2, it was a bit sunnier and completely different to what he was hoping for on day 1. So the same here. I think, you know, the forecast, it's going to get hotter over the next few days. So I dare say it'll lighten up in colour, and it will get a little bit straw-coloured as the test goes on. But what'll be interesting is the 2 Shield games, apparently there was a little bit of turn for Kuhnemann when Tasmania played here, and they got the result. So it'll be interesting to see whether it still does have some characteristics with the soil underneath it, the grass. But yeah, I got a shock when I saw it this morning. Very even coverage of grass. It is green, and it felt like there's a little bit of moisture on top. But saying that, the covers had only just been peeled off, so that makes sense after some overnight rain. And it was heavy overnight.
We've marvelled at the modern generation and their capacity to limit what happens from test to test, which is not always been. Usually there's an accumulation across a series and the scarring reveals itself. And we won't know for a few days, but I did just wonder whether Australia broke India in that last session in Melbourne.
There's every chance they might have, because it was building. You know, it was a very good performance in Adelaide, convincing there. They did everything right in Brisbane, bar play enough cricket, and they set that game up nicely. And then Melbourne, they did everything right, and then there was one partnership that thwarted them, you know, in terms of being able to win comfortably, and that was Young Reddy and Sundar. And that changed the whole complexion of the test, because as soon as they avoided the follow-on, it put pressure on Australia in that third innings, and they faltered. And at 6 for 90-odd, they were in some serious strife. But Pat Cummins once again stood up with Labuschagne, and that changed the whole complexion of that test match, because if India were only chasing 250, which at one stage it looked like that could be on the cards, if they lost their last 4 wickets for about 50, then this test would have been massive for Australia, because it would have been 2-1 to India. Because I dare say if India had over 100 overs to chase 250, they would have got them. So I think in this situation here, they know that they've just got to stick to the process of what they've been doing these last few weeks, because it's been very, very good cricket after what was a slow start to the series in Perth.
Would you have any fears? Australia did a lot of bowling on the last day in Melbourne, and it's as rapid a turnaround as you get these days. Would you have any fears Australia bowling first day in Sydney?
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if Australia don't bat first if they win the toss here, purely because of that. And I think the danger is if you start flat and don't get it right in the first session, you can really lose the advantage in the test, because there should be a little bit on offer here in the first couple of hours. There normally is, and particularly with it being humid, the ball should swing. So I dare say that Cummins will want to win the toss and bat and get runs on the board and then control the test match. But if Bumrah's captain, then who knows what could happen, because he can control how India bowl because he's a genius. And if he wants to bowl, then there's no doubt he'll go out there and he'll control proceedings because he's just been so good this series.
So these are unsettling times around India, and yet I wonder what it looks like internally. So to read from the outside, the coach reads the right act in Melbourne. Well, excuse me, if you're not reading the right act at the end of that performance, there's no point being the coach. Surely there's a moment where you just... enough's enough. You play like that and throw away a test match. Surely that is the moment as a new coach to plant your flag.
Yeah, Gautam Gambhir, and I know him reasonably well, having worked with him for about 4 years in the IPL at KKR. He was captain. While he's a competitor, he was a very combative player on the field, and he's got that sort of streak to him. Off the field, he was well-spoken, calm and measured, and very well, he's always thoughtful about what he says. So I think he had every right to give them a bait the other day after that performance, because India at tea had done everything right to make sure they got the draw. And then they had a couple of brain fades after the break, particularly from Rishabh Pant. So he had every right to lay down the law to him and say, right, you've had your time settling in. I've been coach now for 6 months. Now I'm going to put my foot down, and this is how it's going to be. If you don't want to play proper test cricket according to the situation, then you can get away playing like that, like Rishabh Pant did in T20 cricket and ODI cricket. That's fine, because the game dictates that, and it's an aggressive game. But in test cricket, when you're trying to fight for a draw, and not just in the second innings, the first innings as well, they were trying to get back into that test after Australia got 474. You can't play the way he did and not cop a bait from the coach. And if he thinks that he can get away with it, then he's got another thing coming, because Gambhir won't allow that. And I think he had every right to do that. And I think, they made some tough calls in Melbourne, dropping Shubman Gill. He had no right to be dropped. His performances in 2024 had been excellent. He played a bad shot in the first innings of the Gabba, but he's not the only one. Everyone in this team has probably played a bad shot throughout this series. So they've already made some tough calls, and there's no doubt this team's in transition. A couple of their giants of the game in Indian cricket are coming towards the back end of their careers, and they've got some young talent that's coming through that's going to take them through this next decade of cricket, and will keep them dominant, because they've got too much talent for India not to be dominant in this next 10 years.
So the sacking of a captain within a series is incredibly rare, and notionally it would be unsettling. And yet, to that dressing room, for a one-off must-win test match, it unquestionably makes them better. Like, Rohit is a man without a position, and it's really unfortunate. And we've already seen what Bumrah looked like as captain, and he's gone up and down the order just looking. They are much better off without him in the batting lineup, with Shubman Gill playing, and as it turns out, with Bumrah as captain. So it's not a united dressing room. I've read enough of what Bharat has said, and he'll join us shortly. But if you're a player in that dressing room, you go, we have a much better chance to win this test match now.
Most definitely. And we saw that in Perth. It was for all to see. That was a commanding performance in Perth against all the odds. No one expected India to win in Perth, and to do it in commanding fashion. And I think the other thing it highlights is that it doesn't matter where you bat in Test cricket, whether you open, bat 3, bat 4, 5, 6, there is no place to hide. At some point, you've got to face your first ball, whether it's against a new ball, old ball, whatever. And if you're not in form, you're not in form. So it doesn't matter where you bat, because ultimately the game is about winning your first 10, 15, 20 balls and then getting through that. And Rohit hasn't been able to do that, whether he's batted down the order like we saw in Adelaide, or whether he went up the order like he did at the MCG. And the hard part about that is that it's had an unsettling effect on a number of other players in that team, because KL Rahul was flying opening the batting, then he got shunted to 3. Surprise, surprise, he doesn't have as good a test in Melbourne. Shubman Gill misses out. And then these young kids, young Sundar and Reddy, flew the flag in Melbourne, and yet they were batting at probably 7 and 8. Well, there's every chance they should be batting higher in this team based on form. So I think this team will be a different unit here with Bumrah in charge. And we saw it firsthand in Perth. He was at mid-off. He was talking to young Siraj, young Harshit Rana. And guess what? They probably had their best bowling performance of the series, because he's there guiding them ball after ball, and he bowled like a genius himself. So I think it's a win for them.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Australia have the draw on their side. There's no other venue in Australia that still throws up draws like here does. Is there a risk
in that? Is there a risk in having the fullback of the draw in that either the tactics or the mental attack to the game?
Yeah, there is if your mindset drifts off into that mode. But I think, having seen a few of the players walk in this morning, they know that the result is in 5 days' time, but they'll be focused on what they need to do today as soon as they know what the toss is. And that will be trying to do the process with ball or in the field or with the bat. And they've played, this is a very experienced Australian team, and what we've seen of them in the last few weeks, they've got that process much better than they did at the start of the series.
The other part too, potentially today, if Australia does bat, so Steve Smith is 38 runs away from 10,000. What does 10,000 represent in Test cricket?
The fourth Australian to ever do it. It'll be a monumental achievement because he goes down with the greats of Australian cricket. Giants of the game, you're talking Ponting, Border and Steve Waugh. So, he joins a very, very elite club and he's done it in his own way. And what has been magnificent, he's done it against the odds, so to speak, because earlier in the year he's opening the batting to accommodate Cameron Green, then he's moved back to 4. He had a tough start to the series. A lot of people were starting to question whether his best days were behind him, but the time in the middle at the Gabba, I think, did him the world of good for his confidence and knowing that he can play that type of game again, shuffling across, getting right across off stump and outside. And then what we saw in Melbourne was vintage Steve Smith. That was as good as I've seen him play for a number of years now because he was commanding, he was dismissive at times of the short ball. We've seen him plonk them over deep square leg for 6. I mean, that is him in his prime. And to be doing it now at 35 years of age against what has been, Bumrah's been on fire and he's weathered that storm. It's been great to see and he deserves to go down with the all-time greats.
Captain in India, and Australia's Test win in Indore was under his leadership. He'll captain again in Sri Lanka, be it for 1 or 2 tests, with Pat Cummins expecting the birth of their second child. So there is the late career renaissance, I think. There's a special place for it in sport, and it feels like that's what's surrounding Smith right now. And if it is today at a sold-out crowd at his home Test match, it'll be a moment in time that lasts.
Definitely. I thought he was going to get to he could have got the runs at the MCG, Gerard, but I think he wanted him here. He just pulled the reins back on the horse last week. Said, no, this 38 to knock off. I'll do him in my home deck. And it won't surprise if he does it here because what we've seen the last couple of Test matches has been superb. And yes, he's had his journey has had its ups and downs, particularly after what happened with Cape Town. And there's no forgetting that. And a lot of people, will not have forgiven him for that. But there's also an element that he paid his price just like they all did. And he deserves this opportunity now to finish his career on a high, and hopefully he'll do that.
All right, Simon, you're due down on Channel 7. Thank you for setting the scene for us. Damien Fleming, hello to you.
Hey, Gerard, how are you?
Looking forward to it?
Yeah, very much. Been down, had a look at the pitch. Might be one of those ones which captain bats first, but the opposition fast bowlers aren't going to be disappointed.
Don't really expect to see that green in Sydney, do you?
No, but it looks the best pitch since I can remember, though.
Yes, it looks much
better. I know it's
better.
not competing with a lot, but the outfield looks better, the run-ups look better. So I think they're pretty happy that it's reasonably hard underneath, Gerard. And it's not green grass, it's not kryptonite, but the ball's definitely going to move. And depending on what type of weather we get, if we can get sun on it, I think it will crack up. It's not a drop-in. So I'm intrigued to see how this first session goes.
So the sense of expectation around it, it is the climax of the summer. It's a live Test match, which Sydney doesn't always get. As we got here before 8 and the queues for the members up Driver Avenue are all the way back.
Have you seen anything like that?
I think that's as big a queues as I've seen.
No,
here.
I mean, we've had Ashes, massive, sold out first couple of days, but I don't think I've seen that many people queuing up for that long. They're almost out of the arena type. And then once we just timed it as the members were allowed to come in. Mate, that was a stampede. It was a stampede. But no, just very, very exciting. The pink test as well. I just did a function with Glenn McGrath. It's such a big one, isn't it, for the McGrath Foundation, and so proud what Glenn's been able to do with Tracy Bevan and the whole McGrath Foundation, and they're dealing with all cancers now. But, geez, I wouldn't fancy facing Glenn McGrath on this pitch, which can be Bumrah, it can be Cummins and Stark. So the top orders are going to have to be at their best, and, you know, that blunt that new ball, you know, as usual, you know, if the Kookaburra does get blunted, you know, it'll get better for batting. I think it will be a good batting pitch once it settles.
All the way since Perth, we've pondered out loud what might this look like if Bumrah was still captain, and it feels like today we're about to find out. This is India's best chance of getting back.
Just looks the best team. Unfortunately, this is nothing personal against Rohit Sharma, but since he's come into the team, it's been unbalanced. And it's not like he's Mike Brearley as a captain either, is he? You know, he's a very reactive captain. So you could live with his form if he was just a brilliant captain, brilliant leader. But at times it looks like, you know, Virat Kohli's captaining. You know, he'll give the speeches in the morning. I thought Bumrah, because of his cool nature, you know, and Kohli can be quite emotional, he deals with that probably better. And he gets the chance to bowl himself when he thinks, you know, he can be best used. Not to say that Rohit didn't use him badly at the MCG. What was it, 7 spells for, you know, 20-odd overs? But I just think the batting order looks better. I think KR Rahul opening with Jaswal is just a good matchup. Shubman Gill's going to score more runs than Rohit. So it just unbalanced. He unselfishly went in the middle order, and that did not work. And then when he went opening, it pushed Shubman Gill out. It pushed Rahul to number 3. So this is easily the best balanced Indian team since Perth.
The big question, I think, that sits over the 5th test, and particularly on the sharp turnaround, is what is the toll on each of the fast bowlers? Now, clearly, Mitch Starc is going to carry something into this game. He's had scans. They've made the calculated decision to finish the job that he started. Cummins has shouldered it all without a hint, but you just never know. Bumrah's been having a calf worked on during innings at various times. What is the toll on the fast bowler by the 5th of 5?
Yeah, and you even like Mitchell Starc's stats suggest that, you know, once he gets to the 4th or 5th test, he's nowhere near the weapon that he is in the first 3 test matches. You know, Scott Boland's not young either, you know, coming up from back-to-back test matches, but obviously it wasn't accrued. He didn't play there in Brisbane. And, you know, I could understand Webster coming in for Marsh just purely runs-wise. You know, I think Mitchell Marsh, you know, had a decent run, and it's also, it just did not look like getting a run. But Webster obviously will be able to provide, you know, quality medium pace, and I think he'll bowl well on this pitch. So Australia have that luxury to have a medium pace backup, whereas India have got, Jadeja, and I'm assuming Washington Sundar plays. You know, they don't have another quality fast medium all-rounder to back them up.
So what do you think Webster gives? What can, I know your mind wandered to an old favourite of Australian cricket.
Oh, hopefully he brings funkiness. The old Colin Miller. I missed out. I was made 12th man against England a few years ago, and basically it's because Funky could bowl some swingers at the start. Yep. So we played Miller, Warne and McGill. I think McGill might have got 12 wickets in that test match. So maybe not too much spin here, Gerard. He hasn't been bowling a lot in Shield cricket, but I'm looking forward to Sri Lanka and West Indies. I mean, his medium pace and spin could prove very, very valuable for Australia. You know, tall off spin. You don't have to be a big spinner of the ball because it'll just turn naturally on their pitches.
Yep.
But that bounce and that accuracy. So I'm excited what he can do, and for a big man, you know, he's not a slogger. You know, he's technically correct, but can hit a big ball.
Yep. It's half an hour away from the toss. If you're the swing bowler in the dressing room, are you hoping that you've got ball in hand?
Yes. We're 94-95 against England. We played New Year's Day.
Amazing.
New Year's Day, and back then, I mean, David Boone was number 3, so you can assume what we did New Year's Eve. We had a free supply of beer as we went down the harbour, and that was the culture back then. And then we lost the toss and had to bowl, but myself and Craig McDermott, it was as good as swinging conditions as you can see. It wouldn't have been quite as green as this pitch, but it was overcast, and so the ball is going to swing in this first session.
All right. It's overcast, a little lighter than it was half an hour ago. The warm-ups are happening down below us. Rowett is all part of it still for the Indian side. This will be confirmed by who put the blazer on. And out walks Jasprit Bumrah. So India have stayed coy. Bharat has followed all of this. He'll be with us shortly. Peter Lalor as well. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Marnus Labuschagne with Simon Katich and Adam Collins is coming up next on SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz, halal home loans and investments with Hijaz.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, crews are on scene of a crash in Coolaroo. Pascoe Road closed southbound just after Somerton Road takes Sydney Road, and an accident in Moorabbin on the Nepean Highway outbound near Station Street. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit the King Living Showroom today. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
The Port Arlington Mussel Festival is on January 11. Port Phillip Ferries will run direct to the event. Live bands, kids fun and delicious mussels. Visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
The worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance. $400! Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go BizCover.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
If you can't live without Netflix...
Can't live without Netflix.
Then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar: The Last Airbender and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix standard with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
Escape the everyday on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday that has something for everyone. You only have to unpack once to discover the picture-perfect islands of the South Pacific. On board, cheer on your family and friends on the Ripcord by iFly skydiving simulator. Then compare stories over homemade pasta at Jamie's Italian by Jamie Oliver with a glass of Ponting Wines, the Pinnacle Shiraz. And wrap up the night with a wow-worthy show at 270 Theatre. Your next memory-making adventure awaits at royalcaribbean.com.au.
Experience sound beyond surround with Arc Ultra, the all-new premium soundbar from Sonos. Arc Ultra changes the game for home entertainment with all-new acoustic architecture and groundbreaking sound motion technology. If every goal, every word, every car chase matter, then you need to experience better sound with Sonos. Sonos Arc Ultra Soundbar. Sound beyond surround. Visit sonos.com to learn more.
Hi guys, Warren Treadray here. If you're dreaming of exploring the roads less travelled, get your adventure sorted with Maverick Campers and Caravans. Check out their wide range of off-road caravans. Maverick's caravans are tough tested on all terrains and backed by an Australia-wide repair network for peace of mind wherever your adventure takes you. Plus, discover your SEN secret deal. Visit their website and find the footy. Maverick Campers and Caravans, where adventure begins. Visit maverickcampers.com.au.
We're about to get back into the cricket, and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles. Tilers save with Beaumont's. No need for a third umpire.
Morning one here in Sydney. The skies are brightening. It is heavily clouded overhead, but we should be right. Pink caps all round, bar one. A baggy green cap being presented out in the middle. Mark Waugh is going to do the honours with Bo Webster. SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And for Hejaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hejaz. There's a lot of eyes honed towards the Indian warm-ups at the moment, the dynamics that are at play, none more so than Bharat Sundaresan, who will join us shortly. Those warm-ups of a ream, steady, hot and strong. Let's check in with the Australian camp for Smarter Light. Simon Katich and Adam Collins are with Marnus Labuschagne.
Marnus Labuschagne, thank you as ever for joining us at SEN Test Cricket. What a series this has been, a huge match to finish.
Yeah, amazing. It's been an amazing series. It's been awesome to be a part of, to see so many different scenarios, you know, the way India started in Perth and then how we came back in Adelaide and the dramas of the rain at the Gabba, missing the follow-on, to Melbourne, to getting it to a day 5 last hour. I mean, you can't ask for more really in the series so far.
There must be pride for you personally playing a big role in the end in a thrilling test match at Melbourne with a couple of 70s, but especially in the second dig when it could have gone the other way.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to contribute and to be able to sort of say at the end of the day that you've helped the team get over the line in that first innings. We've made that very clear over a long period of time that someone finds a way to step up. And, you know, it was lucky enough that it was me in that second innings. But, you know, we've been doing it all series. You know, Travis Head, Usman Khawaja in that first innings. Sammy played really well, and Smudge has been playing beautifully the last couple of tests. So everyone's found a way to really put their hand up when the team needed it.
I don't suppose you thought it was going to run along like it did in the final session when you were bowling bounces the over before too. Felt like the game was drifting, then it was an extraordinary last couple of hours.
Yeah, games. I mean, you always got to remind yourself as a player when you're looking at the board and you're like, just 330 is a long way away.
Yep.
And you sort of just go, you've played enough cricket to know that it always happens late. Even if there's a little moment, there'll be an opening. And we spoke about it at the start of play, and it was going to come down to catching, and it was going to come down to us taking our opportunities. We're very confident we'll be able to create 10 opportunities. But, you know, sometimes you miss that first one and the rest of them go with it, you know. So that catch from Mitch Marsh to catch Penn on the boundary, to then roll in to get that one that popped to Jadeja and to really then squeeze them and get a couple back-to-back, set us up. And, you know, it's a credit to us. We fielded really well, and I think that was probably the difference in the game.
And we saw the energy of young Sam Constas at the MCG. Now we've got another debutant here at the SCG in Bo Webster. What can you tell us about how he's been around the group and what type of cricketer you've seen so far in the nets?
Yeah, I mean, Bo and I, we've played, you know, juniors together in the same age group. We played for, you know, since under 15s, 17s, 19s. He's a terrific cricketer. I mean, the way he's performed in Shield cricket with bat and ball and his fielding has been amazing for the last few years. So really excited for his debut. You know, obviously feeling for Mitch Marsh. It's always tough when you get left out, but the opportunity comes for Bo, and I'm really excited for people to see what he's made of him. I think, you know, the combination of his skills, he really understands his bowling and he understands his craft. He's a very skillful bowler, and with his batting, he's been amazing for Tasmania, and that 6 role just coming in and changing the game and turning the momentum on opposition. So hopefully we can see a bit of that today.
And we saw Mitchell Starc battle through a little bit of pain the other day with a bit of a niggle. Bowled beautifully in that second innings and set the tone with a new ball. How's his turnaround been, given it's only been a 3-day break?
Yeah, I think that's always going to be an interesting one. I think, obviously, for the start of the game, He's in the 11, so he must be good. I'm not a part of the medical staff or anything, but he must be good. But I think the challenge will always be what's it look like late when we're making the push. And, knowing Mitchell, he always finds that extra gear. And, I mean, he's as tough as they come. I don't think I've seen a tougher bowler than Mitchell Starc. So he always finds a way. He always puts the team first, and he always digs real deep for Australia. And I think we're going to see that this game.
And it's a huge test for, your generation, right? You win here, first Border Gavaskar win. You win here, or even if you draw here, you're able to regain that trophy. But a win here, you're through to the World Test Championship final again. So much rests on the next 5 days.
Yeah, I think for us it's just about, like I said, that's the end goal, and that's where the end result is. But as you know, when you start playing, it's all about just one day. You take a day at a time. You make sure you're focused on what we need to do today. So if we win the toss or lose the toss and we're batting or bowling first, it's about dominating that first hour and then just sticking to the process. And I think that's what we did really well at the MCG. When the situation got tough, we didn't panic. We stuck to the process. We trusted that it was going to turn. And when it did, then we were able to take our opportunity. So it's a bit more of the same today.
Steve Smith, 38 away from a huge milestone. Your great mate. Wouldn't it be good for you to be out there with him when he reaches 10,000 test runs?
Yeah, it would be amazing. Yeah, honestly, it would be. He's been an amazing player for us for so long, and to see him back at his best as well in these last 2 tests, to go back-to-back hundreds, just shows you the class player he is. I think he's got a lot more to give in the next few years, so hopefully we can see more of the same today.
And just in closing, bit of intrigue around the Indian team. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I was trying to read. I was getting heaps of different things. Rohit's not playing. Rohit's decided he's not playing. He's dropped. I don't know what's going on. But it is one of my favourite parts about the game is, before the toss, trying to speculate what their team is. So got a bit of speculation to do up there and come up with what we think their team's going to be. But at the end of the day, I mean, whoever they replace him with, if he isn't playing, which it sounds like it would be Shukman that comes in. I mean, he's a great player. Rohit's a great player. So, whoever it is, we've got to make sure we're on and we're ready to go.
All right, mate, it's good luck this week. Hopefully plenty of runs, not much rain, and it goes well for Australia.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Marnus Labuschagne, thanks to Smarter Light, 80% less energy and carbon usage, battery-free, always compliant, huge savings, Smarter Light environmental exit signs. We have watched the Indian huddle. Virat Kohli alongside Gautam Gambhir, on his other side, Rohit Sharma, and about 3 figures further away, Jasprit Bumrah. Kohli did all the talking, and then Rohit made his slow departure from the scene while the warm-ups have stayed down in front of us. So that visually confirms what we've well known since yesterday was unfolding. Lisa Sthalekar is with us for the SCG test, one of the great traditions. Lisa comes and joins us, former Australian captain and ICC Hall of Famer. Welcome to you, Lisa.
Thank you very much for having me, and it's great to be here. I landed and I was greeted with drizzle, and I was like, no way. We don't need to give any of you guys more material, but fingers crossed it is lightening up out there, and we're set for a very exciting finish to what has been a captivating series already.
How have you taken it in?
Yeah, it's been fascinating to see, India through the first punch in Perth, and no one expected that. And there were huge calls for a bit of a shake-up or a look into the Australian lineup. They answered emphatically, as they always do. They seem to have created a bit of a fortress within their team and management. No, everything's calm. We know what we're doing. It's all right. And they've played really well after that. I think Australia have fought really hard to get that win at the MCG. And I think there's still some fight left in the Indian camp. I think if anyone thinks that it's going to be a walk in the park, then they've got something. They'll be quite surprised this test match, because we've seen over the last few series that doesn't matter how many injuries, how much drama, there's always someone willing to put their hand up, and I'm excited to see who that might be from the Indian camp.
What do you think of the big change for the captaincy?
Yeah, it's a tough one. A part of me wanted Rohit to almost come out of the MCG saying, my last test will be the SCG, and almost get not a fairy tale ending, but at least a see you later type test scenario. But it also shows you where the game is travelling. I think if you were to go back 10, 15 years ago, the old India would be absolutely, you've been a wonderful hero, servant of the game. We'll make sure that we find a match for you. But they're like, no, series is on the line. We need to win it or draw it at least win it to draw the series to be able to retain the Border Gavaskar. And I think under Gautam Gambhir, they're like, no, this is how we're going to start playing our cricket. And sorry, Rohit, you seem to be the guy that has maybe fallen on the sword of that era of Rohit Sharma and Gautam Gambhir that hasn't, unfortunately, been very successful.
So Jasprit Bumrah, what sort of threat might he be, particularly on a pitch that is surprisingly green?
Well, and also overcast conditions. So I think everyone will be fascinated about the toss. What will happen if India win? Will he want to take the new ball and take the game by the scruff of its neck, or does he want to put his batting group out there that has struggled at times? So, I think he might want to bowl. He may want to make a clear statement. We saw that in the Perth Test when he was captaining. India could have gone into their shell after the first innings being bundled out for 150, but he thought it was a great opportunity to put the pressure back on the Australians and did so in such an emphatic way.
For Australia, so it's a long time since they've held this trophy. It's well documented, the 4 straight series losses. They can't lose this series, but it's all about holding that trophy at the end of these 5 days in Sydney, isn't it?
Yeah, they're not looking to have a drawn series. There is more at stake, and mainly it's pride and an empty place in the cabinet for that trophy. They haven't liked the fact that on home soil they've been beaten twice by the Indian team. That doesn't happen very often, so they'll want to rectify it. They've worked extremely hard to get themselves back into this Test series, played well in Adelaide, the Gabba, unfortunately, rain, and then obviously the MCG. So they get to finish it off in style. Potentially, we may see some changes as, 2025, the new dawn, the new age. We've seen already two debutantes within this series as well. So could Sri Lankan series and looking to the Ashes, could we see a bigger change within the side? So there's a lot to play for.
There is a lot to play for. It's great to have you with us, Lise. We'll see you during the first session. Lisa Sthalekar, part of our broadcast team on SEN Test Cricket. Bharat and Pete are on their way to the box. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and the Beaumont Tiles for Tylers.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, crews are on scene of a crash in Coolaroo. Pascoe Vale Road closed southbound just after Somerton Road takes Sydney Road, and an accident in Moorabbin on the Nepean Highway outbound near Station Street. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit the King Living Showroom today. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 regular beef mince. Only $8.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. Magnificent! Hazeldene's chicken spare ribs. Skin off. Marinated or plain. Only $5.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
We're about to get back into the cricket, and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Good Oil for Cobra Moustache. Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Day one, or the morning ahead of a test match, it's deeply fascinating at the best of times, and even more so when you've got as many storylines unfolding as there are surrounding this Sydney test. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Bharat Sundaresan has never been more compulsory reading than he has been the last couple of days. Bharat, hello.
Good morning, Gerard. Happy New Year.
Were you watching as Rohit made his slow exit from the scene?
He was just kicking the football around, a soccer ball around with Sarfaraz Khan. That didn't make for great viewing, to be honest.
He was only kicking a soccer ball because there was no cap to kick, mate.
To start with. And then he didn't do any of the talking in the huddle. We've not seen him do much of that. It's just massive intrigue. Like, when was the last time we were at a test match when we weren't really sure, 5 minutes before the toss, whether who's going to lead the opposition team? And this is not any team. This is the Indian team in such a big test match as well. It just tells you everything about this Indian dressing room.
All right. And look at that slips cord in there. Training now. He's not in that.
I just want to get this out of the way right at the start. Whateley, you just hate New South Wales. No. I hate rain.
Anyway.
6 of the past 10 test matches in Sydney have been draws. Australia have won the other 4. Peter Lalor, will you give us a chance to get a results at this test match? Good morning.
Born in Bendigo, Gerard. Educated in Melbourne. Well done. Good morning. What a fascinating start to a test match, hey? Been out there. Look at that wicket. It's green and the skies are grey, and it just says bowl first. But if you're an Australian team, do you really want to bowl after just having bowled in the last innings in Melbourne about half an hour ago? That's Tahoma 31 out there, Gerard, that grass.
Yes.
It's not as bad as it looks. It's a Bermuda grass. It's thinner. It holds its colour longer than other grass, but it's not as volatile. The pitch is hard. There's a few cracks in it. They won't open up. And Australia have got a new player in the team called Bo Webster, so we're all excited to see him. So are we here to see Bo Webster make his debut or Sam Constas play his second test? It's a fair question, isn't it? I think we're all cricket's living in the shadow of Sam Constas at the moment.
And Steve Smith 10,000 looms large on the horizon as
even
well.
That's gone into the shadows, hasn't it? And a lot of other, things we might be saying around this Australian team. Is it the last time you'll see Usman Khawaja at the SCG?
Very much so. I mean, that next summer seems a long way away. Australia have at least 6 test matches. You would think if you had the WTC final before they get to the Ashes. So many narratives everywhere, like you said, Gerard. I'm very excited to see someone with a nickname called Slug from a town called Snug make his test debut for us.
Slug from Snug.
Slug from Snug. But, I mean, with this Indian team, Gerard, you mentioned, yesterday was just a reminder for me of how difficult it is to be an Indian cricket journalist. The coach comes to the press conference. First he tells Crash Craddock, hey, it's okay if you get the head coach. There's no tradition involved with who does the press conference. And then he kind of just shrouds the whole captaincy thing by saying, when asked a direct question, is Rohit Sharma playing tomorrow? So we'll look at the pitch and decide the playing 11. And I don't think that's ever happened in the history of cricket where the coach has said we'll have to look at the pitch to decide who captains his team, especially when it's a captain like Rohit Sharma, one of the legends of Indian cricket, and has also been a captain for the last 3 years. That tells you everything you need to know.
It's a fascinating situation, isn't it? I mean, if Rohit isn't playing, it's unfortunate the way that they've gone about letting us know that, and perhaps he'll do a press conference tonight and talk about it or something like that. It's very hard to see how he can play when you're averaging 6, when you've led the team to 5 losses in the last 6 tests, when they've only won when you haven't been here, and when it's been such an incoherent performance. I don't know that it's necessarily your fault.
I'm so sorry. Jasprit Bumrah with the Blazers just walked out, so it's official now. Rohit Sharma is not playing.
Yeah, well, there you go. I want to go back, it's just unfortunate that the way that this has been left to bleed right into this moment until we've got confirmation of it. He's been a great servant of Indian cricket. He's been a very good captain. But boy, oh boy, the wheels have fallen off since he's got to Australia. And perhaps they started to fall off against New Zealand in India. So he's been a man under enormous pressure, and it's not surprising to see this situation. It's great to see Jasprit Bumrah leading them. He's a guy who leads the team in great spirit, plays the game in great spirit, and one of the greatest bowlers we've ever seen to boot. So 2 fast bowlers leading test teams. This is where we got to, Gerard.
It's without question the right decision for India to win a one-off test match. Bharat and Peter here, thanks to Makita. Rule the outdoors with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Makita XGT, the professional choice. I remember in prospect to this series, Bharat, as one of the questions we pondered out loud was, would Rohit be the captain come Sydney, given what engulfed them in the New Zealand series? They needed to get out of the country. He didn't arrive, Bumrah captain. And the unanswerable question will be, what if Bumrah had kept the reins after events in Perth, which you've fully documented in the Australian Today, events that they didn't use to galvanise a new team together?
Yep, there was no celebration, no team celebration. They all went their separate ways in little groups and cliques. And that told me, when I heard that, I was like, wow. I mean, I'd heard about uncertainties and insecurities within this team, but how can you not celebrate a win like that, which should have galvanized the team, like you said, Gerard, and brought everyone together? That didn't happen. Then Rohit Sharma lands. His batting form hasn't helped. He's lost complete control of this team. You can see Virat Kohli has taken over in some ways. He's been doing all the talking, and this is not how we are used to seeing Rohit at the helm. And yes, like I said, he's dropped himself down the order, went back to the top, displaced KL Rahul, who has been in form. And just his dismissals in Melbourne really summed it up. And it is sad. I mean, the fact that his last, probably, it could well be his last test match, or the test career could be done. The last thing I saw Rohit do was walk out with his pads on, walk into the nets and face this weird throwdown session where he was leaving straight balls and having his stump knocked out. I've been following his cricket from 2007 in Mumbai. I did not expect it to end this way. It's just pretty sad, like you said, but this works out perfectly for India. This is the man who pulled India out from the mire after they were bowled out for 150, Jasprit Bumrah, and it's been the Jasprit Bumrah series so far. and maybe he can finish it off with another high.
Gautam Gambhir being portrayed as the villain of the piece, but I can't disagree with anything that he would have said to that side after that performance in Melbourne. The fifth day couldn't pass without comment. They needed to be pulled in line, and let's see if these changes will produce a different performance from them. They were cooked in Melbourne. The batters played some inexplicable shots. There were dropped catches, which were called out as well, and Bumrah's not getting much support, is he?
Here we go at the toss.
The conditions overcast at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's the iconic Sydney Cricket Ground. It's the pink test. And it's test match number 5 in the Border Gavaskar Trophy between India and Australia. We're coming up to toss time for the final time in this series. The two captains, Jasprit Bumrah, India, Pat Cummins, Australia, Andy Pycroft, the match referee, all in readiness. Pat will spin the coin in the new year. Tails it is, and what have you decided, Jasprit?
Looking to bat first.
You'll be hoping all's well that ends well.
Yeah, of course. We've played some really good cricket in this tournament, and the last match was really exciting, and hopefully, we'll be able to put up a good show.
What do you make of the surface? From the outside, there seems to be some grass on it.
Yeah, it seems to be some grass, but it doesn't look to have any demons or doesn't look to be really spicy. So yeah, obviously there's always a challenge with the new ball, but then if you go through, it's always a good batting tech.
Tough pill to swallow when you lose 7 wickets in that last session of play, but you've lost a match, not the series. Still plenty to play for.
Yeah, of course, we always have to learn to, digest defeat as well as learn to accept wins as well. So that's how our team is. We have a lot of confidence in our batch, and we look to put up a good show.
And what was the chat in the dressing room last 3-4 days coming up, seeing the new year through, and now this test match?
Yeah, the chat was pretty good. We're trying to keep the spirits positive and obviously try to keep the positives in mind and keep the learnings as well. Obviously, our captain, has shown his leadership as well. He's opted to rest in this game. So that shows that, there's a lot of unity in our team. There's no selfishness, that, whatever is in the team's best interest, we are looking to do that.
Good to hear. What's the combination for today's game?
So as I said, 2 changes. Rohit has opted to rest and Akashdeep is injured, so Prasidh comes in for him.
Have a good one, Jasprit.
Cheers. Thank you.
Paddy, different surface, a lot of grass. What would you have done?
Oh, we're going to bat as well, but overcast conditions, so hopefully we can get the ball to swing around a bit early.
Special test this, the pink test, a lot of people come in to watch it over the first 3 days.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, last week in Melbourne was amazing. I think it's going to be similar this week. I think it's sell out the first few days. It's always a wonderful test match each year.
7 wickets in that last session. Is there recovery time for the boys when you go through that?
No, just keep replaying in our heads. It was great. We've had 3 very quiet days. All the boys have pulled up well.
Just going back to that test, 375,000 people in. Great ad for test match cricket, wasn't it?
That's right. It feels like every summer gets bigger and bigger here in Australia. The fans and people that come out and support Test cricket is awesome. We love playing it. So, as I said, this week's always a special week and it feels like it's building up to be a big one.
And your combination for today, what's the team?
Just one change. Bo Webster's debuting in place of Mitch Marsh.
Have a good one, Pat.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It is India who won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Rohit has opted to rest.
Classic Indian cricket. It's never a direct message, is there? Opted to rest. I don't know whether the decision has come down to him being dropped or he's taken the decision to drop himself, or he's been asked by the selector and mostly Gautam Gambhir to just rest or take a break from this team, because you're right. At 6.2 in 3 test matches, it was untenable, and he was keeping someone like Shubman Gill out. So Shubman Gill comes back into the side. But like I said, it's good on Jasprit Bumrah, the way he still put his arm around Rohit Sharma and defended him to an extent, calling him our captain, even though he's in charge. And like we saw Bumrah do in that first test, even though conditions look like they might be in favour of bowling, he's put his batters in the front line because he knows that's the best way India can take a lead and really put on a show and try to win this test match.
It's a fantastic toss for him to win. I don't think the Australians really wanted to bowl, but they probably would have chosen it anyway. We'll see how the Indian batters present in this innings, whether that being chastised. I'm interested about Rishabh Pant. He's been called out for 2 what we call ridiculous shots, but they are the sort of shots that Rishabh Pant plays. So is he going to be confused coming into this innings or not? I know that the Australians spend more time planning for Rishabh Pant than anybody else in that change room, so they'll be happy that he's like that. Stand by, we've got a fantastic test match on, and Australia could win the Border Gavaskar Trophy for the first time in a hell of a long time.
Yep, in a long time. Peter Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan for the Makita XGT 40 VMAX. More power, intelligence and efficiency. More Makita power without limits. India has won the toss and elected to bat at the conclusion of the warm-ups for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong. Adam Collins and Tom Morris ahead of the formalities. Day 1 pending at the SCG. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And Hijaz Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, cruiser on scene of the crash in Coollaroo from earlier. Pascoe Vara Road, it's Sydney bound, just after the Somerton Road restrictions in place. Give it a miss, you can take Sydney Road instead. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Tats Lotto's $30 million Mega Saturday is tomorrow night. Grab your entry in the game that makes the most millionaires. Wouldn't it be nice? And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance.
$400!
Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover.
Ready to live life to the fullest? Jubilee in Wyndham Vale, just 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD, offers the ultimate active lifestyle. In the heart of Melbourne's west, Jubilee has it all. Sports fields, parks and nature trails that make staying active a joy. With generous house and land packages starting from $503,600, Jubilee invites you to choose a home that inspires. Your active, vibrant life starts here. Mention Live Colourfully to receive $30,000 off your lot. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 regular beef mince. Only $8.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. Magnificent! Hazeldene's chicken spare ribs. Skin off. Marinated or plain. Only $5.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Leave your weekday worries behind on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday where every day is the weekend. From bumper cars with your crew to a couple's massage for the both of you. Save up to 60% off your second guest while kids sail from just $59 a day. Plus, book down with a half-price deposit. Whether you're looking to dial up your weekend with a short getaway or escape to the South Pacific, get on board with Royal Caribbean. Conditions apply. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au now.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Our 3 matches for the 7-seed Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. The pre-match festivities are underway with the choir out singing in the middle of the SCG, where Jasprit Bumrah, the new Indian captain, has won the toss and elected to bat on a day where it's cloudy, the lights are on, but the rain has stopped. Adam Collins with you, Tommy Morris with me. What a huge toss to win that was for India, getting Australia to bowl 3 days after they bowled at the G.
It is, Colo. Not since 2005, 2006 has Australia bowled last in Melbourne on day 5 and then bowled first in Sydney on day 1 with a short break like this. Right. Uncharted territory for this group of players. Normal in the past, not normal for this generation of players.
Right, little nugget there. And the first time we've seen a captain drop themselves. Well, I'm sure it's happened between times, but famously, 50 years ago, Mike Diness, the Scotsman, said, "No more, I must get out."
Yeah, and not just 50 years ago, almost 50 years ago to the day. Right. It was 50 years ago tomorrow that Mike Diness didn't toss the coin, wasn't part of the coin toss in the 74-75 Ashes. Uncharted territory as well. We're just not used to seeing it. Rohit Sharma opting out, resting, dropped, whatever it is, it's semantics. He wasn't batting well enough to stay in the team, and that's the bottom line.
Yes, rest was the explanation used formally by Jasprit Bumrah after Gautam Gambhir was reluctant to engage with it yesterday. On that occasion, England were 2-0 down and chasing the series, but this time all to play for here at the SCG. We've got cricket around the world to go to as well quickly, Tom, while we've got a chance to broaden our wings before the cricket starts. Here we had Big Bash last night at the Docklands.
Yeah, we have. This was the Renegades, and they weren't good enough last night. They didn't get the job done in the end because the Adelaide strikers were too good. I don't know if you watched this. Chris Lynn at one stage was on 33 and the strikers were on 33. He dominated the opening partnership. I think he scored 88 of the first 104 runs. They ended up chasing down the Renegades 142 fairly easily in the end. So this was Chris Lynn turning back the clock. From around the world, Justin Langer, you might remember him, former Australian coach. He's been named the coach of the London Spirit, replacing Trevor Bayliss. The London Spirit, I mean, you're over there. In many ways, they're a bit like the Melbourne Stars. They promise so much, but they haven't quite delivered in the men's format. They have in the women's. And Justin Langer will coach them in the upcoming season. So he's been much wanted around the world, and he's got the new gig.
Interesting. I'm seeing the chairman of MCC, who co-owned the Spirit, Mark Nicholas, beneath us here, talking to a hologram on Star, which is part of their... So he's talking to nobody next to him, but on Indian television there'll be someone there. Test match at Bulawayo as well, the second between Afghanistan and Zimbabwe. After the batathon last week, first day here was more eventful. Afghanistan all out 157. Zimbabwe's Sikandar Raza, what a star, 3 for 30 with the ball with his off breaks. In Zimbabwe, none for 6 in reply. And tonight we have the second test starting between South Africa and Pakistan.
Yeah, and you've got the Stars and the Renegades as well. That's the derby. I think that's tomorrow night. Yeah, when's that? Yeah, that's tomorrow night from the MCG. Some other sad news as well. Ashwell Prince's wife passed away. Melissa, 40 years old, passed away of cancer. And Usman Khawaja, very close to Ashwell Prince. They've played cricket, or they've worked with each other around the world. He'll be wearing a black armband in this test match as a tribute to Melissa Prince, who passed away 3 days ago.
Okay, thank you, Tom Morris. Our pre-game has been for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. Hijaz Halal. Home loans and investments with Hijaz. We've got the toss. India batting first. A couple of changes for them with Shubman Gill, Prasidh Krishna in, the expense of Rohit Sharma and Akashdeep. And for Australia, Bo Webster making his debut. We'll take a break. On the other side of it, the anthems here at the SCG.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, cruiser on scene of the crash in Call the Roof from earlier. Pascoe Road, it's Sydney bound, just after the Somerton Road restrictions in place. Give it a miss, you can take Sydney Road instead. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Tats Lotto's $30 million Mega Saturdays tomorrow night. Grab your entry in the game that makes the most millionaires. Wouldn't it be nice? And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Everyone's favourite bear returns to the big screen alongside Olivia Colman and Antonio Banderas. Get your tickets to Paddington in Peru in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Workside Portaloo. Okay. What better place to head to bizcover.com.au and check out all the ways you could be saving money on your business insurance.
Electrician.
Like your public liability. Because only BizCover lets you compare, save, and get instant cover online, on the go, in minutes.
I can save $400. Oh, woohoo!
You all right, Brad? Check how much a tradie like you could save on your business insurance. For on-the-go cover,
go BizCover.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice. Designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room. All with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepex Premium Lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
The lights are on at the SCG. The clouds are heavy. The pitch is green. It feels like a good day to bowl. India have won the toss and elected to bat. We are about to observe the national anthem thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. If you are coming to the cricket across these 5 days in Sydney, pack your earbuds, download the SEN app. SEN Stadium works flawlessly inside the arenas. You can listen to every ball without delay live, and if you're at home, use SEN Sync and link our call up with the pitches. You can correspond with us right throughout 0433 98 11 16. The umpires have made their way out into the middle. Jasprit Bumrah leading this Indian side. Damien Fleming's alongside me. Welcome back, Flem.
Yes, Gerard. Can't wait for this to start.
Yes.
I think you had to bat first, but Stark and Cummins aren't disappointed.
No. And neither's Boland nor Webster.
No. I mean, this would be a... I don't know how early Bo Webster gets an opportunity, but geez, he's going to love bowling on this pitch. So tall, 200 centimetres. He's going to maximise all the bounce in this pitch. There should be sideways movement. The overhead conditions just suggest swing and heaps of it. Like Stark should be able to boomerang this Kookaburra ball.
It's an exciting prospect, that's for sure. So India have made their change. Rohit Sharma announced at the toss is choosing to rest from this. Opted to rest was the words that Jasprit Bumrah diplomatically used. It's a big change, but for a one run-off test match, it's the right choice for them to have their best balanced side and see if they can retain the trophy. Australia have got one act left to finish the regaining of it.
It's not just for the Border Gavaskar, it's for the World Test Championship as well. There is so much to play. And then also one of the things you love playing at the SCG Test, winning the Test match, singing the song, because they're one of the last old dressing rooms. Yes. They are beautiful dressing rooms here at the SCG. Some great memories. A lot of famous fans pop in there.
Welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground for the 5th NRMA Test. The pink test between Australia and India. Would you please welcome to the field, carrying the Border Gavaskar Trophy with 151 wickets and a batting average of 35.79 across 80 tests for India, Ravi Shastri, and in 104 tests, taking 157 catches and a high score of 334 not out, former Australian captain Mark Taylor.
It's been a lovely part of each of the pre-matches is to have grades from both nations either side of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. It started with Alan Border and Sunil Gavaskar back in Perth. It's put on the rostrum and it's all to play for here. A live test in Sydney at the end of 5. Ravi's done everything else in this series, so why wouldn't he place the trophy there?
Please welcome the teams to the arena. India led by captain Jasprit Bumrah and Australia led by captain Pat Cummins.
Opposing captains in Perth. Fast bowling pairings are rare and cherished as captains.
Joining the teams
a little more regularly in recent
for the
years.
anthem ceremony are our match officials, our field umpires Michael Goff and Shafadullah Saikat. Our fourth umpire is with us, Samuel Nagoski, and our match referee Andy Pycroft.
Joel Wilson is the TV umpire at this test.
Cricket is a sport for all, and we welcome all fans and participants, regardless of their identity, their background, their beliefs or choices. We provide a safe space for the whole community to connect, feel respected, and we thank each and every one of you for playing your role. I'd now like to invite you, if you are able, to be upstanding as we welcome Gadigal Man Uncle Alan Madden and Didge Master to conduct the Welcome to Country. Sunil Sharma will then perform the Indian National Anthem, followed by Michael Painter with the Australian National Anthem.
morning. Good morning. My name is Alan Madden, Gadigal Elder. For my first song, as we've all welcomed, firstly I'd like to acknowledge our First Nations and traditional owners of the lands that you may have come from or work upon, and pay my respects to all our Aboriginal elders, all elders, past and present. Also pay my respects to all our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters. From whatever Aboriginal or Island nation you may have come from, welcome to Gadigal. And to all our non-Indigenous brothers and sisters here today, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. No matter where you've come from, whether it be across the seas, across the state or across town, once again, a very warm and sincere welcome to you to Gadigal. And as I've mentioned many times before, was, is and always will be Aboriginal land. Only three things short than that: coming, taxation and going. It's an honour and a pleasure to be here today to welcome one and all to Gadigal. Gadigal is one of 29 clans of the Eora Nation. The Eora Nation is bounded by nature's own, the Hawkesbury River to the north, the Pean to the west and Georges River to the south. And in between those three mighty rivers is the Eora Nation. On behalf of Cricket Australia and of the Gadigal mob, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you.
Janagana Mana Adhinayak Jaya Hai Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkal Banga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchal Jaladhi Taranga Tab Shubha Name Jage Tab Shubha Ashish Mage Gahe Tab Jaya Gatha Janagana Mangaladayak Jaya Hai Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Jaya Hai Jaya Hai Jaya Hai Jaya 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 Hai. Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing. Advance Australia fair.
Strong
start to the test match. We've gone a cappella, splendid welcome, scene set. So the flags to be cleared, the trophy to be put aside the fields. It'll be lifted in 3 or 4 or 5 days' time. India are the holders. Australia have a 2-1 lead. The win and the draw for Australia. India must win to take the trophy home. The weather update for Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It's 22 degrees in Sydney at the moment, top of 25. It's expected to be overcast right throughout the day. The pitch update from Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check 2 experts. It is green and nobody quite knows how that will play in a test match.
Yes, certainly, Gerard, because there's 7 millimetres of grass on this pitch. There was 6 at the MCG. They tend to leave more grass on the drop-ins because they don't break up. You know, we don't see here at the SCG that sort of length of grass. Underneath, I reckon it looks pretty hard, and if it could get baked from the sun, I think we could see a reverse swing and turn later on. But the big question is always the weather, isn't it? Like today was supposed to be sunny and already baking it. It's going to be humid with good swinging conditions. So tough test for Jaswell and KL Rahul up top. Rahul's looked like almost the best suited opening batsman from both sides to deal with swing bowling. He plays the ball under his nose. Jaswell's a little bit different. He likes to hit the ball. He likes boundaries. Stark swinging the ball away from him. It's got outside edge all over it for me.
The Australians bowled 80 overs at the MCG 3 days ago. So it's the fast turnaround. Bo Webster, he's a big figure in the cordon, isn't he?
And congratulations too. It's baggy green 469. Well done. And I like, he's forced his way into the team with Sheffield Shield performances. Not often the Mitchell Starc looks up to a teammate, but he might be doing it this game.
So typically that large figure is at gully. He's at third slip, and it's just the reconfiguration. So Marnus has gone to the gully. Just got to be careful how much room you leave him, don't you?
What happens if Cam Green gets in the team? Yes. Imagine Greenie at gully and Bo Webster at third slip.
So play a couple of minutes late. Mitch Starc down on his haunches at the top of his mark. 15 wickets in the series at 28.73. You've got to play hurt at this stage of a series like this. Sent for a scan after Melbourne. Whatever the result was, kept private. Fit to play. Limbering up. Just a rib on his back, which lined up with the bottom of his number 5. He'll start with 3 slips in the gully in place. Shavzi Jaiswal has been such a figure in this series from the opening test match onwards. 359 runs at 51 and a bit.
Okay, guys,
Stark's got him a couple of times early. We reach the final act of Border Gavaskar, 24-25. Australia with a 2-1 lead. India in a must-win test match. Stark over the wicket begins. Jaiswal clips from his toes to mid-on. No run. They've only won once here, India. That was 1978. There have been plenty of draws, but only one victory.
Okay. So that might have been spin-led victory, was it? Beatty and Chandrasekhar?
It was indeed.
Different pitch back then, though.
A very different world in every way. Australia do have a commanding record of not losing here, but there's as many draws as there are wins. Stark striding in, bowls to Jaiswal, who plays from his pads. It's just easy pace. Drops it to leg, no run.
Yeah, he's just in the mid-130s here, Mitchell Starc, so he is warming up this side issue, that they must be very confident that he can get through the test match. He would have been getting a lot of treatment. It tends to get a bit better once you're warmed up. He started with middle and leg line for those 2 deliveries. Let's see if he can get it just outside of stump. Get a bit of swing away to the slips.
Sold out crowd. I reckon 75% full for the first ball. It's Mitch Starc who's in the over. He delivers to Jacewell. It's full. Yorker squeezed out. First runs come wide of mid-on. And it'll rattle away under the O'Reilly stand for 4. Jacewell strikes first. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools.
I asked for the adjustment in line. It didn't happen. It was even worse. It was a half volley on leg stump. Or even fuller than that. It was almost a Yorker length. So that's excellent batting from Jaswell. He almost fell over as he hit it because the pitch is green. Come on, Mitchell Starc. Get off that back leg. Drive through with your action.
The total of 5 test matches. Starc bowls. Jacewell leaves outside the off stump, and that moves appreciably after it passes the batter.
No swing, same. That's all same. But it surprised me with these overhead conditions that Starc doesn't get the ball to swing away. But he very much looks like he's warming into his work.
Yep.
This is not Starc at Perth, is it, in the earlier test matches?
No, this is not wound up from the first ball. There's an attritional aspect to this. So it's 132 overs that he's bowled in the series. He picked up whatever the injury is, which we'll learn in hindsight in Melbourne. Crowd is with Mitch Starc. He bowls and Jacewell from the hip fends it safely to backward square, and he's able to amble through for a run. It climbed at him late. None for 5. And all off the bat of Jacewell early.
Just getting a little bit quicker, Mitchell Starc. He still hasn't got his stop ball going. And you really want to get that going in your first over.
Cal Rahul doesn't have the full rewards from an excellent series so far.
He's not coming around the wicket, is he? Look where Jaswell is. Is he coming around the wicket?
Yeah. No, Jacewell's just on the wrong side.
Wow. That would have been a shock.
Odd. Yes. Rahul 259 runs at 37. Couple of 50s. You feel like there's been 100 in the offing for him, but he just hasn't got it yet. Webster just being positioned by Steve Smith. Exactly where to be. There's a good little text going. Webster's actually fielding at second, third and fourth slip.
Yeah. He looks massive compared to the rest of the cordon.
Huge figure. Last ball of Starc's first over. He delivers to Rahul. It's on the pads and defended to square. None for 5 after the first. Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plumbers. So what is the cumulative toll like for these quicks, Fleming, on the quick backup? So we finished on Monday in Melbourne, and here we are on Friday in Sydney, and Pat Cummins said they've done nothing in between.
Yeah, I would have thought they were ready to go. I think it's more that they're warming up the side for Mitchell Starc. I'm assuming Cummins will be hitting high 130s from ball 1 here. I don't think that's an extraordinary amount of overs for a 4 test matches so far. But you look at Mitchell Starc's figures, they get worse, don't they?
Yeah.
In the 4th test and the 5th test.
Pat Cummins, 20 wickets in the series at 22.65. Player of the match in Melbourne. The wickets that he took, when you reflected on it all, he was the critical figure. And here he is from the Randwick end at the SCG. Jacewell's on 5. He has the strike and a rearing delivery. Got up under the eye line. Dragged it down in front of him.
Jacewell's just eyes have opened there. Only 128 kilometres an hour, but it looked quicker and it bounced. I think it's a little bit, I'm not going to say it's express pace, this pitch. But it looks a little bit quicker than the usual day ones. He's spending a lot of time gardening, Jasper.
Yes.
Kale Rahul come down for a chat as well.
Same setup of 3 slips and a gully in place. Cummins rattles in. Jaswell back foot defence to the leg side.
Gee, we're very leg stump. Come on, boys. Let's get it on off stump or even 4th or 5th stump. Let's find out what is happening with this pitch. That is Cummins' natural length on fast bouncy pitches. You need to be a metre fuller day one here at the SCG.
India won the toss, selected to bat. Rod is not in this team. Bumrah is leading. Shubman Gill's back at 3. Jaiswal's in the middle. Cummins to him. Jaiswal beaten on the outside edge. Squared up.
There's good pace and carry, day one. He could still even go fuller than this, but I'm really surprised. You know, that's gaining pace off the pitch. Good signs bowling-wise.
Pay.com.au replay screen draws a gasp from the crowd as it was ever so close to the first dismissal. Scott Boland's doing some gardening for Cummins on the on the front foot. It's already a little dug up. Cummins the follow-up. Jaiswal pulled inside the line. I fancy a ball that jagged back at the off stump.
Already more happening for Pat Cummins. He's hitting the pitch hard. Whoa, that is so close to the outside edge. And then it swung afterwards. Carey actually having to dive down the leg side to glove that.
Cummins rounds his mark. Jaiswal's in his sights. Jaiswal beaten 3rd time in a row.
You're getting used to calling that, Gerard.
Oh, that's the highest quality fast bowling, and it's drawn a round of applause.
He can still go a metre and a half fuller, can't he?
Yep.
I just don't want to see... He's beaten him on the back foot. I want to see him challenge him on the front foot. That's where those edges will come.
3 in a row, your old rule. That should be out.
Why isn't it?
Cummins, last ball of his first over. Jaiswal walks at him, flicks it away to backward square. Not a bad way to counter. He gets a run and denies the captain a maiden. None for 6. Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plummer.
G'day there, crews are on scene of a crash from earlier in Coolaroo. Pascoe Road is closed both directions just south of Somerton Road. Give it a miss, you can take Sydney Road, get around instead. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The 40 Winks Boxing Day sale is here. Get up to 50% off store-wide, plus an extra 10% off select items. Hurry, sale ends Sunday. 40 Winks series about sleep. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean, come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hajaz Halal Financial Services. Mitch Stark from the Paddington end. Jaiswal's on 6. He's seen the bulk of it so far. Stark to him. Jaiswal plays and misses. That was a rising delivery, which left him outside the off stump.
Okay, Mitchell Stark is just starting now. That was 141 kilometres an hour, quick and bouncy. Jaiswal actually walked at Cummins in that last delivery of his over, and he actually come down the pitch to Stark then. That's brave. I'll be looking to go back. But you just alluded to it too, and Stark doesn't like it. The landing areas are getting roughed up already, and potentially in the pitch as well.
Stark strides in, bowls. Jaiswal from his pads out to mid-wicket, calls for the quick single, which is there. Constas comes across from square to do the fielding. None for 7. All Jaiswal's runs.
Yeah, Mitchell Stark, he's still working into this. I've really enjoyed the way he's bowled this summer, and a feature of that is his run-up. When he gets his run-up right, good things happen at the other end. But just at the moment, there's no way he is running in at the same speed that when he's in a really good rhythm.
Yeah.
It just, at their long strides, there's not that gradual build-up.
Playing his 94th Test match, Stark. He bowls to Rahul, who's inside the line. That takes off.
You can see he's the one Australian bowler that really gets put off with when he slips a bit on the landing area. So it's like he's marking centre where his front foot lands. But I'll go back to his run-up, Gerard. He's maintaining the same speed for a long time. You do not, that's wasted steps. You need to be building up 60%, 70%, 80%. Then you jump. At the moment, it looks like he's maintaining 60% of his peak running speed from the first step to takeoff. Right. There's no momentum. Oh, sorry, there is momentum, but not the same positive momentum towards the target.
Stark bowls to Rahul, who's inside the line. And again, Carey takes it up above the eye line.
It's better. It's a better delivery.
So with a player so experienced, who knows his body, knows how to nurse it, but he also has that, he tails in the 5th test of a series, is what do you reckon goes on behind the scenes? Once he gets his scan, is it his call from there?
I think the more experienced you are, the percentages go towards your call.
Yep.
And I think what I'm hearing, talking to a few of the boys, and with workloads as well.
Stark bowls, Rahul past the outside edge, so drags the bat inside the line.
So if they feel like they're under-bowled a bit, but they've hit their targets, they can push that, no, I need more bowling here. Whereas the younger, inexperienced bowlers that virtually, once they hit their target, that's it.
Yep. Yep, so once the scan comes back without an injury that would just disqualify him, we're in Stark's hands from there.
And he'd have to know, because he carried it throughout most of the test match.
Yep.
So if it didn't get worse, and as I said in Melbourne, with the physios they got now and the off-field team, it can actually get better because of the work on it.
Stark to Rahul, he drives out through cover. There's runs to be had there. Past the Sydney sign painted on the turf, pursued all the way by Lyon, who slides, saves the boundary. They come back for 3. Now Rahul's work is underway. None for 10 from 3 overs. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard for plumbers.
Take 1, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. None for 10. Jacewell 7. Rahul 3. Kept the strike. Off the last ball of the Stark over. Pat Cummins. Very challenging over to Jacewell to start. Now he gets a look at Rahul. Must-win test match for India. Rahul was doing the gardening, scratching out his mark. There's a bit of debris to clear. Cummins rolls in from the top of his mark. He bowls to Rahul, who's squared up a fraction as he plays away to mid-off. I didn't mind this, Flem. Stephen in Clyde North. I'm spending the day in our old house patching holes and painting. Can't wait for the test. Have a great call, fellas. Stephen, the best of luck to you.
Nobody's just planned his day. He can listen to the cricket. He'll get his job done. He'll accomplish that. There's no stress fractures there.
Paddy, come on, Paddy, come on, boy.
Rahul owns his concentration. Cummins closes on him, and Rahul inside the line. Lets it pass.
So far, they're still searching for that perfect length here at the SCG. When they've gone full, they've bowled half volleys. They haven't quite got the good length yet.
formative stages. Everyone searches for a foothold in the game. 3 slips in a galley ready themselves. Cummins to Rahul on the hip, down to fine leg. Stark off the rope to field, an easy single taken, none for 11. Australia haven't lost a test match in Sydney since 2011 when England beat them in innings and 83 runs.
That was a horrible series.
Yes, it degenerated badly for Australia, didn't it?
Usman Khawaja's debut. Ricky Ponting missed out. Yep. Usman batted 3.
There were 7 wins and 6 draws since then. We had that sequence of 3 weather-ruined draws against India, England and South Africa before there was an 8-wicket win against Pakistan in January last year. Cummins to Jaiswal, plays from the off stump out to mid-off. And before that, Australia hadn't been beaten here since 2003. And that was an era where Australia did win all bar 1 test match.
So was that England?
Yep.
And Katich got 10 for Steve Waugh, that famous 100.
So it's a ground that Australia have dominated. They've won 89 of 100 and... No, that's not quite right. There are 23 draws at the ground of 112. And a good few of them in recent times.
Yeah, I wonder what percentage of that are rain affected.
Most. Jaiswal beaten. That's 4 plays and misses.
Last 2 deliveries been excellent. So he's beating Jaiswal on the outside edge and he's coming forward. So if there is, and it is going to carry off the back foot, but Jaiswal can drop his hands and it might not carry to slip. What about Bo Webster taking a catch to introduce himself to Test match cricket?
That's what McSweeney did.
McSweeney did. In Perth.
It was Jaiswal who fed it to him. Cummins without hesitation. He's bounding in. He bowls to Jaiswal, who leaves a rising delivery. Just got it out of the way. And that is the end of the over. None for 11. Holman Plumbing scoreboard for plumbers.
Everyone's favourite bear returns to the big screen alongside Olivia Colman and Antonio Banderas. Get your tickets to Paddington in Peru in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, ground staff are out to do a bit of tending to the crease lines. I think that's going to be constant, the way they're churned up in the early stages. None for 11. Jaiswal is 7. Rahul is 4. Stark 2 overs, none for 9. Just searching for the rhythm. Rahul to bowl at. Stark to Rahul. Past the outside edge. Listeners all over the place, including here at the ground. My son and I were at the G days 2 to 5, then drove north via Bowral for some golf at Mossvale and a net session at the Bradman Oval at the SCG days 1 and 2. Jeff, you are doing it in style.
What a ripper.
Fantastic.
Well done, Jeff.
Listening on SEN Stadium here at the ground. Pack your earbuds. Spread the word in the terraces for those who might not have found it throughout the winter. It's the leap in technology that sports fans have long deserved. Stark bowls to Rahul, beaten that time. Did play and did miss. Bharat Sundaresan joins us, our experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat, welcome in.
Morning, Jared, Flem, Happy New Year. Just saw Jim Courier on TV. Not someone you expect to see at the cricket. I was told
he's at the cricket.
Yeah, he's at the cricket sitting, chatting with Steve Waugh. Not too far away from us.
Goran Ivanisevic was found by Ravi Shastri last night.
Oh, those two just seem made for each other.
Yeah. Goran, he beat Paddy Rafter, didn't he? 2001 Wimbledon. Unseeded.
Stark is operating over the wicket. Bowls. Rahul leaves.
Speaking of unseeded, it looks like Rohit Sharma has been unseeded by this team. He wasn't out there with the rest of the support staff and the rest of the squad when they did the national anthems. He was spotted this morning. He doesn't appear in the squad list. It's Indian cricket. We don't have an official confirmation of whether he's retired or not. But the fact that he wasn't out there for the national anthem with the entire team, support staff and players, everybody's there, and that his name no longer exists in the squad list kind of tells you he's not part of the squad anymore. Bizarre. Especially when you...
But he was out there in the middle, wasn't he, with Bumrah and Gambhir earlier?
Yeah, in the morning.
Rahul has the strike. Stark bowls to him. Rahul beaten, bat and pad tight together. It went flying by.
That's his best ball so far, Stark. Very good length. What we haven't seen from Mitchell Stark yet, it's mainly been seam. We haven't seen the ball swing back in, and that wasn't the wobbled seam. That was the in-swinger that's hit the seam, gone straight on. It just went straight, basically. But it was just an excellent length. Carey taking that at head height.
Stark around the sawdust, which has been deposited at the top of the run-ups. He's bowling to Rahul full, driven away well enough. Mid-off full field. Take his head around, no run.
Yeah, you're right, Flem. I think he obviously swung the pink ball around, but with the red ball, we haven't seen a lot of those big booming in-swingers, have we, throughout this series?
We've seen it a bit during the series, but I would have thought today was just perfect swing conditions. We know Cummins, more works the ball off the seam, but Stark, that's his feature, isn't it? The boomerang in-swinger with the red Kookaburra ball.
More than 33,000 in for the start of the day's play. India opted to bat, none for 11. Stark with this to come. Rahul faces up, full, clipped in the air and out. Straight to Constas at square leg. Full, a little bit of swing. Rahul couldn't control it. And the first wicket falls. Mitch Stark, you got to play Hurts. 1 for 11.
What a bonus wicket. That just looked like a half volley on leg stump for me. And Rahul he should have nailed this before, surely. He has clipped it in the air straight to Sam Constas, who virtually hasn't needed to move. So that's an error in batsmanship from KO Rahul. That is a bonus for Mitchell Stark. 1 wicket down for India.
A mirror image of the Jaiswal dismissal from the Gabba, wasn't it? Half volley on his pads. Rahul just helped it into square leg's hands, just like Jaiswal had done a couple of weeks ago.
That is the end of the over. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plumbers, 1 for 11.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
The next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. Shubman Gill on return. Mitch Stark down to fine leg. And accepts the applause of the crowd. 3 overs, 1 maiden. That was the maiden, 1 for 9. And the first incision is made. Jaiswal's having his troubles with Pat Cummins. He's on 7. Cummins to him. Jaiswal walk, tip and run. Good. Oh, no, Gill sent him back. Gill sent him back. Constas was closing from mid-off.
Jaiswal didn't sound happy at all. He thought there was a run in there. We've seen him do this before in the series already. Yeah, just having a chat with Shubman Gill. You could hear him yelling out to his number 3.
The running between the wickets was awful at the MCG by the Indian batsman.
Jaiswal upright in his stance, faces up and leaves. That's a ball that jags back at the off stump.
Tom Morris, you've collected some numbers on Mitch Starc, who has the first wicket. So you are keeping the good oil for us for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Gerard Fleming mentioned it earlier around his struggles late in 5 Test match series. He's got a worse record in 4th Test than 5th Test, but over the journey he averages just 32 in 5th Test of the series. Compare that to Pat Cummins, who averages 22. But it's more so his record, Mitchell Starc, at the SCG, which is the worst of any of the main Australian grounds.
Pat Cummins over the wickets, bowls. Jace jammed the ball out of his pads, past head at short leg and down to Starc in the deep. 1 for 12.
He has 24 wickets across 10 tests at the SCG. Never more than a 3-fer. Today could be the day. He's already got one, so has a chance to turn it around.
Shubman Gill's worn the sleeveless sweater. Out into the middle, low 20s under heavy cloud.
His trouble, unfortunately, has been a bit like Kohli. Wide half volleys. He's been nicking behind. He's got to let them go because he's got a lot of class with the bat, Shubman Gill.
Returns to the series. Cummins to Gill. Fends it away. Down to fine leg. Head is under the helmets, praying for the one that goes wrong. Immediately off the mark, Gill. He's won. So played in Adelaide 31 and 28. And 1 in Brisbane. Didn't bat, obviously, in the second innings.
He was dropped on that one shot. And when India decided they needed one less specialist batter, and I think that contributed to what's happened with Rohit today as well. Because he looked pretty good in Adelaide, didn't he?
Yep. But just the dismissals worry me. You know, he's a very good player when you bowl at him, but interesting when you bowl wide half volleys, he nicks them.
Cummins to Jace. He tried to leave after playing. That can go wrong in all sorts of ways.
One thing about Jaswal, besides his wonderful batting, is he seems to have a really good temperament. He gets beaten and his body language doesn't give away too much. He is walking down the pitch a little bit, you know, to try and get to the half volley. But he's unfazed.
Cummins with 1 to come in the over. None for 4. This is his 3rd over. Bowls and Jacewell from his pads straight to mid-wicket. Not fielded well by Boland and a single given up. So not taken cleanly. 1 at the end of the over. 1 for 14. Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plumbers. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg and Jibia.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
First session for MEGT, Make Apprenticeships Easy. Adam Collins jumping in. Got Bharat Sundaresan with me. Tommy Morris as well. Mitchell Starc setting off again. His 4th over. Has a wicket early on. 3 slips a gully to Jaiswal. Over the wicket. Hits him on the pad. Spills down the leg side. Morning Baz. Lights on. Bit of cloud cover.
Welcome to Sydney.
Yes, pitch with that tinge of green, which we've been talking about. The Tahoma grass, which was all the chat before play. And Australia first blood. KL Rahul gifting a wicket to start, caught at square leg for 4, 1 for 11.
Yeah, KL Rahul has had such a good series with the bat. Just a couple of cheap dismissals for him back to back. He's back opening the batting. The exclusion of Rohit Sharma. Australia have had to work really hard to get rid of him so far in the series. Not so much today.
So Starc up at 142 kilometres an hour with his previous delivery. Up here to Jaiswal, Paddington end, knows the call, defended out to mid-on where Travis Head does the fielding. Yeah, the drama through the week. I mean, my starting point was the Indian team deserved a bake from Gautam Gambhir after the way they capitulated in Melbourne, losing 7 for 34 to give the test match away and to give away the advantage in the series. But the way it all spilled out from there, the press conference yesterday, which was punchy from the get-go, and of course that big team news that came through last night, Rohit Sharma not leading India. They need a good day, India, that's for sure. They're 1 for 14. Stark away from us, bowls to Jaiswal over the wicket, back in defence to mid-off where Cummins fields.
Oh, they certainly do. Just looked like what happened in that last session after tea will be a turning point, not just for this series, but where Indian Test cricket goes from here. The makeup of the team, who's in charge, and how they approach this format. It looked like it was all in control till the time Jaiswal and Rishabh Pant were out there. They'd just seen off the middle session as well.
3 slips by Webster. Massive presence at third. Stark. Passes umpire Goff. Bowls here and Jaiswal inside edge onto the pad. Around the corner to Constance. A little bit of movement there with the inside edge. He moves to 10. 1 for 15. 2 left in the 7th over.
He hasn't got a lot to move off the pitch, as Flem said earlier, but that one did jag in a little to Jaiswal, and has a big couple of balls for Shubman Gill. Expect Mitchell Stark to just throw in that wide drivable ball.
The good news for Stark and for Australia is that he's been in the low 140s throughout the over, so for those keeping an eye on his fitness, that's a good guide there. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Stark to the right-handed Gill. First time in the over. Leg stump line. Knows the call with a tuck to Constance at square leg.
And speaking of the slip cordon that is awaiting an edge from one of these batters, I'm really looking forward to Bo Webster taking a slip catch. He's so good at it. It's a key element to his game. He's slotted himself into third slip, which has pushed Manas to gully. Throughout the series, we've seen Manas at third slip and Mitch Marsh at gully.
Love a tall slipper as well. Such a presence in there. 6-6. Spreads out nice and wide alongside Smith and Khawaja. Stark to finish the over here, and Gill in behind it. Quick single to Travis Head. Square of him, they're through easily. Couple of singles from the over. India 1 for 16. Jaiswal 10. Gill on 2 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plumbers.
G'day there, crews returning a crash from earlier in Coollaroo. Pascoe Road is closed both ways, just south of Somerton Road. Give it a miss, you can take Sydney Road instead. Full for Mornington Peninsula Freeway southbound from East Link past Cranbourne Frankston Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 515 937. The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now, and don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Change a bowler for Australia, which will be well received around the SCG. Scott Boland had an excellent test match here against England 3 summers ago, picking up 7 wickets. 46 test wickets at just under 20 into his 13th test match. Bharat Sundaresan with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Not quite the roar you hear at the MCG for Scotty Boland, but loud enough. But the culty roar all around the country.
He's got a short leg right away. Travis Head under the lid. 3 slips and a gully remain. He'll get the clap in. Passes umpire Sarkat. Round wick end close to the stumps. Boland's first ball past the edge, albeit Gill pulling inside the line. 112th test match at this ground, Baz. Australia have won 61 of them. Interesting, India here. They've played 13 tests for 1 win. And that was their second win in Australia in 1978, that unusual World Series cricket year where India duked it out, went to the 5th rubber, as this one kind of has, in terms of the ability for India to square it and retain the trophy. Boland up to the stumps. Bowls here, leaving alone well wide of the off stump is Shubman Gill wearing the short sleeve jumper.
Yeah, we were checking out that scorecard, weren't we, yesterday? Of that one time India did win. What a quiz question that would be for. I mean, you have to be not just a cricket nuffy, but you've done nothing else in life but learn your cricket history to pick Karsan Ghavri and Mohinder Amarnath to have opened the bowling in both innings for India.
Yeah,
Must have been a spinner's delight, that pitch.
You might get Mohinder, but you wouldn't get the other if you were guessing about the configuration of the attack. Chandrasekhar, Beatty, Prasanna, the three greats. Boland up close to the stump, skill. To short leg it goes. Not caught off the thigh pad. Head reactions to throw it down. Ping from Labuschagne, backing up at point. Wow. Bit going on there. So it ballooned up to Head, who took it above his head, reflexively dragged it down like he was dunking a basketball at the striker stumps. And as soon as the ball spat away to point, they skipped through for the single. So it will be a leg by. But it was Jaiswal to the danger end. Was Labuschagne's throw going to put him in trouble? Perhaps. I think he was through. 1 for 17 after all of that.
Oh, speaking of head, there were just hands on heads all around the ground from Australia. It's almost a double play.
Pay.com.au replay screen. I reckon Head thought he had Gill there on the deflection. Had he managed to land the alley-oop, if you like. Boland over the wicket, keeps the short leg to Jaiswal. Squared up, taken in the corner, and Bo Webster. His first touch is a good one. India lose 2 early wickets. Boland straight away routinely gets a wicket in his first over. He's done it once more. Jaiswal, the danger man, nicks off for 10. Bo Webster to his right at third slip. Clean as you like. India in strife.
Well, we called for it for Bo Webster to come into action on Test debut. He's got excellent hands behind the wicket. Once the ball goes anywhere near him, you don't see it again. And a huge wicket for Australia. Scotty Boland's done it again. First over. You know there's a wicket coming. Yashasvi Jaiswal looked pretty settled out there in the middle. And just like Nathan McSweeney in the first test, on debut, Webster in the game very early, and the boos interspersed with the cheers and the roar for Virat Kohli in what will be his last test on Australian soil.
Virat Kohli, champion of the modern game, as you say, his final test in Australia, his 123rd all told. He's 18th in Australia, where he averages 49, and he's 30th in Border Gavaskar cricket. He's been a titan, and he has an enormous amount of work to do on this first morning. The Stark and Boland have gone bang, bang. We'll get Tommy Morris to find out just how often Scott Boland's taken a wicket in the first over of an innings, or indeed the first over of a spell. It's freakish. Did it at Melbourne in the final session just 4 days ago. Of course, at Adelaide upon his return to the team. In what feels like a long time ago now, after Australia lost at Perth, Boland came in. Their 2 wins in the series, Boland's been involved in both of them. And now he gets an early look at Virat Kohli, who is dismissed 3 times in Test cricket and a couple of times in the series. How good that'll feel for Bo Webster as well. First touch in Test cricket, like it wasn't even a thing, across in front of Steve Smith at second slip. Celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business. It's 1934. Kohli's first delivery facing Scott Boland. Crowd involved. Delivers here. Squared up. Just in front of second slip. Oh, he pulled it off on a deflection. A spectacular catch. Kohli's not moving. Steve Smith low and to his right. How's he got underneath that? In Scott Boland on a hat-trick, it'll certainly go upstairs. It'll take a number of replays, that much is certain. Umpire Sidecat sends it upstairs.
Oh, what a moment. It looked very clean from where we sat. Steve Smith low to his right, got his hands, managed to just pull it up.
It's a fair delivery. Take me the front on, please.
We saw Steve Smith take 2 stunning catches in the final session just 4 days ago. Both of them were low, going to his right, and here, first replay. That is an all-timer.
I can see the fingers.
Oh, yep, he's just kept it up. And he ballooned it up.
Straight to minus
kept it underneath. And on that deflection, it goes over to Labuschagne. So we're going to see it on the close-up camera here. Just when the ball was leaving his mitt, he thrust it forward with his right thumb.
He did.
He pushed it over the top of Bo Webster, if that's even possible. And then the deflection goes up. This is going to take a while to resolve, but first replay looks good for Stephen Smith, Baz.
Oh, it looks very good.
Yeah, have that ball touching the ground.
Look,
hello.
Wow, no.
Any other angle.
So upstairs this week is Joel Wilson. Did he just say there we saw the ball touching the ground?
He certainly did. Was the ball in Steve Smith's control? Maybe not, because he hadn't completed the act of catching that ball.
He was moving from down to up, and we know that goes in the favour of the fielder. That was the interpretation at the World Test Championship final last year.
Yeah, that moment,
he was going from down for up, which should help Smith on that measure.
Anything else for me?
Oh, this might go Virat Kohli's way, you know.
Wow.
Take me back to your first angle,
This might go Virat's way.
It looks like his index finger's under the ball when he thrusts forward with his thumb. The ball touching the ground's almost neither here nor there. It's about control. Did he control the ball on the way up?
It's the two-dimensional nature of these replays.
Here we go. We've got
his fingers here, but like it's roll onto the ground.
Joel.
Slow for me, slow.
Joel. That's
slow.
A massive call from Joel Wilson.
Slow, take it down.
As you can hear.
Slow.
I mean, you can see the index finger
touching the ground. Have a decision for the big screen.
That is going to be a decision that prompts plenty of debate. It's going to be overturned, or indeed it's going to go the way of Virat Kohli. It was his first ball as well, not out on the screen. So the interpretation of Joel Wilson is that Smith was not in control of the ball when the ball touched the turf. As we know from the World Test Championship final, Baz, the ball touching the ground isn't the definitive marker here. It's controlling it. That'll go round and round the internet, make no mistake. It'll go back to 2 for 17. And what was nearly a stunning piece of cricket from Australia all amounts to a dot ball.
We ended 2024 on what seemed like a diplomatic incident. The dismissal of Jaiswal. We very well could have started 2025 with another one. I think it comes down to, was he in control? Had he completed the act?
I mean, we've got Boland to complete this most eventful over here. Into Kohli. His second ball's left alone on length. Thuds into the gloves of Kerry. We'll take a break. We'll take it in. 2 for 17 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plumbers. Kohli yet to score. Gill on 2.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 40% off air fryers by Tefal and Healthy Choice. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
Our first session is for MEGT, Make Apprenticeships Easy. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan, Lisa Sthalekar jumping in as well. We'll get her view as soon as Mitchell Stark sent down the first ball of this ninth over. 2 for 17 India. Gill waiting for Stark. Left arm over, bowls here. Gill goes back and chops down hard. To the gap in the covers. Head around from mid-off, cuts it off. They get 1. He's 3, 2 for 18. Lisa, if I've learnt one thing over the years with these, anyone who's too definitive on their opinion, you can always put to one side. There's so much grey area here.
Yeah.
We'll debate it all. What was your impression?
My impression was out, because he does get under the ball. I feel like his fingers are under the ball. But this is, and we've debated it, and I know you guys have as well, when you catch a ball and if your fingers are spread, there is some part of the ball that is touching the ground.
Yes.
But the player has control. Yes, Steve Smith didn't have control at the time, but it was in an upward fashion. So I don't think the ball touching the ground, the minute millimetre.
Stark bowls, Kohli leaves outside the line. That's where they'll be tempting him.
Really affected the outcome of the catch. So,
and I think it's important, Brett, can you go into the reason why the ball not touching the turf isn't the definitive measure anymore? Now, we went through this in great detail in 2023, but go through it, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you speak to elite umpires, they use the golf swing analogy. When it goes from down to up, like Lisa just said so perfectly there, even if your fingers are spread and the ball is in control, and if it just touches the ground while it's in control, it is not deemed to have hit the ground.
And Smith was certainly going from down to up at that point. Stark to Kohli, yet to score, leaves alone again, an identical delivery to the one that came before it.
But having said that, once you heard Joel Wilson's terminology there, the ball rolled on the ground, which we didn't see it happen. I don't know what replay he was watching and his interpretation. But once he used rolled on the ground, there's no way he was going to give that out.
So it comes down to whether you believe he controlled it. So did Smith in that last thrust control the ball up to where it was going? If you are in line with that, then you're more likely to give it out. If you don't think he had control of the ball at that point, then you're going to think it's not out. That's what it essentially boils down to. Moment of drama, that's for sure. Stark in, delivers here. On the front foot, Coley off the mark, on the drive. Makes it a half volley, a long one at that. Gets 2. Travis Head's been busy this morning out towards the O'Reilly stand. 2 for 20 is the Indian score with a couple left in the ninth over.
I do wonder, however, if the catch had been completed by Smith and it wasn't a double play where the ball then went to Manas at gully and that's how it finished, if the concept of control would have been deemed to be different. Say like what Cam Green did that day at the Oval. If Steve Smith had come up with the ball, then even that bit of ball touching the ground could be deemed to have been while he was in control of the ball.
Yeah, so the question is, are you in control if you're parrying it up to Labuschagne in that case? Stark in here, Coley well forward, nice check drive through mid-off where there isn't a fielder. It'll be Cummins with work to do from mid-on to collect it, try and keep it to 2, and he does. 2 for 22. Coley's on 4. 2 left in the over. 1 left in the over, my apologies.
It reminds me a little bit, for those that watch the Big Bash and Jordan Silk at the Gabba, he took a wonderful catch and it was almost like the thumb and index finger as well, and he was trying to wrestle with gravity to try and get it up over the ground. It's a very similar catch. That was deemed out, but he did complete the catch. It didn't go somewhere else, so maybe that does come into the equation for the third umpire.
Gee, it's a tough gig being a TV umpire in modern cricket, that much I know for sure. Stark to finish his 5th over. He's got a wicket. That was Rahul a while ago. Bowls here, and leaving alone is Coley. Attempt to again outside the line of the off stump. 9 overs gone, India. 2 for 22. Coley's 4. Gill's on 3. Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plumbers.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Scott Boland to Gill. 3 slips the gully, the short leg. Wicket in his first over. Bowls here, Gill leaves alone outside the line. Boland's got 1 for none, could have been 2 for none.
Just on that as well about the third umpire, I do feel like we're getting to a point where ICC might need to consider just appointing a third umpire. So it is a specialist skill. Don't rotate the umpires, so during a course of a calendar year they may do it 4 to 5 times. Let the person, male or female, get a chance to understand the skill sets that's required.
Boland from the Randwick end. Into Gill on 3, delivers here, and he leaves close to the off stump. That's the one that's hit the seam and wobbled back towards the woodwork, goes over the top of him.
It will allow them to build a better relationship with the technician, as in whoever the technology partner is at the time, because there's a few that are out there, and it will speed up decision making because they're used to this process. The whole Jaiswal incident and confusion was that the third umpire went to the next part of the DRS when he didn't need to.
So Boland in, delivers to Gill. Well wide of the off stump, left alone to Carey.
All I'll say, Lisa, is you come to the church/temple of the specialist third umpire, Adam.
Oh, excellent. I'm in a safe house.
You're in a very safe place. I mean, we talk to umpires about this as well. There's not a consensus view on it, I will say that. But some umpires you talk to agree with us that the interpretation of technology, we saw one, was it at Brisbane, possibly, where there was a murmur on Snicko, and it's what type of murmur is it? It's almost interpreting the audio wave is a specialised skill of itself. Then there's what you're describing here today. As Boland gets up and Gill shuffles forward before shouldering arms, trying to get to the pitch of Boland if it's in his zone, but it's not there. Still stays at 2 for 22. But yeah, the longer that we have these contentious third umpire decisions, I think the closer we're getting to sort of a bunker-style situation where there are a number of people who officiate across TV matches that have...
Correct.
Even if it's World Test Championship matches, let's say. You draw the line there and say, if it's a WTC match, these will be decided, you know, in a bunker in Dubai or whatever it is, and they will work on it collaboratively. So there's more consistency in the approach. 2 left in, Boland's over. All dots so far to Gill, who uses his bat this time, deflecting wide of Labuschagne at Gully. Gets through for a run. The first run conceded off the Victorian. 2 for 23. Gill's on 4, joining Coley on that score.
I spoke to Paul Wilson, who obviously has left the elite panel, and he has been employed by the ILT20 just as a specialist. So there's 16, 17 games that he is doing in a row as a TV umpire. So no doubt, a bit like commentary, right? The more you do it, the better you get.
Yeah. Boland to finish. Packed cordon. Second gully goes in for Coley. Bowls to him here. Coley leaves. That's where he needs to be. Shouldering arms on the 5th stump line. 10 overs gone. India 2 for 23. Coley and Gill are 4 apiece on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard for Plumbers.
The Port Arlington Mussel Festival is on January 11. Port Phillip Ferries will run direct to the event. Live bands, kids fun and delicious mussels. Visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The One Blade 360 effortlessly trims, edges and shaves any length of hair, easily reaching the most difficult areas with fewer passes. Forget about using multiple steps and tools. One Blade does it all. Visit phillips.com to find your nearest store.
I should have mentioned the third umpire decision for Imar. Cashback rewards with your insurance. That's Imar. Change of bowling from the Paddington end. It's going to be Pat Cummins, who bowled 3 overs, done for 5 earlier, as he likes to do, replacing Mitchell Starc with himself for a second crack. 3 slips to gully. To Gill on 4. Away from us, bowls here, close to the stumps. Yorker length, dug out for runs. Just one of them, Starc. Around from mid-on. Gill's 5, 2 for 24. Tom Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
The least new ball swing of any innings this series today, which is maybe a bit of a surprise, Lisa and Baz, given the overhead conditions. And Scotty Boland has 3 for 27 from 74 balls against Virat Kohli. So early days, it's a pretty strong record.
It is. And what a big moment. We spoke a lot about the catch, but what a moment it would have been for Australia, India and Virat Kohli if he was nicked off first ball.
Would have been massive. Cummins in, bowls here, defending his Kohli to cover. Quick single, but they're through pretty easily in the end. Sam Constas would have needed to have been an Olympic sprinter to got himself in the frame. 2 for 25, 5 each for these two.
And Shubman Gill has a role to play here. I know Virat Kohli will be dying to get on strike, but just looks a little edgy at the moment, Virat. You can see he's anxious. Just not farm the strike, but just calm things down. A couple of boundaries would help from Gill at the other end. You can see Virat just pacing up and down at the non-striker's end. He's keen, maybe a bit too keen.
Cummins in, lights on, bowls here. Gill leaves on length over the top of the off stump. You're right, Baz. That moment for Kohli, almost certainly his final test match in Australia. A golden duck to leave India 3 for 17, especially when nicking off with lovely delivery, but still nicking off would have been carnage. But he's still there.
I've been fascinated, actually, because there's been a lot of reports. Obviously, Sachin Tendulkar, 20-odd years ago, came here, didn't play a cover drive, and just kept leaving. And I was wondering if Virat Kohli was going to follow the master and go, okay, I'm going to put it away and show them I'm going to be as patient as possible.
Yes, that 241 here all those years ago. Cummins up, bowls to Gill, who defends to mid-on where Starc fields.
Spoken like someone who spends a lot of time in India, Lisa Sthalekar. Call him the master. I've told you about the nomenclature. Who gets to call Sachin what, Adam?
Yes.
You don't call him the master unless you're pretty close to him, is all I'll say.
Oh, yeah, it's speed dial. No, just kidding. Though I did play table tennis with him.
Oh, he loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's very good.
Is that close enough to flick him a text and find out whether Kohli was out? Get his opinion?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe Ravi Shastri can. He's behind us, coming in soon. Pat Cummins in here. Leg stump line nearly squared up. It's spat down to mid-on, but without control there from Gill. He's 5 from 16 balls. Nearly made a meal of that. It was on leg stump, but it almost came off the back of the blade. So a busy passage of play. inside the first hour.
And the first wicket literally came out of nowhere, didn't it? But this is what this Australian side is about. As soon as they get a sniff or the door slightly opens, they jump all over the opposition.
Cummins to finish the over. Delivers here. Gill driving nicely. Straight to the man at mid-off. He's timed it well enough that he'll get a couple. Constas collects. They actually return for 3. So Gill up to 8. Kohli's there on 5. It completes the over. 11 gone. India 2 for 28 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. For Plumbers, 1 more over until drinks.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
Jumping in for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, Ravi Shastri. G'day and good happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Adam. Happy New Year, Lisa. Happy New Year, all. What a setting today. Just seeing the atmosphere, the ground is fabulous.
So it's Gill on strike to Boland. His third over, he's got 1 for 1. Wicket in his first over. 3 slips to gully. Short leg's gone. Gill tucks it down to fine leg for 1. Up to 9. 2 for 29. Ravi, first things first. The Kohli first ball, your assessment of whether it should have been given out or not?
I think the right decision in the end, because there was an element of doubt. When you see it that many times on the replay and you're not convinced, it invariably goes in favour of the batsman. And I always believe if there's a split in the fingers, the chances of the ball touching the grass is much more.
Yeah, felt certain the ball touched the grass. It was probably more, I suppose, ultimately the control piece, wasn't it? As Boland arrives and delivers to Kohli, lets it hit him on the pad, but it isn't coming back far enough. The bowler doesn't appeal.
And then, Ravi, I'll go one step further. Do you think laws almost have to change? Because if you spread your fingers and you put it down on the ground, the ball will be touching at some point, but as a fielder, you know you've got control of it.
You've got control of it, but if it touches the ground, it's not out. So it's how much is the split in the fingers. You know, sometimes when the split isn't too much, then the ball cannot touch the ground. But if the split is big, then the chances are very good of it touching.
Ram weekend, delivers to Kohli, more comfortable leave there through to Carey.
A lot of grass on the surface. I've not seen so much grass, but I do believe the sun comes out, it dries out, it'll play nicely, this pitch. So it's important for India to do the hard yards here till lunch. It's not going to be easy, especially with someone like Boland, because his natural length is ideal for the surface. And what odds would you get? Scotty Boland striking in his first over. I think there'll be special odds in the future.
Well, before the Kohli ball, I asked Tom to check for us. How often is it? And then events overtook, as it were. Boland up, delivers again. Kohli to mid-wicket. Through the, well, not much of a gap there, past the square leg umpire. Constant work to do. Will he get there in time with the dive? He does. In front of the O'Reilly stand. Stark works in tandem with him. They keep it to 3. Takes Kohli to 8. And the score up to 2 for 32. But the call was catch because it wasn't far away from Constas being in a position to dive at that.
See, there is a little bit of moisture in the surface. So, you know, the odd ball will just stop on the batsman, as KL Rahul found out when he chipped one in the air. So you've got to be right on top of it when you're flicking it square.
And I think the reason why Indian batters are doing that is because there's not much swing. We've spoken about the fact that there's hardly been anything this morning.
So Boland up to Gill, who plays it off the pads, and it's taken as well. Is there 2 noises? Umpire Saikat unmoved. So they were appealing for leg before, and then in from point. Nathan Lyon put in a huge dive. So if they think there's an inside edge, they've got the chance to review on a couple of fronts, and Pat Cummins does take that chance. So third umpire, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. We've already heard once from Joel Wilson this morning.
Umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
I think I heard Marna say he doesn't believe it's out, the LBW. The scary thing is that he's at point, and point fielder is an important person in deciding this DRS if they go upstairs.
So first
From this
replay.
angle, you appear to have missed the ball. Can you give me real-time snickle, please?
There's no edge, so that line piece that we referred to before won't be relevant. It's all about...
Yeah, have a flat line as the ball passes the bat. There's no bat involved. Once available, ball tracker, please.
Looks like it's hitting outside the line and potentially going over the top, and Gill's
Original decision is not out. That ball is pitching outside of the impact in line. Wickets
over.
missing.
So
Side
Australia...
cap, stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen. Signal now.
They lose a review for that. It's not umpire's call. It's gone over the top of the bails fairly comfortably. So a bit overexcited there. Third umpire going the way of India for the second time in the last 20 minutes.
And he would have seen where Shubman Gill is standing in the crease. He's a good foot outside the crease to Scotty Boland.
So umpire Saikat just...
Oh, where's the ball? I've got it.
There he is. He's got it in his pocket. I love that. They need the ball to play the game. Umpire Saikat in his 15th Test match from Bangladesh. He was busy upstairs last week at Melbourne in the final session. Last ball of Boland's over here to Shubman Gill, who leaves so close to the off stump. Over and drinks are called. Drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. 2 wickets in the first hour and a bit of play. KL Rahul caught a square leg from the bowling of Stark before. They were 1 for 11. Then they were 2 for 17 when Scott Boland struck with his 4th delivery. Caught by the debutant Bo Webster at third slip. Jaiswal gone for 10. It was nearly 2 in 2 balls, but Kohli was saved on DRS review. And we'll leave it here. There'll be a break on the other side of it. Gerard Whateley picking up commentary with the score 2 for 32.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TNT at hostplus.com.au.
G'day there. Watch out for a crash on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway, travelling Peninsula bound at Eastlink. Eastlink also slowing southbound onto Peninsula Link. A crash in Coolaroo. Pascoe Road is closed just south of Somerton Road. Take Sydney Road instead. Join over 2 million Aussies who've lost weight with the Manshake, and there's never been a better time with up to 50% off site-wide. Start now at themanshake.com.au. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
Apparently, you can tell someone's age by the length of their socks. Millennials and Gen Zers are in a sock revival. But TikTok trends aside, here's a fact. Underworks have a perfect pair of Underworks sports socks for everyone. Whether you like a tall sock, a short sock, a medium sock like me, thick, thin, arch support, no show, no slip, no grip, or even no blisters. No matter who you are, Underworks has the perfect pair for your summer look. Underworks, the number wonder down under for socks.
Kohli's first delivery facing Scott Boland. Crowd involved. Delivers here. Squared up. Just in front of second slip. Oh, he pulled it off on a deflection. A spectacular catch. First replay. That is an all-timer.
I can see the fingers.
Oh, yep, he's just kept it up. And he ballooned it up.
Straight command.
Kept it underneath. And on that deflection, it goes over to Labuschagne.
Yeah, have that ball touching the ground.
Look. Oh, hello.
Wow, no.
Any other angle.
So upstairs this week is Joel Wilson. Did he just say there we saw the ball touching the ground?
He certainly did.
Oh, Joel, that's a massive call from Joel Wilson. So the interpretation of Joel Wilson is that Smith was not in control of the ball.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
India 2 for 32 after choosing to bat. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, and an early flashpoint in this test match. Virat Kohli survived the adjudication of Joel Wilson. Ravi, Shastri and Lisa Sthalekar are on duty for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Ravi, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Gerard. Yeah, good first session of play. The first 1 hour challenging for the batsman. But I guess when India won the toss, they would have known that it would be a grafting job the first 2 hours, first session of play. Ideally, they would like to go into lunch, not more than 2 wickets down.
And you can also understand the decision as well. Such a short turnaround and the amount of overs the Australian fast bowlers bowled at the MCG. We were saying in the first couple of overs that the Aussie guys looked a little bit tired, a bit timid. It was a timid start. There wasn't anything really happening.
Two slips, two gullies in place. Coley's on 8. Cummins is bowling to him, and Coley is leaving tied to the off stump. Stark 1 for 16, Cummins none for 10, Boland 1 for 5. Ravi, when you're at the toss, did you know which Indian captain was going to come and join you?
Yes.
When did you get told?
No, I think it was out yesterday evening itself that Shastri would lead the side, and I didn't even ask him. He mentioned at the toss that it was Rohit's decision, to step down, and he felt it's a stronger side if Gill plays.
Cummins bowls. Coley from the stumps plays it a backward square. Constance slides to field. A single taken. It's 2 for 33.
And if that is the actual case, just shows the strength and leadership of Rohit to do that. As a skipper, you want to kind of puff your chest out and lead by example, but if things aren't necessarily going your way, it takes a very strong leader to kind of put their hand up and say, I'll sit out of this one.
What's your hunch, though, Ravi? Do you think that's what happened?
Yes. I think he would have thought about it and said, I seem out of sorts. I've not been amongst the runs.
Bowls. Gill plays from the stumps to the offside.
A guy who's sitting on the bench averages 43 in the year 2024. Is it fair to keep him on that bench? And he'll have to take a call on his career as well after this test, because India don't play for another 6 months any test cricket. The next tour is England. He's 38 years of age, not getting any younger, and there are some youngsters around nipping on the heels, so it's a big call.
Cummins tossing the ball from one hand to the other. Heads in and bowls to Gill. Full driven. Head in play at mid-off. Cuts it off. No run. Do you think this is the natural stepping off point for Rohit?
I would think so. In red ball cricket, he'll still go probably for the Champions Trophy. And if it does happen, I think it's a wise move. I can understand if India were playing any test cricket at home immediately. You might have wanted to do it there, but with a gap of almost 7 months before India play again, it's the right decision.
Gill faces up, plays back down the pitch, and Bumrah looks ready for it.
He enjoys it.
Yeah.
You just see him at the toss. That's the chest that's puffed out, and he's ready to go, ready to answer questions. There's a sense of eagerness. But again, it's how much toll will it take on him? It's not easy captaining a side for, when you're the leading fast bowler. I mean, you can say Pat Cummins has done it. He's done a good job.
Last ball of Cummins over. Gill's on 9. Faces up, and he's beaten that. Reared and left him. That's a terrific delivery. And Gill lives to tell the tale. 2 for 33 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard for plumbers.
Don't know how much super is enough? Don't know when you can afford to stop working? Or don't know how to make your money last through retirement? Don't be shy about retiring. You're not alone. Millions of Australians have the same questions. Equip Super. We equip you for retirement. Find out more at equipsuper.com.au or call 1800 777 060. PDS and TMD available on our website. Consider if our products are right for you. Together Trustees Proprietary Limited, AFSL 246383.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. 2 for 33. Gill and Coley are both on 9. Scott Boland, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. And the Randwick end bowls to Coley, who runs the ball to the second of 2 gullies.
I just want to pick Lisa's brain here. Just seeing how the pitch has behaved. You mentioned no swing. What do you think of the lateral movement?
Well, we just saw the last delivery that Pat Cummins bowled, and there was seam movement. But it was that shorter of a length delivery, wasn't it? So I guess from a bowling perspective, if you're able to extract that every now and again, that will create enough doubt for the batters.
A couple of choppers passing over the grounds. Boland over the wicket to Coley, who leaves.
I just felt in that first half an hour, Australia didn't challenge the stumps enough. I think Boland came in and made the batsman play a lot more.
And just adding to Jasprit Bumrah, there was a period of time that Rohit obviously wasn't Mumbai captain, and there was speculations of who was going to be the captain of Mumbai for the Indian Premier League.
Boland working over Kohli, leaves outside the off stump.
And Hardik Pandya, who had led his side previously so well, got bought back by Mumbai. And when it was announced that Hardik Pandya was to captain, actually Jasprit Bumrah put a little bit of a broken heart out on Twitter. So you get a sense that this is a guy that's wanted to lead regardless of what format, where in the world, but he wants to be a leader, and he feels that as a bowler he can definitely do that. And he was disappointed about Mumbai Indians. He's got his chance here.
Boland to Kohli, defends the ball to mid on, no run.
It'll be a fairy tale finish, won't it? You know, you start the series as captain, you win it, and if you can win it here to level the series, can't ask for anything better.
I was mentioning earlier before you guys came on about whether we would see Virat Kohli take away the cover drive like Sachin Tendulkar did 20 years ago, and the Australians have just got Pat Cummins out at mid-off, a wide mid-off. Everything else is vacant.
Boland to Kohli, who runs the ball to line and gully.
Tempting him. Come on.
I think he'll have to. He'll have to. He's got to forget right of cover. I mean, left of cover. You know, Australia will put it out there. 5th stump, 6th stump. You got to see mid-off, and then you got to see the onside. And if it is short, then play the cut or the punch of the back foot.
2 going back on the leg side. Webster's just started to warm up at 3rd slip. So the new all-rounder perhaps to have the ball in hand shortly. Last ball of Boland's over. He delivers to Kohli, who'll play out a maiden. Scott Boland giving away nothing. Tyre Power scoreboard, hot summer sale. India 2 for 33.
Light up your taste buds at a Porto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper. Chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips. All wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
Porto. Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to know a secret? The IKEA sale is now on. Up to 50% off hundreds of products till January 13. Head to ikea.com.au before everyone finds out. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Pat Cummins 5 overs, no maidens, none for 11. India 2 for 33. Gill and Kohli are both on 9. 3 slips and a gully in place. India's number 3 has the strike. Cummins bowls. Gill edges past the stumps, inside edge, past leg stump, down to the boundary for 4. As Zito do it with the Zito power tools. It was hold your breath as it got past the woodwork.
Yeah, wasn't far away from the stumps. Just playing a little away from the body.
Oh, jeez.
Very lucky.
There's a breath in that on the pay.com.au replay screen.
That could have easily hit his back leg as well and gone back onto the stumps with the deflection.
Cummins threw his hands in the air. He's on the follow-up. He bowls to Gill, who leaves outside the off-stump. So the other story between tests, Ravi, was around the dynamic in the Indian dressing room and the coach who was pretty upfront after the MCG test, which from the outside felt very appropriate. How did you read the reporting of that?
Yes, but yeah, there was a lot of newspapers in India carried that story. That he had cracked the whip. The time had come to, sound out certain players.
Cummins bowls to Gill from the pads, defends, but no run.
I think it's very important as a coach you assert yourself very early. I mean, I did that when I took over the team. There were some big names there. There was Dhoni, there was Kohli, there was Rohit Sharma. But if you want the team to play in a certain fashion, let them know day one. Okay, this is the style you play. You know, I don't want any individual brilliance. I want team effort. How are you going to channel that individual brilliance towards the team? That's what I want to see. You cross that, then you cross the coach. So, you know, you've got to be pretty upfront and straight.
Two in the deep on the leg side. Cummins bowls. Gill leaves outside the off stump. And that was the moment to do it, wasn't it? As good as Australia were, they threw that test match away in the last session in Melbourne.
No, because you were so far behind in the game. And you were brought back by two youngsters, Nitish Reddy and Washington Sundar. Then again, you backed the whole second session of play without losing a wicket. And then you gave away 7 in, you know, some of the shot selection. Left a lot to be desired. So, yes, there is a point when you got to really crack the whip.
Constance is in the deep on the leg side. Cummins bowls. Gill leans in that direction. Constance rushes in from deep square. He'll keep it to 1. Gill's 14.
Have you been surprised that we haven't seen much of Gautam Gambhir throughout?
Yeah, but
I thought he would have more of a presence in the media press conferences after day's play at times.
I agree. You know, and I was a little surprised even in India. You know, in India don't lose too often. You know, you lose 3-0 in a series to New Zealand. Thank God I wasn't the coach. I mean, as it is.
Partnerships worth 21. Kohli drives to mid-off. It's spat up at head off the square. He did well to knock that down and prevent a run. We'll pick this up with Ravi in a moment. 2 for 38. Tyre Power scoreboard. Hot summer sale.
Oi, Sammy. You see my good drill anywhere?
It's right here, boss. How are you going to get by without an apprentice when you retire?
I'm with Cbus, so I'll be fine. My super's been working hard for years. Unlike some of us.
Righto, big man.
Cbus Super, making hard work pay off. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 2 for 38. Kohli's 9. Gill has the strike on 14. Boland 1 for 5. He bowls to Gill down the leg side. Great job by Carey to dive away to his left and save any buys. So sometimes you've got to be hot-blooded as the coach.
No, you have to. You know, but there's no two ways about it, because in India, cricket is like religion. They don't like the team losing. So, you know, when you lose 3-0 at home, it's a tough pill to swallow. And like I said, lucky I wasn't there, because otherwise every meme would have been out, carrying every bottle of liquor in the world under my name there. You know, even a bottle of milk would be made into liquor.
Bowler to Gill down the leg side, got it away from Carey. Let's see, it touches the rope for 4 leg buys. Boundary for a Zito, do it with the Zito power tools. It's 2 for 42.
You've got to get a partnership going here.
I managed to speak to Gautam in Perth, a fireside chat to raise money, and asked him about IPL and his experience there. And he felt that the teams are getting too friendly, and he wants a bit of rivalry. He wants the Indian team to come out and play that fierce brand of cricket, just like the Australians do.
Boland to Gill. Almost edged that. That's a beautifully pitched delivery moving away.
Yeah, I'd just like to see how this pitch behaves once the sun comes out, dries up a bit. Might just get a little quicker. That last ball just went pretty quickly after pitching.
Well, we've seen a number of the Indian batters. KL Rahul is a prime example of playing out in front of your pad and the ball going a little bit aerial.
Like a cheap first wicket, Rahul for 4, then Jaiswal nicked off for 10. Boland to Gill, forward defending the middle, no run.
Good crowd in already. Members were rushing to their seats as they usually do.
It's supposed to be a full house first 3 days of the game.
India won the toss and elected to bat. 2 for 42. Boland's in his 5th over. He delivers to Gill, jammed up. Inside edge. Oh, Kohli came, sent back. Lyon gets there. Kohli gets back in time.
He was backing up this time. He was looking for the quick single. Got sent back. Just turned around. Had a look at Shubman Gill. Just posed the question. And then goes, OK, yeah, I've got it.
Good call. I think he was loud and clear with his hand up. No.
The risk is the slip on this square. Kept his footing. Boland to Gill. Runs the ball to Labuschagne at gully. No run. 2 for 42 at the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
This session is for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts. 2 for 42. Kohli's 9. Gill is 14. Abbott is on the field down at fine leg. Cummins begins the over. Kohli turns him away to leg. No run to be had as Constas comes around to do the fielding. Simon Katich alongside Ravi Shastri. Hello, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard, Ravi, all our listeners.
Plenty to delve into?
Oh, plenty. What an eventful start, but it's no surprise this series has had everything, and once again we're seeing action-packed cricket.
It's good stuff. First morning of a test match. You can see everyone anxious in anticipation as to what will happen.
Kohli has 9 to his name. Cummins over the wicket to him. Kohli in behind defending.
And a lot of members as well. When you just bumped into a few, I mean, from the outside, they were surprised seeing the colour of the surface. So there's never seen so much grass. We've never seen it so green at Sydney. What do you make of the surface?
Oh, I was stunned when I saw it, having played so much cricket here over the years for New South Wales. I was completely aghast when I saw it, because when I spoke to Adam Lewis, the curator, he mentioned that they had, because there's a quick turnaround between the Sydney Swans finishing the AFL season and then the Shield game starting for New South Wales.
Kohli forward, runs the ball to head at mid-off, no run.
They had to get a new grass that he called more aggressive to grow quicker. So he's got Tahoma 31 out there now instead of what was the legend grass, and it is... Oh, I've got a shock at how grassy it is. 7 mils, but it's green, and the whole square looks a lot grassier than I expected it to be.
And very thick and dense.
It is thick, yeah. So, yeah, there's been some seam movement, a little bit of swing.
Cummins bounds in. Kohli ducks the bouncer. It's too deep for it.
And what will be interesting with this Virat Kohli innings, Ravi, is that I was just talking about it on TV 21 years ago, and you'll remember well, Sachin Tendulkar in that series, it was Steve Waugh's last series, had been getting out nicking a lot, playing away from himself, and he had the discipline to come to the SCG and put the cover drive away, and he made 200.
Yep.
I just wonder whether Virat Kohli will have that same today after getting the reprieve on first ball today.
Cummins delivers to him. Kohli full defends to mid-on. Starkfield's no run.
Yes, apart from that, he looks as good as anyone. You know, it's just that temptation for the booming cover drive on the up. Yeah, that's discipline. That's what Sachin did, and my word, he didn't put 242 runs to put the cover drive away is something else.
And one thing that's been noticeable so far, he played a nice straight drive earlier off Mitchell Starc, but it just looks like he's squared up his stance a little bit, which has meant that his bat face is coming through a lot straighter than previous tests.
Last ball of the over. Coley runs it out to head again at mid-off. A maiden from the captain. 2 for 42. SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Warm applause at the SCG for the debutant Beau Webster, who's about to bowl his first over in Test cricket. First class cricket, 148 wickets at 37.5. A slug from Snug. Let's see what he's got in bowler-friendly conditions at the SCG. Webster to Gill, jammed him up on the pads. It's squeezed away to the leg side, no run.
When you're close to him, you realise how big he is. Tall bloke.
He's a giant.
He's a big unit.
Yeah, not too dissimilar to the man on my left.
He started with a no ball, unfortunately.
Well, he's got big mitts too. He wrapped his hands around that catch off Jacewell. Couldn't see the ball. It was hidden.
It was a crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through. So Webster after the false start. He bowls to Gill, who drives to mid-off. Cummins doesn't allow the run.
And it won't be about his pace here. It'll be about the bounce he gets. He's a big man. And the ball's just holding a little bit in this surface. I dare say there's just a bit of moisture from having been under covers from the rain overnight and this morning. So that'll be the thing to look out for here. It's the bounce he gets and any swing.
He's a seasoned pro as he arrives on the test scene and he bowls. Gill chased the wide ball out near cover. Cummins around behind line to field.
Yeah, there is that spongy bounce every now and then. And with his height, he can hit the right areas.
And we saw it a little bit in KL Rahul's dismissal. He looked like he sort of indicated that the ball held off the surface a little bit earlier, because you don't often see players getting caught at square leg in the first few overs of a test match.
Tall figure of Webster over the wicket, bowls. Gill drives to the stumps of the non-strikers. It's fielded by Head at mid-on, no run. Bowling at 125. Very upright as he delivers. Shubman Gill is on 14 and he is set. Webster bowls to him, comes forward, bat and pad tight together and defends.
And it's an amazing story given what he achieved last year for Tasmania. He's the second player in the history of the Sheffield Shield to score over 900 runs. And he averaged about 58, scored 300s, and he took over 30 wickets. The only player that had done that previously was an absolute legend, Sir Garfield Sobers. So he's in rare company.
Webster to Gill. On the pads, they're up and asking. Umpire says not out. Cleary just indicating probably leg side. The shout for Howsat. Get amongst it with Tenny's Howsat Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, very quickly he knew it was slipping down the leg side. But it's a good start.
Last ball of his first over. Delivers and Gill forward to defend, to cover. Just didn't concede a run. It's the front foot, no ball at the start. 2 for 43. Tyre Power scoreboard, hot summer sale. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Have you heard about Henley Homes?
No, what's the buzz?
They've got homes for sale from under $650,000 in Melbourne's top suburbs. And they're offering $25,000 off selected completed homes to kick off 2025.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yep, and the homes are ready to move in.
Oh, well, I could be in before the end of summer.
Exactly, and you only need 5% deposit. It's the perfect time to buy.
Ring in 2025 with $25,000 off selected completed homes at Henley. Call 1-800-64-64-64. That's 1-800-OI-OI-OI.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Adam Collins jumping in. Simon Katich with me. Tommy Morris as well. I quite like what Tommy said off the top of the new ball yesterday, comparing this series to 2005 with the various different things that line up with it. What we need is the grandstand finish, which is what we had, of course, at the Oval in a test you played in 2005. Stark new spell away from us. Bowls here to Kohli, 9 from 27. Packed Corden down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. The first hour and a half of play has been busy and controversial. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo. It has been controversial, but in terms of that decision,
yes,
I actually think Joel Wilson got it right. And the reason I say that is because I don't think, I definitely think that Steve Smith had his hand under the ball, but there's just a split second or a moment where he doesn't have control of the ball and he's trying to push it back up for the parry, that's where it just looks like it might have caught a bit of grass.
Stark, 3 slips, 2 gullies. Kohli waiting for him. Leg stump outside again, doesn't catch up with it for a second time.
And I think that's what Joel Wilson has to take into account. If Steve Smith takes the catch cleanly, there's no doubt his fingers were under the ball, but he doesn't take it cleanly because he has to pop it up. And I think it's that motion of the ball just sort of touching on the right of his hand as it starts to go up that created enough doubt for him to give it not out, and that's the way I saw it as well.
I think it comes down to whether you think that the parry is controlled, or whether you think the parry is not controlled. It's not about whether the ball touched the turf necessarily on that front. As Stark gets up and bowls here and Kohli leaves alone on length and it balloons through to Carey, over Carey. Stuck up one glove, had no chance in the end. So 4 byes added to India's tally. They're 2 for 47. So the up and under motion that Smith went to, as you say, if he pulls it off there, whether it touches the grass or not, that's not going to end up being the final factor. But if you think that, as you point out there is a murmur of time when he didn't have control of the ball, that does muddy it up. I'm looking forward to seeing the opinion of people like Simon Torfel and others who review this for a living. And ultimately the ICC often give a view on this too, MCC likewise.
I was on air on TV when that was happening, and Simon Torfel actually came onto our coverage to give his version, and he did say he didn't want to give obviously a tough one.
Stark delivers to Kohli, leaving alone. That goes through to the gloves more comfortably for Carey outside the line of the off stump.
He didn't envy Joel Wilson. I don't think anyone does, because it was a tough one. It always is tough for the TV umpire, because the angles can make it look completely different to what it was out in the middle. And I've got no doubt Steve Smith had his fingers under the ball, but I just think there's just enough element of doubt that on the way up, it caught a bit of grass before it was parried up.
So what you're saying is, in the bit when he didn't have control, it touched the turf. Therefore, that's the grey area here.
Whereas if he holds onto that ball, you could say his fingers are under it and he's controlled the catch. But I just don't think that's happened with it parrying up.
So Stark's got 3 slips. Paddington in to Kohli, who drives straight, sneaks it past the stumps, and the bowler's handed his follow through. He checked the shot. There'll be 2 added to India's tally, 2 for 49. Kohli, 11.
And what is noticeable about Virat Kohli's innings so far is there's a slight change in his stance. He's squared up a lot more with his feet, which is meaning his bat's coming through a lot straighter. And the other part of it, facing Mitchell Stark, normally to left armers, he opens up his front foot. And then that means that his shoulders are a little bit more angled and his back comes from probably second slip. Whereas today, we're seeing him drive the ball back past the stumps a couple of times already. So trying to make a conscious effort to keep the ball in as tight as possible, not play away from himself.
He's faced 32 balls, Kohli. Stark into him here and leaving. That's where he needs to be leaving all day long. 19 overs gone. India 2 for 49. Kohli 11, Gill on 14 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hot summer sale.
G'day there. A crash on the Moornish Peninsula Freeway southbound after Eastlink. The right-hand lane closed off and delays back past Thames Promenade and onto Eastlink past Thompson Road. There's a crash in Coolaroo. Pascoe Road closed just south of Somerton Road. Best to take Sydney Road instead. Everyone's favourite bear returns to the big screen alongside Olivia Colman and Antonio Banderas. Get your tickets to Paddington in Peru in cinemas now. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
That last delivery was a front foot no ball, called upstairs by umpire Wilson. Stark to bowl it again. Kohli waiting for him, delivers here down the leg side for the 3rd time in the over. The result's the same, 2 for 50. India score after 19, 11 for Kohli, 14 for Gill. Tyre Power scoreboard, hot summer sail. So, yeah, just to go back on that previous point about the ball touching the turf, we see quite a lot of them in modern cricket where the ball hits the ground in the process of the catch being taken, and the third umpire goes the way of the fielder because of that control point. And that's we received the, what would you call it, sort of the crib notes for umpires, third umpires during the World Test Championship final a couple of years ago, which was quite helpful in unpicking what happened with Cameron Green's catch. But I think what you say there, the grey area, is that is there a moment in the sequence where that knuckle isn't controlling the trajectory of the ball?
And the ball just touches the turf because it was right down, given his fingers are on the ground.
Webster's second over here to Gill, inside edge onto the pad, into the offside no run.
He's bowling an awkward length here. Gill wants to get at him on the drive, but he can't at the moment. And I reckon it's because of that height. He wants to drive on the up. If he's not covering the line here, he might pay the price, Shubman Gill. He got out lazily in the first innings up at Brisbane, paid the price, didn't play the MCG test in what was a tough call, given he had a very good year in 2024, averaging 43.
So Webster from the Randwick end. Bowls here to Gill, shuffles across the stumps, plays late through point, gets one off strike. 15 for him, 2 for 51 India.
Webster won't mind that. He's defended that one square out to point. There's no one there. They've got quite a straight cover, and Pat Cummins, rightfully so, is leaving the point region vacant for Bo Webster, hoping that they'll try and look to get off strike, play away from their body. One might bounce or swing a little bit and catch the edge for the 3 slips in the gully.
Old-fashioned fast medium, 125 kilometres an hour the previous ball. The up again here to Kohli, who defends well forward. Tom Morris with the good oil. Cobram Estate.
None of these Indian batters have seen Bo Webster before, except for Nitish Reddy, who he's dismissed 3 times across 2 games for Australia A earlier this summer. Twice caught behind, once caught and bowled. So that's one to watch when Reddy comes to the crease.
He had a very good A series, Bo Webster. Scored 145 runs at 72.5 and then took 7 wickets at just under 20.
Real handful. Into Kohli here. Webster close to the stumps, defending again. As our producer Mitch said at the back of the box, reminiscent of Tom Moody with his action a little bit. Cataman, you played a lot with.
Yeah, and Tom was a very skillful bowler. So if Bo Webster can emulate the success Tom had throughout his career, then he's got plenty to look forward to. Giant of a man and big hands as well in the slips.
Don't mind the earring either. Glistening in off the lights here. The SCG bowling here to Kohli, middle stump line, very consistent so far. Defended back down the pitch. You look at his numbers. 16 at 29 this year. Played in England for Gloucestershire. Played 4 games in the county championship last year for 16 wickets at 21. And these conditions do feel a little bit English this morning.
They do. They certainly do. You talk about the earring. I'm not sure Big Moots ever had an earring. I don't think he did. And yeah, he was a bit more old school.
Not an earring type. Webster a bit wider on the crease to finish. Attempter to Kohli, who shoulders arms. Well bowled and well played. 20 overs gone, 2 for 51. Kohli's 11, Gill's on 15. Tyre Power scoreboard, hot summer sail.
Everyone's favourite bear returns to the big screen alongside Olivia Colman and Antonio Banderas. Get your tickets to Paddington in Peru in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get your aircon ready for summer and save with these 2 great offers from Chadstone Toyota. AC service for $295 and AC sanitise and deodorant, including AC filter replacement, just $199.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8169. Oh, what a feeling.
Tom Morris is keeping all the numbers for you, and Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems.
Just a reminder that if Australia wins this Test match, they make the World Test Championship final. It's as simple as that. They'll also hold the trophy against every other Test nation they've played if they win this Test or draw this Test, plus the World Test Championship, the ODI World Cup, and they're ranked number 1 in Tests. So for all the negativity around what we saw earlier in the summer, a Test win here would sort of cap off a pretty good 18 to 24 months for this team.
Yeah, huge week for this generation of players, all of them in their 30s with the exception of Constas. Stark up, bowling here. Gill plays through the court and 4. Not in control. Something of an uppercut down to the trumper stand. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with the Azito power tools. 2 for 55.
Well, the key to that shot there from Shubman Gill was he didn't try to keep it down. This wicket has been showing some signs of extra bounce. We saw a ball go for 4 byes previously last over, but that was getting up around sort of waist height. Shubman Gill just opened the blade and tried to get it over the slip cord. Just all hands there.
It went between Webster at third and Labuschagne in the gully. But a couple of metres above their heads. So Gill's up to 19 from 45. Facing Stark here. Leg stump line. One hand off the bat. Played out to Constas at forward square leg. No run. So the crucial moment of the session so far would have been the Coley given out first ball and overturned for New Farm, Australian through and through. Then they go again here.
And happened to be on air at the time, and we just mentioned about Scott Boland getting wickets in clusters. Because he gets it in such a good area early on to the new batsman, you can see why batsmen get out first or second ball to him, because he asks good questions. There's no let up or an easy leave in your first couple of balls. He's bang on the money around that off stump.
Starks operating from our Paddington end. Into Gill, batting in the jumper, leaving the lane well wide of the off stump taken by Carey in front of first slip. I mean, that's it, isn't it? The Boland first overs are a sight to behold. And what was lost in the review there with Joel Wilson upstairs was what a fine piece of bowling to Coley straight up. Talk about nailing your plan straight away.
It was. And it wasn't that bad a shot from Virat Kohli. He had to play it. But because he's facing his first ball, his feet probably weren't quite as sharp as they needed to be. And as a result, he was a little bit late covering the line of the ball, gets the outside edge, and he was lucky to survive.
Got the 6-3 field, Stark. Delivers here to Gill. Gill, middle stump line, defended. It's mid-off where head fields.
Yeah, that's much better from Shubman Gill. Mitchell Stark will know that he's wanting to score through cover. It's vacant. We saw that in Adelaide. He was driving fluently, but he's paid the price a couple of times this series, just being a little bit nonchalant outside off stump. Got caught in the gully up in the first innings at the Gabba. So he's a bit more watchful here at the moment.
Got 50 and 31 here 4 years ago in his second test match, Gill. Nice start here, facing Stark. Pulls. Sort of a shorthand jab in the end to mid-on where Cummins will field. No run. 2 for 55 remains the score.
That's a risky defensive shot, particularly with that little bit of extra bounce here. That's a cross-bat shot to a ball that's probably not quite short enough. And if it just bounces a bit, every chance that goes straight up. Or it flies down to third man. Just because the extra pace of Mitchell Stark.
We saw that passage of play before lunch at Adelaide, didn't we? Well, before the first break, where India got to about here, then lost quick wickets, and Gill was part of that. He must make it to the first break. We're 15 minutes away from that. As Stark bowls the final ball of his 7th over, and Gill plays off his hip out to mid-on. There's more control here, and there's a run as well. He'll keep the strike. He's up to 20. 2 for 56 is the score. All the crucial moments for New Farm. Australian through and through.
Business owners, get a grip on payments with SmartPay's zero-cost EFTPOS. Tell your current provider to talk to the hand and switch today. Minimum turnover and T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
Australia has celebrated 2 wickets this morning for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business. It's 1934. Rahul for 4, Jaiswal for 10. They were 2 for 17 now. They're 2 for 56, 39 runs in the stand as Damien Fleming jumps on for the 15 minutes before lunch.
Hello, Caddo, listeners. Engaging first session.
Is it ever? Thoroughly in keeping with what we've seen throughout this series. Very few quiet sessions.
Caddo's taken control of my social media.
Accidentally.
You love it, don't you?
Mate, I've got no idea.
How's YouTube going? I downloaded YouTube on his
phone.
That's a big step in the right direction for Caddo.
Oh, mate.
The least online person I know. Webster's got 2 slips of gully. Now a short leg. Bowls to Gill. First ball defended to cover on that line of length. What do you made of Webster so far, Flem?
Yep, good. This is what we want. How tall does he look at the crease? He's been accurate. Gets the ball to move. Excited hope he gets runs. That's what he's mainly in the team for. But with a Sri Lankan tour and a West Indian tour, I want him to keep working on those offies as well. Because, there's just natural variation as those wickets deteriorate, particularly in the West Indies.
Webster up, bowls to Gill, plays off the front foot towards mid-on, where Cummins will field and there won't be a single.
It's amazing to think that he started as an off-spinner with that height, isn't it?
He could be a triple threat over there. Act, sing, dance, off spin, seam up, bat at 6.
Our old mate, Funky Miller, Colin Miller.
There's funkiness to him. Yes. Living in the Bahamas now.
Is he?
Often listening.
I thought he was in Vegas.
They've moved from Vegas. Cindy's wife is on the way of moving. She works a lot in Las Vegas.
Webster in here and beats the bat of Shubman Gill, playing down the off-stump line, maybe just outside, but some genuine swing or movement off the seam flag.
Beautifully bowled. Let's just see. Nice seam. Yeah, just a little bit there. And they've talked about moving to a Caribbean island, and they've settled on the Bahamas. He says, great, he's watching AFL, AFLW, plenty of cricket.
I interviewed him when he was living in Vegas and going to the ice hockey all the time.
Yeah, they were big supporters.
Webster halfway through third over. Good so far. Squares up Gill, who ends up playing with soft hands to mid-on.
Yeah, I think Cindy, she might work with MGM. She's a project manager. They might sponsor the team, the ice hockey team. They got Gridiron there now, haven't they? In Vegas.
They're getting a baseball team as well. Is Oakland moving over there?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I think you're right, Colin.
Webster 2 left in the set, close to the stumps when he bowls to Gill, and it moves away off the seam. So he's changing his position on the crease ball to ball as well.
Asking some good questions here. Just hitting a good length, probing around that off stump. He knows Gill wants to drive him. And there's no one at point. So he's dangled the carrot. He's just got the extra man over now. One of the slips has come out into a short leg. So allowing him to tack the stumps here.
Last ball of his over. All dots so far to Gill down the leg side, and there's no contact as Carey dives away to his left. 2 for 56 at the end of the over. The leading run scorer in the session is Shubman Gill on 20 for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life. 2 for 56.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Test cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Nathan Lyon gets a crack before lunch. 9 minutes until the break. He's got a lot of experience here at the SCG. His home ground, 48 wickets, a couple of fifers, albeit 5 years ago.
Yeah, I like this from Pat Cummins. Always got to test if there's any spin before lunch, particularly if there's just a little bit of moisture in the surface.
Round the wicket to Coley. 3 men round the bat. First ball pushed out to mid-wicket. Webster across to it at mid-wicket. No run. Labuschagne enjoyed that as well.
Just saw some vision of Mark Orr presenting the baggy green to Bo Webster.
And then Mitch Marsh gave him a huge hug, which I liked as well. The man who Webster replaced. Line around the wicket. Coley plays it again to mid-wicket. So there's a short leg, a leg slip and a slipping
Saw
cross.
Mark Orr early today and he announced it that he was giving it. What am I going to say? And he threw a few one-liners at me that I went, mate, go for it. You got to lighten it up a little bit.
Line bouncing past umpire Goff. Paddington end. Flights this up. Coley to mid-wicket. Not quite. Hit short leg. Travis Head on the way through. He was trying to play it. So he
said, I might start with, look at Andrew McDonald and goes, is this a cashy or invoice? Right? I said, yeah, good one. Start with that. And guess what? I was talking to Travis Head. He did.
Line bowls here. Flat at the Coley, defending the silly point where there isn't a man.
And one of the other ones was, mate, it's always nervous on debut. Oh, well, I wouldn't know because I've got 100 on debut. I said, you've got to use that. Check with Trav. Yep, he used it.
On brand from Mark Orr. It was a long speech. I can see why now as well. Line bowls, 5th ball of the over. Play to point where there is a fielder. Sam Constance, no run.
And the boys said, yeah, epic. That's one of the longest ones ever. And then he just One thing I love when playing with him when Mark Taylor was captain, geez, he used to bag Tubby. Mate, we're here to entertain. We're don't want to bore him to death like you, Tub.
Last ball of Lions first over. Coley back to short leg for the second time. Head does the fielding. Maiden there for Lyon to begin his day. 2 for 56 India. Coley 11. Gill on 20. Our coverage for Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? You'll be bowled over with the range of air conditioning solutions to suit any home design. Switch to a Dakin this summer and transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au for more info. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Having fun in the crowd, already Mexican waving before lunch on day one.
Did we see that at the G? I think the Mexican wave started first session.
Webster in, new over for him. Driven nearly, not quite. Inside part of the bat, he was looking through cover there, Gill. Ends up with Cummins, no run.
Lights are still on here at the SCG, but it has brightened up, hasn't it?
Yeah, considerably. When we got in this morning, it was pouring with rain. And, well,
wow.
What do you say when you're in Sydney on day one and it's raining, other than shrug your shoulders? But cleared up in time. Not meant to rain today. Gill's 20 from 57. Done a good job so far. Webster's got a short leg bolster in here. He shimmies forward before shouldering arms.
Yeah, I mean, the weather looks good, doesn't it, for the next 3 or 4 days? And I think it'll be interesting to see if this pitch can get baked a little bit and what it does. But you were talking before, Colo, you know how crucial it is for India to have 8 wickets in hand going into the break.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to be 3 for 60 at lunch, having elected to bat first. 2 just psychologically feels different. As Gill waits for Webster, bowls here, shimmies forward to defend this time. So he's got a plan to try and negate any movement that Webster's getting away from the right-hander.
Carey coming up to the stumps now.
Not completely surprising, but not without risk, I suppose, Flem, given the bounce that Webster's getting.
Yeah, definitely.
Gosh, Carey's been outstanding of late with the gloves. He finished with an average of 5.1 dismissals per match in 2024, which is the 3rd most ever for anyone with that many dismissals. So he's been all over it. Up to the stumps. Webster to him here. And Gill defends coming forward.
Yeah, it was a ploy they used against Mitchell Marsh as he slowed down, wasn't it? Just advancing down to him. But it gets him back in the crease. You know, it helps potentially with LBWs.
Sluggy. It'll keep him at home, that's for sure. The man they call the Slug, bowling at the Randwick end. Up to Gill, close to the stumps. Inside edge onto the pad, plenty of noise. Out to cover goes the ball, 9 fields.
Yeah, don't lead there, Bo. That's excellent. That's bringing Gill forward. It's uncomfortable. Bat pad together. There's a bat pad in play too for an inside edge.
Feels like we don't see as many as we used to when you played, Flem.
No, and I'm surprised with the pitches we've had, haven't they? Because they have moved, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. So Webster into the crease here and bowls and defending on the front foot more convincingly is Gill. Back-to-back maidens for Webster. Look good so far. 4 overs, none for 2. India 2 for 56. Kohli 11. Gill on 20. Our player of the session so far is Shubham Gill getting this far. For Bingley, better living every day.
A word from Aussie Test captain Pat Cummins for Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. There's also runner-up prizes, including signed cricket gear and some other awesome freebies. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo and head to the website to upload it. Easy as.
Visit liars.com.au.
Straight back to his mark, pushed into the onside by Kohli to start what will probably be the final over before lunch. Tom Morris with us as well.
One thing we didn't acknowledge after Nathan Lyon's final wicket at the MCG was the fact that he's gone past R. Ashwin on the all-time wicket-taking tally.
Line in, sun's out now. Kohli well forward, blunting the spin.
So he's number 7. He's gone past Ashwin's 537. He's got 538. 25 off McGrath. Flem, that could be a 2025 watch.
Yep. Won't do it this test. 2 in Sri Lanka, turning square West Indies turn. Wow.
Yeah.
He could give it a nudge.
Absolutely. Got the leg slip for Kohli as well. Bowles here, he's forward, pushing to mid-wicket where he's comfortable so far.
I mean, where does he end up? McGrath 563, Broad 604, Kumble 619.
So even this alone, isn't there? How many more tests? 5 this summer. Then we've got Ashes 10.
World Test Championship final.
Line wider on the crease. Kohli just gets it straight of mid-on. 1 to Stark. First run in the while for the former captain. He's 12, 2 for 57.
So if you chuck out SCG this time next year, that's 10 this year, isn't it? So you'd be backing him for around 40 there.
Yeah.
Where's that getting?
Gets him to 578, so that's ahead of McGrath and about 25 fewer than Broad.
And he's on the record saying he wants to play through until the 27 Ashes and Tour of India. And there's an extra test thrown in 27 with the sesquicentenary match at the MCG World Test Championship final if they make it for a lot of cricket.
Can he get to Warne?
Well, maybe. Line bowls and Kohli defends. Make that Gill, my apologies, to mid-wicket where Webster fields no run.
I did pick my top 5 touring quicks, just during the week. Geez, it was hard. If you have to pick a spinning one, of my time watching, say, 45 years, I don't know if you can come up with a top 5. So just the credit for Nathan Lyon being a finger spinner and finding a way.
Last ball of his over, using his feet, Gill to slip, straight to Smith. Easy take. On the cusp of lunch, Gill goes. Having done so much right, dancing down the track to what probably would have been the last ball of the session anyway. Clips the outside edge, straight to the chest of Stephen Smith. 3 for 57. How disappointing for Shubman Gill.
What a shocker. He's ran down the... Why did he run down? And Gazza just was bowling the one to go straight on. Caught Smith, bowled Lyon. Wow. Release it as a single. It's trending. It's up the charts, but Colo, you were talking about it. 8 wickets in hand at the break. Gill, another start, another, I would say, soft dismissal. That is a bonus for Australia. And again, bowler comes on, Australian bowler gets a wicket in their first over.
64 balls he faced, getting to, as I say, they might have got one more over in, they might not have, that's unclear, but the last ball Lyon would have bowled to him in any case. And dancing down, not quite getting to the pitch. A little soft prod, as you point out, Flem. Gone for 20, which has been his average through the series. And 3 for 57. It feels like a great job done by the Australians. We're seeing if we're going to get an interview upstairs. Just waiting a moment to get that cue if we do. And if we don't...
Yeah, got Steve Smith alongside
we do.
me.
Steve Smith
That was a nice bonus before lunch.
Yeah, Shubman was trying to take his time there. It probably played into our hands. He actually said something to me. It's like, I'd take my time or something. I was like, yeah, I don't know. But he decided to run at the last one, and I think he was trying to launch him. So, yeah, that happens.
First session of the match and already a contentious decision. Did you get your hand underneath that ball?
100%. Like, no denying it whatsoever, 100%. But umpires made the decision. We'll move on.
OK, and a big moment in the game. Obviously, 3 wickets in the first session. You must be delighted with how you started, though.
It's good to take that one with us then. But, yeah, look, we bowled nicely, beat the bat a couple of times. It's quite slow and stoppy, so come again after lunch.
Thanks, Steve.
Cheers.
All right, Australia running hot for Ream, except nothing less than Australia's best Ream with that Steve Smith catch. It could have been another. The leading wicket taker, the 3 of them, Stark, Boland and Lyon, from before you dig, before every job search, before you dig online every time. Flem, your thoughts on that little exchange between Smith and Gill, who was trying to waste some time? The cricket gods caught up with him.
What are you doing, Gill? Why are you engaging? Why did he charge? There was nothing preceding that to suggest that just play the ball normally. There wasn't excessive spin or anything like that, and you get yourself to lunch. Gee, I wish that was given out, that Stephen Smith, because that was one of the craziest catches ever. We'd be talking about it forever, wouldn't we?
And it's one of those ones where there's going to be so much debate, and that's fair enough.
It's a classic. You need 3D to be able to see whether anything there, and we're not there, are we?
No, and there's going to be a diversity of opinions, and that's totally fine as well. But it reinforces the fact that this Test series does not have a quiet session. India, having won the toss this morning, new captain Jasprit Bumrah winning the toss. Rahul caught by Constance from the bowling of Stark for 4. Jaiswal from Boland's 4th delivery, caught at third slip by the debutant Webster for 10. 2 for 17, nearly became 3 for 17 with the aforementioned catch that was chalked off Then Gill, after a 40-run partnership with Coley, last ball of the session, caught at slip by Smith from the bowling of Lyon. The not out man at the other end is Coley on 12. We'll take a beat here at the SCG. Tom Morris is up after the break. He's got Glenn McGrath with him in an interview in relation to the peak test. Then we'll have the quiz with myself and Bharat Sundaresan. All of that here at lunch on day one at the SCG India, 3 for 57.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with Dee.
The Port Arlington Mussel Festival is on January 11. Port Phillip Ferries will run direct to the event. Live bands, kids fun and delicious mussels. Visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
On the road for the holidays? With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to take a break and refuel on your journey. Metro have also teamed up with Mr. Whippy to launch the brand new Mr. Whippy Ice Cream Cup in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours, all in store now. So while you fill up with quality fuel, treat yourself and the family this festive season at Metro Petroleum to a Gatorade 600ml bottle for just $3. Offer from January 1 to January 31.
If you've missed out on a huge score this season, it's time to bat deep during the final days of Bingley's Boxing Day sale. They're your go-to destination for great service, great brands and great value. Bingley are delivering special after special with huge deals on TV, tech, fridges, laundry, cooking and so much more. Make it a huge score. Don't miss the Bingley Boxing Day sales final days. Shop in-store or online at bingley.com.au. Bingley, better living every day.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Oh, look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just cucked it. It says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Historical Test cricket moments, thanks to Acquired Financial Services, helping you acquire a better tomorrow.
In 1994, Shane Warne recorded his best ever figures in a Test match, with the English digging in for a draw on the final day at the Gabba. Warne made the ball sing on a crumbling pitch to claim victory with figures of 8 for 71. Shane Warne, averaging 25.4.
Acquired Financial Services. They understand that financing your dreams is more than just numbers. AcquiredFinance.com.
For over 70 years, Jungheinrich has been a pioneering material handling solutions provider. With a presence in 42 countries and 6 branches across Australia, Jungheinrich is your one-stop shop for warehouse solutions, offering forklifts, order pickers, stackers, racking systems, and a full range of new, used, and rental equipment. Their comprehensive range will have you stumped. Jungheinrich, German engineered, your trusted material handling partner for long-term success. Visit jungheinrich.com.au or call 131 687.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Faces up full. Clipped in the air and out. Straight to Constance at square leg.
Boland over the wicket, keeps the short leg to Jaiswal.
Squared up, taken in the corner. Bo Webster. His first touch is a good one.
Coley's first delivery facing Scott Boland. Crowd involved. Delivers here.
Squared up, just in front of second slip. Oh, he pulled it off on a deflection. A spectacular catch.
First replay. That is an all-timer.
I can see the fingers.
Oh, yet he's just kept it up. And he ballooned it up. Kept it underneath. And on that deflection, it goes over to Labuschagne.
Yeah, have that ball touching the ground.
Look. Oh, hello.
Wow, no. Any other angle.
So upstairs this week is Joel Wilson. Did he just say there we saw the ball touching the ground?
He certainly did.
Oh, Joel, that's a massive call from Joel Wilson. So the interpretation of Joel Wilson is that Smith was not in control of the ball. Last ball of his over. Using his feet, kill to slip. Straight to Smith. Easy take. On the cusp of lunch, Gill goes.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
India 3 for 57 after electing to bat. Toss was won by the new captain Jasprit Bumrah, and toll was not taken. Rahul's soft dismissal caught Constance, bowled Stark for 4. Jaiswal nicked off, caught Webster, bowled Boland for 10. And I didn't mind this on the text. Shubman Gill caught Smith, bowled Lyon for 20, which brought on the stroke of lunch. 3 for 57. The state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. The bowling figures for Australia: Stark 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Pat Cummins 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Scott Boland 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Bo Webster 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. And Nathan Lyon 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. So much debate raging around Virat Kohli's first ball. Steve Smith, just 100% unequivocal. Flicked the ball up off the turf into the hands of Marnus Labuschagne. Joe Wilson are judging that the ball touched the grass on the way, which is not really the contemplation that the law asks for anymore. So again, I think an older generation umpire in the TV box unable to do or to explain what is actually the job in that moment. So that's the source of rich debate. 0433 98 11 16 to have your say as we work our way through. It is the pink test, and the McGrath Foundation has announced that it's broadening its focus to fundraising for care nurses for all cancers, not just breast cancer nurses anymore. Glenn McGrath is such a figure at this test match, an inspiring cause. Tom Morris caught up with Glenn for the 17th year of the pink test.
Glenn, it's the 17th time you've done this. How does it feel this time around?
Yeah, no, it's incredible to come to my favourite ground in the world and to be part of what I think is something pretty special, to see the whole SCG awash in pink. Sometimes I just try to step back and take in the enormity of it, and it sort of hits me bigger than what it normally does. So, you just go through, you just do what you have to do, focus on that. But to think it's been 17 years now, the way everyone's got behind it, and especially the public, the broadcasters, sponsors, Cricket Australia, SCG or Venues New South Wales now, has been amazing, and probably shouldn't take it for granted. What's been created there, here it is very, very special.
So we'll talk about what's happening this year in a few moments' time, but can you give us some historical data on how significant the McGrath Foundation's been over a number of years?
Yeah, no, it's been incredible. 17 years this pink test has been going. Fundraising was pretty good in the first sort of several years. COVID hit and we thought we were going to struggle, and then one of our guys came up with the concept of the virtual pink seat campaign, and I like to take credit for it, but unfortunately it wasn't me. But that's been a game changer. Last year we sold 322,000 seats or more, so over 640 odd thousand, 6.4 million. Yeah. So I think all up it's nearing $29 million raised from this Sydney Pink Test, going to support families going through breast cancer, and from this moment on to any type of cancer.
Yeah, so why the rebrand, for lack of a better term? I mean, you're broadening the scope, and I don't think anyone could argue with that, but it's something that certainly on the outside none of us expected.
Yeah, so I think our goal from the start was Jane's dream, and the driving force of the foundation was that every person, every family going through breast cancer had the support of a breast care nurse where they live, within a 75k radius, self-referable and a totally free service. That number we wanted to get to was 250, and because of what we raised from the Sydney test last year, meant that we were going to achieve that number by the end of 2024. So what do we do then? We can stay doing what we're doing, raising money year on year to fund our existing nurses, but the federal government came to us and said, can we start looking at taking our care to families, to individuals with any type of cancer, diagnosed with any type of cancer. So we thought that was absolutely incredible, something that's always been in the back of my mind, to be able to support not only breast cancer, but any type of cancer. And so that's been it's a slight shift. I think it's a natural progression, evolution of the foundation, you might be able to say. So we'll still be supporting breast cancer patients and families going through that, but we'll be taking that care to anyone diagnosed with any type of cancer, which I think is pretty special.
What does it mean to you and your family to have such an impact on so many Australians every single day of every single year? It sort of makes you sort of reflect on sort of where life's taking you sometime. And I think back to when Jane and I first decided to share our story of our journey, our battle through breast cancer, or through cancer now, as we're saying. And we thought about it for a while, but we felt if we could help one person by sharing our story, it's worthwhile. To what it's grown into now, never in our wildest dreams do we think we could get where we are. And that's all because of the support from everyone in Australia, from federal government right down to the person on the street. I think everyone's got their own personal connection to someone going through cancer, whether it's a family member or a close friend. And I think that we're about support now, about making a positive difference in people's lives now. And I think that really resonates with a lot of people, and that's why they've supported us the way they have. And these nurses will be dispersed all across the country, I imagine, as well, hundreds, if not thousands of them?
I'd love to be able to turn around and put on another 250 in the next couple of months, but unfortunately it doesn't quite work like that. So we'll be slowly growing our nurses. We've currently got 261 McGrath cancer care nurses, 11 of the all cancer nurses moving forward. And as we move forward, we'll be putting on nurses when we can. We've set ourselves a bit of a goal of 350 virtual pink seats for this test. If we achieve that, that means we can put on, that equates to 47 nurses full-time for 12 months. So, we'll be working to get our nurses on as quickly as possible so that people have that support as soon as possible as well.
That's amazing. So tell us about this virtual seat. There'll be people driving along in the car right now who might have bought a virtual seat in the past, but there'll be people who haven't even heard of it in the past. How can people do it? What does it cost and what does it mean? So they jump on the website, pinktest.com.au. Virtual pink seat, you can buy one, you can buy two, you can buy several. You can put your name on there, you can put your loved ones' names on there, messages of support, of hope, and then you get a graphic that you can post on your social media. So it really resonated again with the public. People come up to me all the time and say they get their virtual pink seats every year. It's become a tradition for us and our family. So that's a way you can do it. Not only can you come here, you can also virtually come here and support the foundation and sort of people going through cancer. And how's it been received by players and people that have been directly involved with it over the journey? I note that Nathan Lyon, I think, this will be his 14th of 17 pink tests. That's an amazing achievement in itself, and the players have really embraced it.
Well, they have, and you look at Pat Cummins, who's got a touch by cancer personally within his family, and as most of the boys would know someone close to them who's been through it. So it's they have that connection, and we're all pretty lucky, pretty fortunate to be able to represent our country in something we love doing, and to be able to give back, I think, is a responsibility of all of us. So it's and to me that's the beauty of sport, and especially cricket. What's been created here, it brings people together from all walks of life, and that's what we want. We want people to come together and enjoy some great cricket, but support a worthy cause, and it's definitely happened. So I think that connection with
with everyone, with the public, with the cricket, with the love for the game, has really generated something pretty special.
And people have been so generous as well, and it's something special when you get here for day 3 of the SCG test and the whole stadium is draped out in pink. I mean, it sort of is every day, but certainly day 3 is special. Can I ask you about the series in general? What have you made of the Aus v India battle? It's been red hot, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and it's up there alongside the Ashes series now, and I think it's very worthy of that. It was always Australia v England, but now Australia v India is just as big. And the way India started, they started off well in Perth, and Australia just looked a little underdone and didn't have a lot of fight in them, and India won that quite convincingly. But Australia bounced back in Adelaide, the day-night. They love their day-night test, don't they? But the way they've played since, Brisbane was pretty tough, losing 3 days for rain, but the way they played in Melbourne and the way they fought that last day and came back to pick up those last 7 wickets in the final session was absolutely brilliant. So I think Australia's been the better side. You take out Bumrah from India and it's a whole different story. Australia would have dominated. So, there's been good performances from Joswell and Kohli's 100 and KL Rahul's done well. But I think Australia's been the better team, but Jasprit Bumrah has kept them hanging in there. So I'm glad Australia's upcoming here. I want to see a really good test match. I think India will come out and fight because they need to win this test, and Australia will be going hard as well. So I think it's set up perfectly.
Just last one, we're in the commentary box with Damien Fleming, an old friend of yours, and he can't get enough of Jasprit Bumrah or Pat Cummins. He loves the quick bowlers. Where do you rank Bumrah among touring pace bowlers that have come here over the journey that you've seen?
Yeah, no, definitely up there, without a doubt. You only have to look at his stats. They're better than anyone else. And he's a quality bowler. He's unique. He found out what works for him, and he's got great control, great skill. He's been brilliant. So, I rate him very highly. I saw him when he was a young fellow. His action was slightly different. But
what was his action like then?
He really jumped out and sort of to generate that pace. I think he sort of blew his knee out or had serious knee problems and then had to get through that. He just came straight through the crease, and since then he's just been unbelievable. So I think his quality is definitely up there. You look at then you got Pat Cummins and Mitch Stark. I think's been brilliant. It's probably as good as I've seen him bowl in a series. Shame Josh Hazlewood's been injured. Scotty Boland's come in well. So there's some really quality fast bowlers on show here, and Jasprit, I'd say he's as good as anyone who's ever toured here.
Glenn, you do a fantastic job. The McGrath Foundation's had such an impact on so many people, so many families. You should be very proud. Appreciate your time and enjoy the pink test.
Yeah, no, we'll do. It's day 3 is always big, as you mentioned, and the players on both teams will be giving me their signed baggy pinks at the beginning of day 3. Their signed shirts, Aussie shirts. So jump on pinktest.com.au. Buy your virtual pink seats, check out the auction items, the hats, the shirts. Also, I've donated a tour with my business partner, Outback by Air. So 5 days in the Outback, travelling around, flying from small destination to destination, Inaminka, Oodnadatta, William Creek, Birdsville, you name it, and I'll be your host on those 5 days. And let me tell you, it is pretty special in the bush. So check out all the items there. Some special ones, but it's going to be an amazing test, and a huge thank you to you guys and to your listeners for your support over the years and continued support. It's making a massive difference, so cheers.
Thanks, Glenn.
No worries, thank you.
With Tom Morris there, 93,007 virtual seats have been sold thus far, and we're at lunch on day 1. pinktest.com.au to buy your virtual seat. India, 3 for 57. Kohli is not out on 12. The quiz is next. 1300 736 736. One caller will go head-to-head with Damien Fleming today to win a $50 Ponting Wines voucher. 1300 736 736 for the quiz against Flem. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
You wouldn't bat without your pads on, and you shouldn't go out bush without your Razorback 4x4 seat covers. These seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior this summer. Perfectly tailored and super easy to clean with a range of materials and colours to choose from. Free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews. Discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy this summer. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Want a hot meal for a hotter price? At 7-Eleven, grab a traveller pie or sausage roll and add a selected drink for just $6. You've got a deal at 7-Eleven. Terms and conditions apply.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542. It does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 regular beef mince. Only $8.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. Magnificent! Hazeldene's chicken spare ribs. Skin off. Marinated or plain. Only $5.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Here's Pat Cummins for Liars Non-Alcoholic Spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, head to the website to upload it.
$25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies from stumps to roof. We will bowl you away with our better prices. And because it's the lunch break, Baz, what time is it?
The Lunchtime Quiz with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
Here we are, day one at Sydney, and the theme is Test the Booze at this old ground, Baz. There are many to choose from. There are scores to choose from. We've kept it fairly modern today in our drafting of the question. Yep. And we've got Damien Fleming with us as well. Great record this year. Don't think you've been beaten this summer, have you?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe today, though.
Daniel from Holland Park, you're our caller. How do you feel?
I feel like facing Jasper Boomerang, to be honest.
Whoa.
Good analogy.
Yeah. Oh.
Perfect. You know what? If you win this, and whisper it even if you don't, you'll get the $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's own Ponting Wines. Experience Ponting Wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. Let's tear into it. I've only got about 6 minutes today, Baz. Question.
Cool.
So, Daniel, in case you went across it already, buzz in with your name, get there before Flem, get first crack at the question, best out of 5, a tiebreaker if we need it. Question 1. In 2009, another all-rounder made his test debut at Sydney to start a brief but productive 4-test career. His name?
Flem. Andrew McDonald.
Bang.
Off the mark. Wow.
4 tests. Should have been more. Should have played in England in 09. Do you think Flem is on that tour?
Yes, definitely. He's coach now, though.
Yeah, I was going to say he's busy. He's here this week. He's got a job to do.
Coach for another 3 years.
Baz, question 2.
All right. So 2 years later, so 2011, the Australian on debut was out to Graham Swan, who was the debutant.
Daniel, who made their debut against England here in 2011?
Still playing.
Daniel?
Yes.
Usman Khawaja.
Oh, wow.
1 all after 2.
Well done.
You held your nerve there, Daniel. I could feel the pressure coming through the can. Question 3. Back to all-rounders. A young man born elsewhere made his bow for Australia here in 2017. Who is he?
Daniel.
Daniel, who made a debut here in 17?
Oh, all-rounder. Nah, it's not Cameron Green, but Cameron Green.
No, it's not Cameron Green.
Flem. Hilton Cartwright.
The hotel.
All right.
Hilton Cartwright still going around, of course.
One of the better answers, that. All right. Gentlemen, let's move countries. In 2013, there were 2 England debuts. One of these men has the unusual distinction of having represented 2 countries in Test cricket. Who was that particular debutant?
2014, I should clarify.
2014.
Mistake on my part.
13-14, yeah. Mitchell Johnson Ashes. Go for it, Daniel, if you want to.
Daniel. The clue's Billy Joel if you want it.
Is it Monty? Monty Panesar?
No, it's not.
Flem. Boyd Rankin.
Uptown Boyd. Played
And who was that spinner? What was his name?
Scotty Borthwick.
Oh, my God.
The Badger.
Actually, poor Boyd got the yips, didn't he?
He did. He got injured the morning of the Test match.
The absolute yips.
And he was too anxious about telling them that he was injured. So he played. He never should have played, but he did play very nicely at Lords against England in 2019 when they rolled them for 85. What a day that was. Okay, 1 question to go. Flem's at 3-1 up. No, is that 2-1 up?
3-1.
3-1. 3-1 with 1 to go. In 1987, one of the more bizarre Aussie Test debuts worked a treat as the man in question went on to snag a 6-for in the first innings. Who was this? Emphasis on who. Famous headline. 87 against England, 6-for and a 42.
Daniel.
Daniel, who was it?
Peter Taylor.
Oh.
Peter who?
Well done.
Peter
Well
who?
done.
Very, very
well done,
good.
Daniel.
When there was the conspiracy theory that an England journo made up a quote saying that they accidentally it picked him instead of Mark Taylor, but it was a confected
Who
quote.
hadn't debuted at that stage.
So it wasn't Tubby. It's 3-2 Flem. I gather Jim Courier's in the building today, who won many Grand Slam matches 3 sets to 2. We'll give you the chance to level it up on the tiebreaker, Daniel.
Okay.
Shane Warne made his debut against India at this ground in 1992. Ravi Shastri was down there, but at the non-strikers end. We know that Shastri hit 200, but who faced the first ball of Warnie's career? I'll give you a clue here, Daniel. He's still quite prominent as a voice in the game.
On social media, in particular these days.
Is he on SEN?
He's not on SEN. Ravi was down the other end, so this was a right-handed number 3 for India.
Yeah, classical right-handed batter.
Strong opinions on commentary. 3, 2, 1, not to be. Flem, who is it?
Is it Mandraker?
Yes, Sanjay Mandraker was the question. Flem unbeaten through the season so far. You've had a blinder on the quiz.
It is like
Bring it
facing
on.
Bumrah.
Bring it on.
Yeah, but Daniel from Holland Park has won the $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's own Ponting Wines. Experience Ponting Wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. Daniel, thank you so much for joining in and being a good sport.
Well done, Flem.
Well done, Dan.
Good as gold. So has been the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we'll bowl you away with our better prices. Baz, we'll catch you in the middle session. India, a 3 for 57. That's where we'll pick up play in just a few moments from now. SEN, Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. After the break, it'll be Gerard Whateley picking up coverage here at the SCG.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there. Watch out for a crash on the Ring Road L turnabout after the Deepak bypass. Speed back to 40 k's past that. On the Monash Freeway, a crash outbound after Wellington Road. That's in the left-hand lane. And on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway, a crash southbound after Eastlink blocking the right-hand lane. Tats Lotto's $30 million Mega Saturday is tomorrow night. Grab your entry in the game that makes the most millionaires. Wouldn't it be nice? And don't miss tonight's BBL double-header. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
You wouldn't bat without your pads on, and you shouldn't go out bush without your Razorback 4x4 seat covers. These seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior this summer. Perfectly tailored and super easy to clean with a range of materials and colours to choose from. Free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews. Discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy this summer. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
You made everyone else happy over Christmas. Now it's time to get yourself a present at Sexyland's famous Boxing Day sale. Up to 70% off Australia's largest range of gifts and toys for adults, as well as couples games, sexy lingerie, costumes, and loads more. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au. Something real sexy for everyone.
Take me now, Sexyland.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Work Blocker, Karen Downs and Packman. Workwear for wherever you work.
India 3 for 57 as the players return from the luncheon interval. The weather update is from Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It is 23 degrees at Moore Park. Still heavily overcast at the SCG, but the skies are getting brighter. And there's a suggestion we'll see the sun about 4 o'clock. So after tea, the lights are on, but not in full effect as they were at the start of the game. The pitch update for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map. 1 check, 2 experts. Steve Smith described it as slow and stoppy when he left the field after the first couple of hours of play. There is a lot loaded into the next couple of hours. Shubman Gill dismissed on the ball that brought on the lunch break. 3 for 57, Damien Fleming. So the tourists are in a spot of bother.
They are. They need a big partnership between Kohli and Pant. A similar session means that they're well and truly behind the game. 6 down, but you'd imagine if Australia get to 6, particularly if it's early on, they could run through the Indians here. There's been, good seam movement, not as much swing. And the problem I see for India too is with the bowler that's going to bowl. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5, Scott Boland. Unrelenting in his accuracy. And how much does he make the ball move on these type of pitches?
Yeah, he's perfectly suited to something like this. When we walked out there this morning, you just go, give me some Scott Boland on this.
But that's your backup bowler.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal to think that we have these riches of fast bowlers.
It's going to be a leg gully in place with Constas marking out the turf where he was told to stand. 3 slips of gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on, and so no one else forward of square on the leg side. Leg gully and behind him at fine leg.
I just feel this is going to be a big test for Kohli.
Yep.
Boland is just set up to bowl to his weakness outside off stump.
12 from 48 balls, Virat Kohli, lucky to survive the first ball that he saw from Scott Boland, which is still the source of such contention with everyone you talk to at the lunch break. Scott Boland given the all clear. He's in from the Randwick end. His right arm over the wickets. Virat Kohli stands before him. Short ball fended from under the eye line to the offside.
Yeah, that's as short as Boland will get unless he's bowling a legitimate bouncer. Even then, Kohli had to jump up and defend stoutly against that ball. As Kohli looks behind, 3 slips. Gully. Line at point. Got that leg gully too, haven't they?
Yep, Constas has gone there. It's been moved around by the captain to exactly where they want him to be. Boland to Kohli. All wrapped on the pad inside edge by the sound of things, and Boland never went up as a result. So where have you landed in the great flick-ups debates? Steve Smith said 100% hand was underneath it when he flicked it up.
I just think it's out. We were talking off air. We didn't get a real explanation on the process. I'd like to know, because if it brushes the grass, that's fine.
Boland delivers. Kohli forward to defend.
I felt like he was under it and scooped the ball up. And it's impossible to do that if you planted it on the ground. I don't think he did plant it on the ground.
So Joel Wilson seemed to misapply the law as it is now. He still might have made the right decision by accident in some eyes, but the law asks, is the fielder in control of the ball, not whether the ball touched the grass or not. There's been a move away from that. The MCC lawmakers were really specific in what they're asking for. They felt like Joel Wilson didn't get the memo. Boland to Kohli, runs the ball to Gully. Labuschane's there to prevent a run.
They just put the replay there. I don't know if you're going to describe it well enough for radio. But it's in if it does graze grass, it's in the motion of the ball coming up. So he's scooped under it, and he's coming up. So at no stage did it go down.
So if Joel Wilson had gone... So Simon Katich's explanation is a perfectly good one. There's a moment where Smith is not in control of the ball, and that's might be where it touched the grass. If Joel Wilson had said that, Coley leaves outside the off stump, then I would be totally comfortable with that.
Yeah.
But all he was looking for was whether the ball touched the grass or not. You know, that's not what the lawmakers have asked you to do.
Yes.
And it does, having lived through a couple at the MCG, where umpire Sycat was on duty in the TV box, it just leaves me to think that they don't know what they're doing with the technology. They're not the ones who should be running it. The liner and the ball that came up and went to slips, that was out. Any application of the technology would have told you that. The ball off Jace Wells, the face of the bat, not the glove, face of the bat. Coley, all wrapped on the pads, Boland like that one. He's up and asking now. There'll be a conversation as it's given not out on the field.
High.
Yes, they'll leave it be. So a good shout, just warming into the session well for How's That. Get amongst it with Tinny's How's That Pale Ale. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. A maiden to start 3 for 57.
Yeah, and for people, when they freeze frame, it can look like the ball's hitting the grass or touching the grass, but grazing doesn't come into it now. But also, we don't have three-dimensional footage as well. So if you catch the ball, you might depress into the grass, but from the angle coming in, it'll look like, oh, that's under the grass, so it must be on touching the ground. No. It's his fingers and his hand touching the ground.
Yeah. And so the lawmakers did a really good job to just alter the way that it was being adjudicated. And we just don't know what Joe Wilson's decision was because he didn't apply what he's been asked to apply. Cummins bowls to Park, sees his first ball forward to defend. SEN Test crickets for Royal Caribbean, come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. I'm totally okay with it being not out, as long as Joe Wilson actually applied there's a moment where he's not in control of the ball, and that's not what we were given in the TV adjudication.
Yeah, there's something on one of the websites. Yeah, Wilson saying he got his fingers under it, but it looks like it rolled onto the ground. I don't think it rolled onto the ground.
Cummins from the top of his mark, 3 slips and a gully in place. Rishabh Parks is beaten. Lovely delivery from Cummins.
That's an absolute cracker. That's the next stage. Every time that comes up, and it will come up because it comes up at least once or twice a summer.
Yep.
Give us the if it needs to be detailed, the explanation why it's either out or not out.
Yep. So he might have accidentally made the right decision, Joel Wilson, but that's not. The laws are not asking him to adjudicate in the way that he adjudicated.
Yeah.
Just as happened at the MCG, I think. Cummins is bowling to Pant, who leaves outside the off stump. So Rishabh Pant arrives in the middle of chasing figure. There's no question that what was said post the MCG from Gordon Gambier was being directed not solely at, but primarily at Rishabh Pant. We won't accept any longer that that's just your natural way. When the team has needs, you must fulfill the team's needs, or it'll be time to say thank you.
Well, the thing is, it's the only way you can improve as a cricketer, isn't it? To play each ball on its merits with the skill you've got against the game scenario, against the bowlers you're facing. But, I love him as a cricketer, Rishabh Pant.
Cummins kicks the heels out, bowls, Parts off his pads, gets his first run down to fine leg on the glance. 3 for 59.
And there's so many different more incidences that can happen there, but you can make a good argument if he didn't play that shot and kept batting the way he did before tea, that India draw that test match. They had to get 7 wickets.
Yeah. Another half hour of applied batting and it probably doesn't happen.
Can't be done. And he had Jaswell at the other end playing a fine knock. And he did it for, 2 hours before that.
Yeah. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Coley fends the ball
from under the armpit, out to Constas at square leg, no run.
Looks fast and fiery, Pat Cummins, this first over. 139 kilometres an hour, but Coley going back, I think that ball got big on him around armpit height, and you could see he was very happy that it hit bat.
Australia giving him all of the covers should he want to. Cummins bowls and Coley drives to mid-off. Just jammed down on that ball. No timing. Fielded by head, no run.
And sorry, the worst thing about that catch was it was one of the craziest catches I've ever seen. So it'd be one of the, I was lucky enough to do Glenn Maxwell's catch the other night in the BBL. And I will always remember that. I would always remember that catch.
Yes.
That's the freakiest catch in the slips possibly I've ever seen. So you want to remember those moments.
Yes. Smith flicking the ball up off the grass. Second slip up to Marnus in the gully to complete the catch. Coley's forward and driving straight to head at mid-off. And that is a tight over. 3 for 59. Toyota scoreboard don't tell you to do a Hilux job.
Planning a stay in Melbourne? Look no further than Brady Hotels and Apartments. Located in the heart of the CBD, you'll be close to the city's best restaurants, bars and shopping. Book your stay at bradyhotels.com.au.
Want a hot meal for a hotter price? At 7-Eleven, grab a traveller pie or sausage roll and add a selected drink for just $6. You've got a deal at 7-Eleven. Terms and conditions apply.
This session is for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Hey lads, loving the coverage. Driving up to Yarrawonga with my girlfriend. Shout out to my girlfriend Emma. That was a big wicket before lunch. Hopefully it's another great test match.
I reckon Emma thought it was out. There you go.
The Shubman Gill's wicket was immediately met by one of our correspondents who said Shubman Dill, which felt about right.
I wish I'd thought of that.
Part faces Boland, strokes him all the way to mid-on, no run.
But they're coach killers. For Gordon Gambier trying to use Rishabh Pant as an example. And I reckon Shubman Gill's, without replaying all his dismissals this series, have been incredibly soft. There's been flashes at half volleys that he nicks, but then he plays these incredible shots where you go, wow, this guy's got talent. Why did he run down the wicket?
A mystery. Boland around the wicket. Part on the pads. They're up and asking no. Marnus is saying inside edge at gully.
So I'd go up then.
Is our worst judge.
If Marnus doesn't think it's out, it's got to be out.
So Scotty's had a couple of good shouts, clearing the throat at the start of the session. Doesn't go to the third umpire for IMR, trusted by tradies for insurance call 1-3
I don't think
today.
he did hit it.
No, that's just front pad, back pad.
Oh, no.
Where do you reckon that is?
I mean, height's always the problem. Although Punt's not a tall man.
No, it's knee roll on the front
that's
pad.
Close, I reckon.
Boland on the follow-up. Part forward, defending easy out to the covers. Yeah, soft hands, takes the single. It's 3 for 60.
And get yourself down the other end. Boland's just targeting the front pad of Coley and Punt, isn't it? It's excellent bowling. I wouldn't mind a little tracker on that one, Gerard.
There was one earlier in the series that Australia missed out on for the very same reason. Both pads, when they heard
the two noises.
Yeah. Nothing yet on the pay.com.au replay screen. Coley's on 12, faces up to Boland, runs the ball to Marnus at gully. It's been a bit of rinse and repeat in that. Coley's just lent on those. Sent Marnus into action in the gully, no run.
So he's fine outside off stump. We're getting a tracker now.
Oh, geez,
looks
got a
worse.
good shout. Umpire's call on the leg bail.
It doesn't look like that, does it?
It's done a lot on the projection.
Because Punt, he's not tall. It hit him around knee roll.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, Coley is very good in forward defence when the ball's on the stumps. As soon as you get wider, that's what he's nicking.
Over the wicket now. Coley got a bit tied up as he played it to leg, and Constas comes quickly out of leg gully to make sure there's no run.
Just 12 wickets at 17 in this series for Big Bolo.
Yeah. I did notice coming here that he was back under an average of 20, so 46 wickets at 19.84, and then took a wicket in his first over.
Well, if he gets... How many wickets has he taken?
47 now.
If he takes another hit, 153 at that rate, he'll join Bumrah, won't he?
Coley faces up, turns to leg. That's where Constas is in the gully. Knocks it down on the way through. One from the over, 3 for 60. Toyota scoreboard don't send to you to do a Hilux job.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Now, some great messages coming through. Driving to Drysdale with my girlfriend Maddie. Got her right into Test cricket now. She's loving it. Just wanted to give her a shout out. Cummins to Part. Flicks from his pads. Down to fine leg for 4. Part moves to 6. Have listened to all the SEN broadcasts throughout the series from Vero Beach, Florida, in the US. We've got just listening to your coverage on our way from Tokyo to Mount Fuji. Big shout out to the family who are all enjoying the coverage. That's Gowan.
That's fantastic.
Lovely to hear from all of you. SEN Test cricket is for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Part leaves outside the off stump with a score at 3 for 64.
Cummins looks like he's really charging in here. He is getting better throughout the series. That was a great man of the match in Melbourne, wasn't it? The runs were so important. Just that responsibility of captain just seems to fit so well with him. I think he's getting his own bowling right. You wouldn't say that he over bowls. He definitely loves getting the ball when the opposition captain or best batsman's in.
Part's on 6. Cummins bowls to him. He leaves outside the off stump. So we've got Rowett on the awkward pull in the first innings and Rahul with the ball of the innings. Bumrah late in the piece and then cracked it open with Rowett and Rahul in the same over in the second innings, and then Jacewell, who was the stumbling block.
Slower ball bouncer, a little bit of T20 cricket, which is something interesting. 4 years ago, Rishabh Pant, I think, a 36 and 97 in that draw. I just remember then not going to T20 bowling. It was very predictable. You know, Bahari and Ravi Ashwin were able to bat out the draw.
Pant sleeves out of the bouncer. How about this? Putting together IKEA furniture in Cambodia. Test match cricket, the only thing keeping me sane. I feel like there's quite a backstory there. On the train to Melbourne for a wedding. We'll have to turn off for the ceremony, but we'll keep tabs on day one thereafter. Listening to your coverage from Snug Beach, right next to Snug Oval. Go Bo. It's Cummins to Parks, who's forward defending to mid-on.
That's hitting the bat hard, Pat Cummins. Just in the mid to 1 high 130s, but bringing Pant and Coley forward. And just if the pitch is a little bit slow, you want to get the outside edge when they are coming forward and potentially trying to check drive. That's where these outside edges will carry to the three slips in place.
Cummins rounds his mark. Pant 4 to defend the last ball of the over. 3 for 64. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, Scott Boland. 1 for 6 from 7 overs. Virat Kohli has the strike. He turns to leg. He'll get a run past Constas at gully. Stark Fields in the deep. Kohli's 13. It's 3 for 65. Got on tour in Krabi in Thailand. That's Adam from Preston. High from Hokitika. Population 3,000 on New Zealand's west coast of the South Island. Looking out over the Tasman Sea towards you and taking in your evocative word pictures. That's from Paul. Craig's thatching his lawn in Emu Plains. 3 slips and a gully in place. Pounce on 6 around the wicket bowler. Team almost chopped it on. Defended the ball back toward and over the stumps.
Great bowling. Around the wicket, it really does challenge Rishabh Pant's ability to know exactly where his off stump is. Do you play at it? Do you leave? And that jagged back in significantly and with steep bounce. It's the length that I love from Boland. I think he just bowls a fraction fuller than the other Australians.
Boland's on the move. Bowls. Pant jammed up in defence. Gets it away. There's some good analytics around ahead of this test match. So Jasprit Bumrah has a bowling strike rate in Australia of 40.2 in test matches, which is the best in the history of the format for any visiting bowler. Minimum 11 overs. And in fact, it's the 3rd overall behind only Scott Boland, 33.8, 16 innings, and James Pattinson, 40.1 from 20 innings in Australia.
I mean, if you work on, I think 55 balls per wicket is very good. And then you start to get Waqar Younis and Stain getting into the high 40s.
Boland to Pant, squared up, threatening that front pad that squeezes out to gully. Marnus Fields, no run.
That is outstanding.
Yeah.
40 balls per wicket.
Boland 34 balls per wicket. Number
34?
1 all time. Yeah, so Bumrah number 1 all time visiting bowler. 40.2 and Scotty Boland number 1 overall 33.8. They've decided Head's going to go in under the helmet here.
That's a good decision to do that because Pant's getting caught on the crease and the ball is seaming insignificantly. You don't want a bat onto pad that just floats nowhere. You want it caught. I don't think they need square leg.
No, so Constas just moves a couple of steps to his right.
I wouldn't mind him a leg gully.
Yes, like he is when Kohli has the strike. Boland to Pants, runs the ball out to point, so he's able to collect a single and get off strike. You don't want to be pegged for too long down Boland's, and 3 for 66 on the run.
That's smart. He's done that twice now, Rishabh Pant. And it looks easy for him there. Yeah, those strike rates are insane. And maybe, the game, the batsmen play a few more shots and the game has accelerated a bit in the last few years. But that's very quick to be able to get a wicket on average.
Boland's already got the wicket of Jacewell. He bowls to Kohli, who dead bats to point, takes off. Boland has to do his own fielding, or he gives the line right of way. Tip and run from the last ball of the over. Kohli keeps the strike. He's 14. It's 3 for 67 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
If
If you're tired of dirty wheels on your European vehicle, listen up because Bendix has the answer. Euro Plus brake pads from Bendix feature dust reduction technology that will have your wheels looking cleaner for longer. But it's not just about the looks. Euro Plus pads are the perfect OE replacement, offering smooth, quiet and more confident braking. Ask your mechanic to fit them at your next service. Get Bendix Euro Plus brake pads today and enjoy superior braking without the dust. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
The lunchtime attendance was 45,465, which was already a record for day one of the SCG against India. Cummins begins the over. Coley drives inside edge into his pads. It's okay. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Oh, Stephen from Clyde North made progress. Holes filled, painting done. Now outside with the high-pressure hose cleaning concrete. Good on you, Steve.
Yeah, good on you, Steve.
It's only 1:30.
Yeah. What's he doing post-tea? Steve, let us know.
What's your
You're
order
building
of
a
jobs?
house.
Order of jobs to get through. Our experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Cummins bowls to Coley, who drives in the air momentarily. It lands short of mid-off Constance Fields. Lisa Sthalekar, welcome back.
Afternoon, gents. Sun is shining now.
Beautiful conditions.
Oh, can you believe it here in
No,
Sydney?
I can't, actually. What was happening earlier today, Lisa? Why were we having...
I don't know.
Forecast looked great.
I landed at 8 a.m. and I was like, sorry,
what's going on?
Rain was not supposed to be on the menu for today, but the sun is shining.
A couple of patrons up above the sight screens being told to either push
it's you
on or
guys,
sit down.
pink caps.
Gee, I thought he was doing the Constance, trying to gee up the crowd. Yeah, what are you doing there?
He actually turned and went, what do you mean, what am I doing?
Cummins to Coley, forward and defending.
I can't think that they're big cricket fans. They just thought that was the best position to take some photos,
Well,
which
it
in
is.
theory it is.
Right behind the bowler's arm.
They are accredited.
Yes.
Wow, they are. They've got decent cameras too.
Come on, lads.
Be better.
So it's sort of the partial accreditation. Those who know what they're doing are inside the fence.
And now
with their
they're
vests
nowhere.
on.
They're taking photos of the cameraman in front of them.
And standing in front of other patrons.
Oh, they are too. Sit down.
Push off.
One has, and the other one's standing up.
Cummins over the wicket. Coley drives the full ball back down the ground, past the stumps of the non-strikers. A couple to be had under the sight screen. They have a look at a third and will come as Stark heaves it in over the bowler's stumps.
Yeah, good shot. Good proactive movement by Coley. He's looking more and more comfortable, and to be able to drive the ball back to just past the stumps, past the bowler Cummins' foot as he tried to soccer it and stop the ball, trap the ball, couldn't do it, and Coley was off. A little bit running down the pitch, but slowly veered off.
3 for 70. Coley 17. It's Part who has the strike. Cummins bowls to him. Shams down on a ball to the leg side. He'll get a single out to square. 3 for 71. And one to come in the over.
Elite said this. Such a good set.
It's tough work at the moment for Coley and Pant facing Boland and Cummins. They'll want to get through and force a bowling change. There's been some rotation to strike, which is good. But they look behind, and there is plenty of catches behind.
Cummins to Coley. Plays it away to mid-wicket, no run. 3 for 71 at the end of the over. Toyota Scoreboard don't send to you to do a highlights job.
Don't know how much super is enough? Don't know when you can afford to stop working? Or don't know how to make your money last through retirement? Don't be shy about retiring. You're not alone. Millions of Australians have the same questions. Equip Super. We equip you for retirement. Find out more at equipsuper.com.au or call 1800 777 060. PDS and TMD available on our website. Consider if our products are right for you. Together Trustees, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 246383.
Test cricket for Royal Caribbean comes Boutique Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 3 for 71. Coley 17, part 8. Boland 8 overs, 1 for 9. And he's got 4 maidens in there. He is bowling from the Randwick end under ever-brightening skies here in Sydney. Parts clips to leg, and he'll be able to take a run between Constas and Cummins at mid-wicket and mid-on respectively. 3 for 72. We knew Australia's team well before the team sheet was handed in, Mitch Marsh being the 12th man, but it was the emergency fielders that have given an insight into what's happening next. So Peter Hanscom and Todd Murphy have both been brought into the, not the squad, but into the setup. They'll be substitute fielders. So it's a pretty fair guess that they're going to Sri Lanka. And then we've been told that Matthew Kuhneman's going to join as well as the week unfolds.
There's your squad.
Boland to Coley, plays from the stumps out to the leg side, all sent back by Punt. That was there. Head had a bit of work to do from mid-on. They just smile, hand up to each other.
It's a bit like warm-ups, isn't it? You kind of know who's the 12th, 13th in that sense, who's not playing. Australia almost showing their hand. And it's funny, I was on the spin last night and Sam Harper was next to me and he was saying Pete Hanscom has to go to Sri Lanka. His ability to play spin is just too good to miss.
Coley runs the ball into the gully. He's caught. Brilliant catch, Webster. At third slip, open blade from Coley. He perishes and Webster's in the action again. Big hulking frame out to his left. He swallows that ball up. Boland gets him. Finally, Coley goes for 17. It's 4 for 72.
It's just unrelenting, isn't it? They've just targeted Coley outside off stump all summer and he's nicked it continually. That one was a really good ball as it was a bit straighter and he just gets that steep bounce. Coley couldn't control the stroke. And we're talking so much about Bo Webster's batting and his bowling medium pace off spin. But I'm telling you, we are significantly improved with him in the slips, and he's a very good outfielder as well.
Yeah, I got a little sense on social media. They mic'd up Bo Webster for a training session, and you could see that he was in the slips corner, and he was actually explaining, I don't know who it was to, but he looked very assured of himself. He's taken 24 catches last season in the Sheffield Shield. His feet kind of went under him, but because his hand-eye coordination is so good and he's got buckets for hands, it just, as you said, Gerard, he swallowed it up.
Just easy.
Yeah.
Shelling peas.
He's running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong. What rather amuses me is Steve Smiths has taken 193 catches in career. His ratio is going to drop significantly because Webster just gets to them before he does. Those balls are going to Smith's left at second slip, but Webster comes across in front to the right. And because he's got such wingspan, he has right of way.
Well, let's get Cam Green back in the gully. they'll be touching fingers, gully to third slip.
Yeah, good luck trying to get something and thread it through there.
And then they're bowling and batting. That is exciting.
So right through the innings, Coley's playing that ball to gully, to gully, to gully. He's never getting a run for it. And then he gets 1-2 fine and he nicks off. Jadeja's the new man in. He's defending the first ball from Boland, which is zeroing in on the stumps.
I think just a little bit of extra bounce. And that playing with a open face. Yeah. And that's the big thing. And it hasn't just been happening this series. It's happened for the last 2 years. He's just getting targeted from a wide length and a wide line.
And then you kind of think back, they turned down a single that could have got him up the other end.
Boland around the wicket. Jadeja from his toes flicks wide of mid-on. Cummins has got a chase. That was well struck. It's racing toward the rope. Cummins has to put in the big slide, which he does. Saves the boundary. Keeps it to 3. It's 4 for 75.
That's why there's key moments in test matches, and it can be a turning down of a single, or it can be Mitch Starc in the other test match where he kept, who did he keep on strike? He was out in the outfield, I can't remember now, and then the next ball got a wicket. So those little moments can have a huge impact on the test match.
It was in Brisbane, wasn't it? So last ball of another successful over from Scott Boland. He delivers to Parts, who defends the ball to the vacant cover region and takes a single. Boland 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 14. He is the leading wicket taker. Before you dig, before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. 4 for 76. Adam Collins in for Bundaberg Gingirbia.
Take 1, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
For the Henley Main View Collection prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Adam Collins jumping in. I've got Damien Fleming and Lisa Sthalekar with me for 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food, Australia, up and running in the middle session. Boland gets Coley for the 4th time in the series. Cummins away from us to Richard on 10. Delivers here and he bends at one nearly. Pulls out just in time. Some interest from the cordon, not quite so much from the captain. Dot ball.
And Rishabh Pant actually walking towards the change room. So don't do that. Walk the other way. But one thing is for sure, both Boland, Cummins, they're honing in on a right line and length. It is hard going for the Indians at the moment. There's enough sideways movement just to cause enough trouble for both the players out there and Coley, who's just gone as well.
Just their bat planes too, you know, coming from almost gully, swiping across the ball.
Cummins packs Corden, bowls to Richard, leaves a ball that seams away into the gloves of Carey.
I just feel like Pat Cummins is due. He's due for another wicket. He's bowling that well.
He's due for a wicket. Hasn't got one, but it feels like he should. Just on those bat planes, you know, what a long time ago, everyone said when you go to the subcontinent, the pitches are lower, slower, you know, heavier bats. But one thing has changed, the IPL and the fact that they want to establish their fast bowlers. There are enough pitches and bounce and carry in India.
Cummins away from us, delivers to Rishabh over the wicket, leaves again, close to the off stump.
So my point is, why are the Indian batsmen having that type of plane? Because that doesn't fly even over there, I think, on certain grounds. Yes, you're going to get a Chennai that's going to be slower and slower and takes to spin, but pace bowlers can be just as effective as well.
Yeah. I don't think it's just Indian batsmen either.
You think in general
I think
because
there's a
of
footwork,
T20 cricket?
50-over cricket,
yep.
throwdowns, wangers, not facing actual bowlers.
Cummins is changing his angle. Round the wicket, past umpire Goff bowls here. Richard using his feet, slapping into the turf. Nearly hits the off stump. Ever so close to running back into the woodwork. Well, look at that. Richard
There was
first
spin
ball
on
after
that.
the change of angle.
He actually, I think he hit an off spinner. If he'd hit a leg break, that would have spun back on the stump. So he just winds up, and I reckon the second bounce does a, it does an offie, it does a line. If he'd done a warning, he was in trouble.
Basically, it's a pitching wedge and just chipped past the hole and spun back into the hole.
Cummins again. What about the shot from Punt? Stays at home to defend, out to cover, wants one, won't get one. How about that Cummins? One ball round the wicket, and straight away there's Rishabh dancing at him. We spoke a lot last week, Flem, about high percentage, low percentage with Rishabh Punt. According to reports, he copped a bake for his shot in the second dig in the dressing room, and had he gotten out there, he would have copped another for sure.
You wonder what premeditates that, isn't it? He's been defensive, blocking, charging, gets a similar ball and he blocks it. Now Cummins coming back over the wicket now. I like how he can adjust his line subtly.
So last ball here from Cummins, up to Richard, over the wicket, and he plays from the outside part of the bat out to Nathan Lyon at point. End of a maiden. 4 for 76 India on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a youth to do a highlights job. Punts on 10, Jadeja's 3.
Top mechanics agree. Euro Plus brake pads from Bendix are the superior brake pad for European vehicles. So it makes sense they're paired with Euro Plus disc brake rotors. Both with unrivaled performance you won't find in original equipment parts. Leading technology, precision engineering, just like your European vehicle. Euro Plus brake pads and disc brake rotors. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
Our second session for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. This pair put on 204 for the 7th wicket on this ground back in 2018, where Richard made a glittering 100 and Jadeja 83. What they would give for anything remotely like that today. They can bat for a session, it would do India a world of good at 4 for 76.
Even 15, 20 overs,
yes.
Right?
They take it. Boland, 48 test wickets. Round the wicket, delivers here. Jadeja plays and misses down the 4th stump line. Angles away. How effective, Boland.
I like how Jadeja, after the play and miss, goes, should have left it. Looks up, Pant saying, should have left it as well.
No, he should have had a go at it.
Just the ability, the angle to come around and then for the ball to nip away from the left-hander. Exceptional skills by Boland.
He's been seaming it in too, so just to have that other one go that way.
Sun's out, bowls here. Jadeja stays at home and defends. Tom Morris with us as well with the good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
Virat Kohli went 69 balls without a boundary, longer than he's ever gone in the start of a test innings before. Scotty Boland, I love this stat, Lisa. 4 for 32 from 89 balls. Maybe it's because I'm a Victorian, I'm not sure. But he's got the wood over Virat Kohli.
He's got 48 test wickets at 19 overall.
Unbelievable.
Wouldn't it be special if he can get wicket number 50 today?
Big his ball.
Could be 49 right here. Bowls to Jadeja, leaving alone. He's brought the short leg in since the previous delivery, operating round the wicket.
You don't say this much. Too wide, bowler. Get it in. Do you like... He doesn't get left a lot, does he? He's always challenging. He's had a couple of LB shouts. There's been the edge behind. Playing misses.
The other thing with numbers, Boland's not far from 2,000 career balls, which is when the statisticians count your career, so to speak. He was 80 balls away when he started this innings, so reinforces how important he's been for Australia. Over the wicket, change of angle, close to the off stump, over the top of the off stump, left on length. Well bowled.
He's a great number 4 bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
Can you believe it?
Fantastic.
Like, he comes in and absolutely takes his opportunities. And the amount of times, and we've spoken about it at length, that he goes from ball one, he challenges the batters. There's no sighter. There's no let you have a look at my pace, my bounce. No, I'm challenging the outside edge or the stump straight away.
Dream come true for a captain. So effective early in spells. Played a big hand in winning that World Test Championship final. Got Kohli and Jadeja in that spell. Delivers to the ladder here. Round the wicket, Jadeja edge and put down by Steve Smith, a second slip. Genuine edge straight into the bread basket. In and out. Went to him quickly. We're behind Smith from our vantage point. We'll see the replay for pay.com.au.
Didn't he? He seemed to jump in the air, whereas it looked like it was just regulation. It did come very, very quick.
I was going to say, it looked like it really surprised him with pace. Hit him in the belly. Didn't get the hands up in time.
It looked like he was half with the fingers were going to go up to the air, sky, whereas he should have had him down all the way.
So drops, Boland to Jadeja, plays late, plays off the front foot, opens up the blade. So Nathan Lyon at backward point, ends the maiden. 4 for 76, it should be 5 down. Drop catch, Jadeja 3, punt on 10, Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At MoleMap, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
A change of bowling for Australia. Mitchell Starc back into the attack, replacing Pat Cummins, and a change in commentary as well. Simon Katich in for 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food this session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. G'day, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Lise, all our listeners.
Interesting, hey?
Yeah. Don't see that often.
No, you don't see Smith.
Dark got the first earlier today. 3 slips bowling here. Back off the seam to Richard, who leaves alone on length. So he had, as Fleming explained, he had his sort of fingers down, didn't he? And in hindsight, it might have been one of those where he would have been better served going down lower like Ricky Ponting and taking your fingers up.
But the fact that he didn't get his hands up there and it just hit him in the belly, you don't often see a slip fielder do that.
I just wonder whether he actually picked it up quick enough, because it looked like he was startled as soon as it went through his hands. He was shocked that it had got to him so quickly.
The way he went down, it looked like he got shot.
He tried to kick it up with his left leg as well. Starc in here, bowls and beats the edge of Richard, who came down the pitch with the front foot, but the ball just moved away off the seam.
He's fighting himself here, Richard Pant. He knows he'd be in the gun after that MCG test for those 2 dismissals. And Gordon Gambier has publicly said anyone that doesn't want to play the way he wants the Indian team to play in Test cricket, he'll say thank you to them. So I think at the moment he's just not sure how to go about this situation, because it's doing enough, but his natural game is to counter-attack and take the bowling on.
He's had 2 bumper test matches here at the SCG, averaging 150. Starc to him here. Richard hit high on the bat, maybe on the glove, spills into the offside extra bounce there from Starc. So, yeah, 159 not out in 2018. We touched on that before. And that 97 chasing in 2021, where for about 5 minutes there, it looked like Richard was going to take Australia down and charge to that 400 target or wherever they were set on that final day. And that sort of reinforces why he's got so much confidence. He's been hit there, judging by the replay. Bad angle there, looks like top hand.
Yep. Actually, bottom hand bicep.
Got that high, did it? Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Click the glove, then the bicep.
That's steep bounce from that length.
Yeah.
And you can understand why he didn't read the bounce, because it feels like it's jumped a fair bit from that length.
Just on Richard, his strike rate in Test cricket is 73. At the moment, it's 34. So he is wrestling with himself. He's only hit the 1 boundary, and for a guy that likes to kind of clear the front leg, it must play with your mind, doesn't it?
Oh, definitely. And I think the other thing about this is that conditions throughout this series have been tricky for the batsman against the new ball. And this ball's still only 34 overs old, so it's relatively new. You can still see the writing on it.
It's worth noting that Kamlesh Jain, the Indian physio's out there at the moment, he copped a bad whack. So it was really low on the bicep, near where the elbow folds, and he was grimacing when they put the ice pack on him. So, now we're getting a look on the pay.com.au screen, a huge bruise.
No, so that couldn't have happened straight away.
No.
So
maybe hit him on the bruise.
Yeah, that's a previous one.
Might have hit him where he was hit last week.
Yeah, he got one last week, and the spray came out, and they sprayed his other arm that hadn't been hit. And then they went to the right arm, and I reckon it was his left. I think that one was on a pull shot, and he was through the shot, and it got him on the...
Yeah, he's got some war wounds, which, to be fair, he has many a time out here in Australia. He's copped a fair bit. Ravi Chandranashwin as well in the previous tours, but he's grimacing, isn't he? He's flinching every time the ice is there.
You could see on the replay, square of the wicket when he was hit, Sam Constance goes, ouch. And going to get some strapping on that arm just beneath where the bruise was last week, Lisa.
Yeah. So just a bit of Coban, no doubt, to reduce the swelling.
A couple of Panadine forts and you're away.
Tom Morris with us.
Push on.
Have you explored what a slips cordon would look like with Cameron Green and Bo Webster in the one region? There'd be no other slips required.
You don't, just 2 guys for 4 slips?
Yeah. And 2 gullies. Bo Webster's got 4 slips covered and Cameron Green's got probably 3 gullies covered.
Well, dare to dream. I mean, Green won't be fit for Sri Lanka, but you'd imagine he will be for the test in the middle of the year in the Windies and the World Test Championships. They might feature in the same 11. Who's to know?
How much how much cricket would he have played? That's going to be the real question for them. Ideally, they'd love to bring him back in, but what's the lead up? And they want to make sure they get it right because they don't want to go down the same avenue of bringing him back too early and then more niggles occur or do more damage.
Because he's already remodelled his action once. I remember talking to Matt Mason about it, who was the Scorchers and WA bowling coach a few years ago before he headed back to England, and they did a lot of work with Greedy to get him back on the field, and now obviously it's a recurrence.
So we reset. Hunt's waiting for Stark. 3 left in the over. Then a 5-minute interruption. To the crease here. Paddington ends. Leaves alone outside the off stump. The ball carries through nicely to Carey, who takes it above his head.
Yeah, we've seen a number of balls today really fly through and bounce. There was one off Mitchell Stark earlier, I think, to Virat Kohli that went over Alex Carey for 4 byes. Just took off. So you just wonder whether there are some cracks under this grassy surface which will start opening up and coming out in the coming days once the heat ramps up.
I've never heard so much chat about grass in my life than there was this morning. That's a Homer 31.
Yeah.
The curator here has done well briefing out the work. That's looking good so far, playing well, as you say. Stark in here, full and straight, middle stump line. Punt plays it comfortably to mid-on where Cummins does the fielding. Stark in the low 140s.
My ears pricked up straight away when he said it's aggressive grass. Straight away I was like, I like the sound of this.
Can you explain to me what the aggressive grass is?
I thought it might have had a Croatian background to it, Lisa. As soon as he said aggressive grass.
So Stark's got 1 left in the over. He's in here to punt. Hit him once. 3 slips to the gully. Delivers here. Punt leaves close to the off stump. Back again off the seam. That's a top over from Stark. 4 for 76 to score on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job. Jadeja's 3, punts 10.
A word from Aussie Test captain Pat Cummins for Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. There's also runner-up prizes, including signed cricket gear and some other awesome freebies. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, and head to the website to upload it. Easy as.
Visit liars.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Scott Boland's got 2 for 14 from 10. He's all over them. In here, bowls to Jadeja, who's on the front foot, pushing out to backward point where there won't be a run. This is the definition of a must-win game for India. They can still retain the border Gavaskar, 2-all, of course. If they win here, they keep open their door to make the World Test Championship final. But they have lost 5 of their last 7. On that World Test Championship rubric, they were at 74% in top spot by a mile. Now they're 53% and need to win here and results to go their way in Sri Lanka. So it's a huge week for them. And they're 4 for 76. They need their lower middle order to step up. Boland, Ram Weekend, delivers to Jadeja and beats him outside the line. That's beautiful bowling again. Found his edge in the previous over. He's got a good record against Jadeja. Around the wicket, working him over.
Yeah, he's been brilliant, Scott Boland. And you look back at that Indian series against New Zealand prior to this series here, and they will regret losing 3-0 because in their home conditions, that's unheard of. But credit to the Kiwis for outplaying them at home. It's a remarkable series.
And Corden are ready and waiting. Boland into Jadeja, delivers here, leaves the ball that comes back off the seam. So landing on the very same spot on that Tahoma grass and moving in different directions in the space of a couple of balls.
I was just saying in the ad break, when you look down the pitch, there's still these like green tram lines, and that whenever I see that, as a batter, I think, okay, the ball is going to potentially, on the greener, live grass, is going to move around a little bit more. On the darker patches or the brown patches, it might come through nicer. So it does play in your mind.
So Boland keeping things different. Changes angle over the wicket. Jadeja leaves on the angle. What do you think? Over the wicket, round the wicket, the better play for Boland to Jadeja?
Oh, look, it depends what line he's trying to attack. I think over the wicket, he can pitch the ball in line with leg stump and get it to nip across the left-hander. If he feels like he can't attack the stumps as much from around because there's too much movement. And generally when he comes around, he's looking to angle it in and then nip the ball away to catch the outside edge. So a bit like what Siraj did to Khawaja the other day at the MCG, now he's gone back around. So maybe he's just trying to test out his...
Yeah, he's changing bowl to ball here. Bowling around the wicket. Jadeja defends from the crease to short leg, no run.
Just test out how he's lining the ball up from both angles and seeing which one he looks more comfortable with.
It's a tactic that you often see in white ball cricket to keep the batter at bay so they don't kind of line you up. So to see it in Test cricket going ball after ball, almost swapping and changing, I find that fascinating.
And he's got the control to be able to just change at will, Scott Boland. Like he's so metronomical. He's been amazing.
So last ball here. Jadeja hanging in there. Boland delivers and Jadeja deflects to short leg from the leg stump line. Another maiden. Got ball pressure building. 4 for 76 India. Jadeja 3, punt on 10. On the Toyota scoreboard, don't send the youth to do a Hilux job.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
Got Lisa Sthalekar and Simon Katich with me for 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food. Stark away from us. Paddington end. Rishabh punts on 10. Bowls here well down the leg side. This has been such a happy hunting ground for Australia in recent years. They've lost one match here in their last 23 starts. That was against England in 2011. Heavy defeat there, but since then, yet to drop one. As for India, they've played here 13 times and only won once, and their last 3 visits have been draws.
1978.
That's it. Bang on, Kat, doing the research.
The sledging has begun. I like it. Good aggression, Lisa.
Bang.
I like it.
I thought I'd get in first.
His 8th over here, Stark. His 4th spell. Bowls here, hits in. Punt going back, trying to ride the bounce. Calling straight for the medical staff. His umpire, Goff, got him on the side of the lid. He was trying to get out of the way, then realised he couldn't, had to brace for contact. 145 kilometres an hour. Stark goes up to him. He's fine. He's on his feet. He's having a chat to the bowler, but they'll have to go through the process here. And just looking on the body language, you want to hit him on the shoulder on the way through to the helmet. Either way, we'll see a number of replays for pay.com.au.
Well, there wasn't... there was a bit of a worry, wasn't there, from Mitch Stark, because he didn't appeal, he didn't do anything, he just ran straight down there to see if he was okay. So it looks like it, shoulder, grill, yeah.
So it's not they'll obviously replace the helmet, they'll make sure that his jaw and his cheek are okay. This might end up becoming the drinks break. Looks like it will be. Yep, the formalities are taking place now. So drinks are on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. There's been 1 wicket since the lunch break. That was Virat Kohli, who was caught at 3rd slip by the debutant Webster from the bowling of Boland. His 2nd wicket for 17. At that point, it was 4 for 72, and they've added 4 further runs. Rishabh's on 10. Jadeja's on 3. We'll take our drinks break, and all the numbers are on the scoreboard. That's the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job. Back in a moment.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day there, a breakdown to watch out for on the Westgate Freeway travelling inbound at Todd Road. The left-hand lane has been blocked off. On the Tulla Freeway, a crash outbound just after Pascavale Road. 3 right-hand lanes out of action there with speed reduced down to 40 k's. The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
Coley runs the ball into the gully. He's caught. Brilliant catch, Webster. At third slip, open blade from Coley. He perishes and Webster's in the action again. Big hulking frame out to his left. He swallows that ball up. Boland gets him. Finally, Coley goes for 17. It's 4 for 72.
Delivers to the ladder here. Round the wicket, Jadeja. Edge and put down by Steve Smith, the second slip. Genuine edge, straight into the bread basket. In and out. Went to him quickly.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
4 for 76. The second time in 2 overs that Rishabh Pant's had a bit of medical attention. This time for the whack to the head, he's fine. They've had the drinks break as well for Billy's superior instant filtered water system. Stark's got 4 balls left in his over. And that physical pressure, that presence from the big experienced left armour. Punt has to regroup. That previous ball was 145 kilometres an hour, about as quick as Stark gets these days. The cordon remains packed. Punt thumps the bat on the turf. Stark up to him here. And Punt leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Has to find a way to dig in here and make sure they don't lose a couple in a hurry.
Yeah, it's just that balancing act between identifying when things start to become more in his favour. And at the moment, there's just enough on offer in this track, either off the surface with a little bit of seam movement or bounce or swing from Stark. So Rishabh Pant is trying to do the right thing at the moment, but at some point he'll feel like he'll get on top, and that's when he needs to be able to identify that and then go with it and get into partnership with Jadeja, who batted beautifully up at the Gabba.
So no short leg. Stark up to Punt here, full and tucked through the onside. Big gap at mid-wicket, 2 men back. One of them, Sam Constas, they'll take 2 on his arm, collected in front of the O'Reillys. Down direct hit, never goes astray. Takes Punt to 12, 4 for 78. India. I love the modern drinks break, by the way. You saw all the energy gels out there in the middle. Saw Scott Boland cleaning his bowling boots to make sure they were nice and ready to go with the long spikes. Very different to when perhaps you were playing, Kat, when it would have been a glass of water or some orange, bit of orange and away you go.
Well, the old glass was brought out.
According to Lisa, I had the green spikes on my gloves playing back in the late 78 when I was 3.
Oh, that was great.
2 left for Stark here.
You were good.
Paddington end to Rishabh Pant. Tempter outside the line, but it does jag back off the seam. This pitch is giving plenty to the fast bowlers.
And just the one on Rishabh Pant when he got hit. We saw a replay as well, and the ball kind of jagged back in, and his hands were nowhere. And he wasn't even looking to duck or weave. He got into that position where he's looking to play, but then, like we were saying, fighting with himself. Do I play? Do I not? Let me just keep my hands down. I've just got to cop it.
And it just looks at the moment like anything that is on the stumps is going to be a little bit easier to score off, whether it's through square leg or mid-wicket or down to fine leg, whereas anything in the channel, harder to drive through cover.
Stark to finish, to punt, who used his bat through point. Square drive of sorts, checks the shot. Nathan Lyon does the fielding. Out towards where the Indian flags are waving. A couple of runs added. Rishabh up to 14. Jadeja's on 3. India 4 for 80 at the end of the over on a Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a to do a Hilux job. After the break, Gerard Whateley in for me.
Summer's in full swing and you're probably asking yourself, why don't we have a pool? So take the plunge now to start swimming in 2025. Get your free quote for a stunning fiberglass pool from Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company. With over 50 sizes and designs available, from small plunge pools, pool spa combos and generous 12-metre pools, Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company will have the perfect fit for your dream backyard. Contact Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company for your free quote today. Visit melbournefiberglasspools.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Scotty Boland, 11 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 14. Should have 3. Jadeja dropped by Steve Smith. Boland around the wicket to Jadeja, who's playing the ball away to mid-off. Sophie across the turf, no runs. This is the 38th over of the innings.
Great length there from Scott Boland. Just see Jadeja getting squared up because it was angled back in, but he just gets that ball to straighten fractionally towards off stump, and the ball just held in the surface a little bit, and that's probably the length that I'm referring to with driving, that length that Boland's hitting. And we saw it with Virat Kohli's dismissal. He's trying to get at the ball, but it just holds in the surface and not easy to drive on the up.
3 slips in the gully, all in place. Boland to Jadeja, bouncer, got down underneath in the nick of time. Tom Morris is keeping the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
Scott Boland's taken 48 test wickets. The 2 batters who he's got out most, Joe Root and Virat Kohli, 4 times each. Big fish only for Scotty Boland.
It's good going, isn't it?
If I'm speaking too much about Scott Boland, let me know.
No, you're allowed to.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yeah. He's bowled exceptionally well. Talk about a player coming in, having a huge impact.
Bat pad in place, hunches down. Jadeja on strike, beaten on the outside edge.
So, Kat, or did you want to ask Tom a question?
Oh, I was just going to say to him,
go for it.
You go first.
No, I was going to go off topic. You stay
I was
on.
just going to stay on Boland.
Yeah.
What are his numbers now in Australia? Because they were elite before this series started.
Oh.
In Australia, 41 wickets at 13.58.
That's under 12 stuff.
Yeah.
Jasper who?
Yeah, those numbers are...
Yeah.
You don't read about them very often, do you?
We're going to say they like your figures?
Mate, no chance. Let's not bring them up.
Boland to Jadeja, turns to the leg, knocked down by head, but he didn't quite grasp it on the bounce, so a single taken, 4 for 81.
I remember Lisa bowling to the boys here in the nets at New South Wales, at SCG nets, and some of the young boys used to get knocked over for fun. Moses was one of them, I reckon. I'm trying to think.
One
Was
of them
Smith?
is second slip.
Yeah, I thought he might have been in the mix as well.
And he carried on as well. He's like, oh, what's this ball? And, oh, the pitch must have done something. And
Yeah, you just had them around your little finger.
Doing it with ease for Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans.
Too good, Gerard, too good.
Head comes out of bat pads, retreats to square leg. Well, it's Boland working on here. He delivers, and Jadeja struck on the ball that jags back in. That's Part, I beg your pardon. So he's in the wars. He's in the wars.
well, this is a guy who's been in the wars, literally, hasn't he? And fought his way back onto the cricket field. And no doubt all of this is insignificant compared to what he's had to go through after that car accident. But can he muster that kind of strength, that resilience, that fight that we saw prior to the crash and then after it to get himself back playing cricket? India needs him to.
Last ball of Boland's over. Parts jagging the ball down in front of him again. It's just hard going. Everything's hard going for India. 4 for 81. Boundaries won't come for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 40% off air fryers by Tefal and Healthy Choice. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, two experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
India 4 for 81. Mitch Starc is bowling from the Paddington end. Jadeja 4, part 14. Jadeja just takes his time to mark out his guard. Starc 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 28. 3 slips and a gully. Australia have not had to alter their field. Right on top. Starc over the wicket, bowls. Jadeja leaves. That ball took off. Carey does a good job to parry it up in the air and haul it in. They're experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat in to join Cats. Welcome back, Bharat.
Afternoon, Gerard. Simon, interesting pitch.
It is.
Yeah.
There's some extra bounce at certain times, and whether that's because there's some cracks under the grass at the moment that we can't quite see. Well, they haven't opened up as much as they will in the next couple of days with more heat, but just see from a distance here some like little lines running down the wicket. So I dare say they'll open up as the test goes on.
Starc just made to wait for a moment or two. Jadeja doing some gardening already now. Starc bowls, Jadeja leaves.
And we did hear, you guys were out there in the middle, the new grass that's being used. And the one thing you do know about new grass is you never know what it's going to behave like.
To Homer 31, Gerard. Replace the legend.
Bermuda grass, apparently.
Bermuda. Runs are being lost in the triangle. They've gone missing.
Are we talking about the what is that, run boat again?
Oh, the run boat. Yeah, that's not quite these conditions today. They're the flatties normally.
Yeah.
You miss out on the flatties and you see it sailing off into the sunset.
Starc bowls, Jadeja leaves again and takes off. What I did notice just how much graffiti is now on the ground with the bowlers' run-ups. It just feels more pronounced here than anywhere else. They paint out their marks and there are letters all over the joint and dots and looks like Hangman.
It's ghetto.
Oh, well, Simon, you're cool.
Hear that from the youngsters, don't you?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It looks like the AC/DC lane in Melbourne, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does feel a bit much.
It does.
Like just a little mark here and there for you. Where you're going to head off from. They still use the little white disc as well. Starc's on his way in. Bowls to Jadeja. It's at the pads, turned away to mid-wicket. Cummins is there, no run.
Bharat, you've obviously been covering a lot of what's happening within the Indian camp this last few days. Would there have been any talk around Reddy batting at 6 in this test, given how he played in Melbourne?
There should have been, but I think they just like Jadeja at 6 because I think they still feel that he can play both games.
Yeah.
Bat with the top order, and then, if it comes to the tail, Reddy's developing into that role.
Leg gully in place. Starc to Jadeja. It was that ball down the leg side, just trying to draw the edge to Constas. He got inside the line.
Though I did get a feeling, and I heard about it as well, that they were contemplating leaving out one spinner, which should have been Washington, and bringing Dhruv Jurel in.
Yeah.
Because yesterday was the first time he batted with the main group, and you could see he was part of the slip cordon discussions. So they did flirt with adding a specialist batter. The way things have gone, maybe they could have done with one.
Reddy has looked much more likely than Jadeja in this series to be able to play the role you're talking about there. Last ball of Starc's over. It's outside the off stump and left to pass. A maiden over. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first. 4 for 81.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Greenkeeping Rooster, who I'll defer to here. Gerard, don't go all American on us, please. It's couch grass in Australia and it's Bermuda grass in America. I'm only repeating what I'm told. The only grass I know greenkeeping Rooster is AstroTurf. That's what we have in the backyard. That's as much mowing as I'm prepared to do. 4 for 81, and Bo Webster's coming back into the attack. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2.
You just got me thinking about all the mowing I have left when I get back home, Gerard. No more excuses of Test cricket and Test tour.
Webster's fresh spell. He's around the wicket. He's bowling to Part, who leaves outside the off stump.
I just wonder whether this move by Pat Cummins, he senses that Rishabh Pant will want to try and break the shackles. So just a slightly slower pace of Bo Webster. He's a good first spell, economical, asked some good questions of Gill and Kohli. But now he's got the 2 left-handers. Just wonder whether Rishabh Pant won't be able to contain himself here and try and play a big drive.
Supported by 3 slips and a galley, Webster bowls. Pant leaves outside the off stump. Cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, as well as fine leg.
And he's the right pace as well, isn't he? For Rishabh Pant to try something funky. He's just tried one crazy shot so far in this innings. So much talk about his dismissals and what was to come out of that. There was one report from India which I didn't buy, that he could get dropped as well.
Parts, edges, drops at 3rd slip. Labuschagne's turn. Part was drawn forwards, legitimate edge. Webster needed Webster there.
Correct. He would have swallowed that up.
Let's have a look side on the pay.com.au replay screen. Pushed forward, legitimate edge, didn't quite carry. Knocked down by Labuschagne. Parts wrapped on the pads. Webster pulled out of the appeal. Initially turned around to ask. Not quite there.
Dropped his napkin off as well, like Mohammad Siraj, and you just hear Rishabh Pant says bat got caught in the pad. Been in the wars in this innings, Rishabh. Blows everywhere.
Useful first over of this spell from Webster. Bowles, Part runs the ball to cover, no run.
Because there was a report about Gambier's chat to the team after the loss there, and the fact that he felt like he needed to take ownership of the ship moving forward now in terms of the way they go about it. And if he's not happy with it, then he was going to say thank you, move on.
Yeah.
Do you think that might have been a slight reference to Rishabh Pant and the way he played in Melbourne?
Last ball of Webster's over. Part defends a maiden. 4 for 81. Tyre Power Scoreboard, customer safety first.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Get your aircon ready for summer and save with these 2 great offers from Chadstone Toyota. AC service for $295 and AC sanitise and deodorant, including AC filter replacement, just $199.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8169. Oh, what a feeling.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. 4 for 81. Part is 14. Jadeja is 4.
Well, even Rohit Sharma, Simon, in the press conference after the last test was more direct than what you expect from a captain about Rishabh Pant's dismissal, that he needs to think about his own game and the way he goes about it. Yes, we know there is the Rishabh Pant way. And then the fact that it led to Gautam Gambhir reportedly saying, I've had enough.
Stark begins his fresh over. He's in from the Paddington end. Bowls. Jadeja jams down on a ball to Gully.
And even some of the other things that were reported in that same article in the Indian Express, which had Gambhir, again, reportedly saying that for 6 months, I've heard a lot about players playing their own game and you want to approach it your own way. But from now on, you listen to what I say. And even in terms of how you train, I thought it was interesting that yesterday's optional training session became a full-fledged training session. So you can see, and I heard things like that come through even after India had gone 2-0 down against New Zealand at home. He said no more optional training sessions before that Mumbai test, the third one.
Stark sets in, bowls, Jadeja stays out of the short ball.
And you put all those things together, I'm sure Rishabh was in the forefront because it was his shot, whether you like it or not, that set in motion the collapse that followed. And probably that's what led to, and probably maybe they had discussions. There were pretty credible reports that he might be left out for Jurel, but then I guess the Rohit Sharma drama took over and
would have sent a strong message to the group about what's expected in those situations moving forward, because what we saw in Melbourne, given how far behind in the test they were, it wasn't good enough. He didn't read the situation well enough in both innings.
Stark bowls, Jadeja forward to defend, thought about the single, Stark swoops, they go back.
And I say that from a place that I actually thought Rishabh Pant could well be the leading run scorer in this series because of how he performed here last time and because of his form coming in from the New Zealand series. He looked like he was playing well in India, but he's had a tough time of it here because the Australian attack had been so disciplined, but also he hasn't been prepared at times to ride things out, much like young Reddy and Sundar did in that test. And they showed the senior Indian batsmen the way in that test. They applied themselves beautifully and they got the rewards on the back of that application.
Stark in bowls, Jadeja leaves outside the off stump.
And you're right. I mean, when you are blessed with the abilities that Rishabh is, you can play multiple types of games, and it was just bad judgment in the first innings with the field set for that shot. And in the second innings, it's almost like the ego got the better of him. Travis Head bowling 3-4 overs. The game was going nowhere. He wanted to make a statement, and, well, he paid for it, and then India paid for it.
Yeah, 99 times out of 100, that ball should not be getting him out.
Jadeja's on 4. Stark to him, sways out of the short ball. Good aggressive fast bowling. Just giving away nothing, are they, here, Australia? So Stark's already set down 3 maidens, Cummins 2, Boland 6, Webster 3, Lyon 1.
It reminds me a little bit of the first day in Perth, except not the same sort of pace in the wicket. It's slower off the surface, but in terms of the conditions for batting and run scoring, it has been a real battle. Australia have been disciplined, and it's not that easy to bat on at the moment.
Jadeja leaves outside the off stump, so a maiden, a 4th from Mitch Stark, 4 for 81 on the Time Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
SEN and Bingley are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat. An unbeatable partnership. Bingley, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Main View collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Bo Webster is bowling to Pant, who leaves outside the off stump. Tommy keeping track of Pant's innings. Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Yeah, 30 off 131 balls in Melbourne in the second innings. 14 not out today at the SCG from 47 balls. The 2 slowest innings of his Test career where he's faced more than 35 balls. So we know he can bat so quickly, not so the last 2 times.
Webster around the wicket to him. Part runs the ball to points. It's covered by Head, no run.
And the thing with Rishabh, though, what we've seen so far in this series is he does have other gears to his game. It's almost gone too defensive. Like he has a couple of occasions and then got himself out. Or he's tried to be over extravagant as he was on that first morning in Perth.
Webster bowls. Parks leans in defence.
He looks like he's having a long net at the moment. Or maybe he's waiting for Nathan Lyon to come on and he feels like the spin might be the safest option to attack, because he does like to attack Nathan Lyon. But Pat Cummins is not going to give him that at the moment.
It's the 50th ball that Rishabh Pant will face in this innings. Webster delivers it to him, and Pant inside edge past the stumps. Down the fine leg for a single. 4 for 82. The run rate is 1.95 and over.
That would have been such a mindset dominated dismissal, wouldn't it? Like tentative defense. He's not thinking run scoring at all. Got lucky there, Rishabh Pant. And the stop order issue for India has continued, especially in the first innings. How often have they relied on the likes of Reddy to bail them out?
These are crucial moments for New Farm Australian through and through. Jadeja defends Webster back down the pitch. He fields in his follow through with a long lean on the left arm.
Yeah, it feels like they're still probably another 5 to 10 overs away from softening the ball and maybe being able to play a little bit more aggressively around the 50 over mark, because at the moment they're still looking very watchful. There's enough on offer.
Last ball of Webster's over. Jadeja inside portion of the batting takes off, got sent back in the nick of time. So fielding was done at mid-on. Abbott the sub on the field. 4 for 82. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipechealth.com.au.
Nitish Kumar ready as the next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. Jadeja 4, Pant is 15. Mitch Stark's unsettled the keeper a few times. He bowls to Pant, who slashed to the ball outside the off stump. No footwork whatsoever. It's a swing and a miss.
Saw the width and instinct took over there. Just wanted to slash that down to third man. Just bounced a bit on him. And that's the tricky part at the moment. That ball's bounced well over the top edge of the bat. Stark's getting some good bounce, the extra height.
He's really enjoying these conditions. We often see him come to the SCG and not look at his best, Mitchell Stark.
1 for 25 this session in the best part of 90 minutes. Stark bowls, Pant cuts well. He missed the previous, he cashes in that time, slapped it to turf, put it through backward point for 4. A rare boundary for Zito. Do it with a Zito Power Tools. It's 4 for 86.
Yeah, that was just a bottom hand jab, really. Didn't try to overhit it. Just let the bottom hand do all the work and pace of the ball, and it raced away behind point. And that's the key on this wicket at the moment. You don't have to overhit the ball.
Stark 1 for 32. This is his 12th over. Bat pad in place. Line pushes a little deeper at points. Stark bowls. Pant leans on the ball to Lyon. He does the fielding. No run.
It just looks like he's trying to control his hands as much as possible, not let them get too far away from his body at the moment. There's a good example there. Just letting it come, steering it to Nathan Lyon at backward point, just letting the pace of the ball do the work for him.
Scoreboard going nowhere at the moment. This is the 43rd over of India's innings. Stark in past umpire golf balls. Part down the leg side, had a dash. No, there is a question being asked. Head was the first to go at short leg. Carey didn't really detect anything. Cummins is just thoroughly checking.
They're still considering it.
No, don't go.
And this is after Manas did not appeal. He obviously he hears things.
We're going to look at a replay.
Just a pocket, maybe?
Just a pocket.
Yeah. The dynamic of having two reviews left. The first one's an aggressive review.
Yes.
The second one, you start to hedge your bets because you're like, if we burn this, we've only got one left.
Yeah.
And then the last one you hold on to for dear life.
Stark. Full toss. Straight into head on the flick. That will have hurt, and it will have stopped the boundary as well. It just gives the left thigh a rub. He bent the knee at the wrong time. It would have hit the padding, but he wore it on the upper portion of the leg instead.
Rishabh couldn't believe he missed out on that one. He's been fighting so hard. There was a full toss on his pads. Again, it's that mindset thing, isn't it, Simon?
It's a cruel game. This happens when things haven't quite been going your way. Pick out the fielders, doesn't go in the gap.
Last ball of Stark's over. Punts on 19. He stays out of the bounce, though, which Carey is able to get a glove to take the pace off. That was heading to the boundary. It's a single, a bye instead. 1 for 87. Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Men out for India. Rahul for 4, Jaiswal for 10, Gill for 20, Kohli for 17 in this session. Part's 19, so on the cusp of being the high bat for Australian outdoor living, bringing the backyard dreams to life. Webster is bowling to him, and Part is defending the ball out to the offside. Ravi Shastri is back with us. Ravi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, Bharat. Scoreboard's going nowhere. It's 4 for 87. They're going at 2 and over. It's 43 overs bowled. So I think the important one of these two, just try and shift gears, because when you get into a situation like this, you lose a couple of wickets, and suddenly when you look up at the scoreboard, it's not a pretty picture.
Carey up to the stumps. Part defends back down the pitch from Webster.
And it's not rotating enough to strike.
And you've seen so much of Rishabh, Ravi. It just almost looks like he's gone either ultra defensive or he's just tried to beat Rishabh Pant.
Correct. I think it's obviously there must have been a chat after the last test. But I think his great strength is to allow him to play his natural game. Be a little more smart with the shot selection.
Webster around the wicket. Part defends.
Because for him to play in this fashion, it's just a case of, one ball will have your name written on it. And the last thing you want is, after doing all the hard work, is again to be out defending.
Almost looks like he's walked out there to make a statement that I can play this way as well.
Yeah. And he did that. I think it's just a case of, like I mentioned, short selection, being selective.
Webster bowls to him. Part leaves outside the off stump.
Bo Webster's the kind of bowler, the pace at which he bowls Rishabh will be getting really tempted.
I wonder if Punt has not been just a little bit obstinate here.
No, I heard you. I'll show you.
Whether it's serving the team's purposes or not, Punt leaves outside the off stump.
You can see he's teasing him. He's just bowling wide, hoping he'll go for the slash on the offside. There's no point. There's a man in a straightish cover position.
So Bo Webster's 7th over. It may very well be his 4th maiden if this is a dot ball. Bowls and Punt plays him away to mid-on. He won't beat Boland, who saves the run. A 4th maiden from Bo Webster, none for 3. The Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first, 4 for 87. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Change in bowler for Australia's Pat Cummins. Changing commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. That's me, Adam Collins, Ravi Shastri, Bharat Sundaresan with us as well. Cummins has bowled 11 wicketless overs. Bowled 1 spell in his quiet session. 30 runs in 90 minutes so far. And the wicket of Kohli at the very start of it. Caught in the cordon for 17. Up here Cummins round the wicket. Bounces Jadeja right away, gets underneath it, got the short leg as well. Haven't seen many quiet passages of play through the series, Ravi, but India digging in pretty well. Jadeja's been there 33 balls for his 4.
I just want to see the strike rotating a little more because you're luring yourself into a sense of false insecurity.
Yes, they've been able to set aggressive fields. They've had 3 slips of gully, short leg for the vast majority of the day. 45th over. Cummins from our Paddington end. Round the wicket to Jadeja here. Fuller leaving alone just outside the line of the off stump.
So you've got this ball, like you mentioned, 45 overs old, so it would be a little softer. It's not doing much of the seam. So if you want to take that extra risk, I think this is the time. Bowlers will be tiring as well. Half an hour to go for tea.
Cummins, good record here at Sydney. Has one everywhere, doesn't he? Cummins, 31 wickets at 23. Picked up a fifer this time last year against Pakistan on this ground as well.
Oh, Jadeja's not ready at all. Pat Cummins hadn't seen him.
So Cummins turns where the sawdust is beneath us. Jadeja. It's got him 3 times in Test cricket. Bowls here in Jadeja. Plays forward, inside edge onto the pad. Spills into the offside. Tom Morris with us as well. Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tommy.
Got a question for Ravi and Baz. What do you make of KL Rahul? He is the 6th lowest average of anyone who's played 100 Test innings. Top 7 batter. He averages 33. I think you all agree that he's looked very solid all summer. He's looked good, but his series average is now 32.5.
Yeah, he's been such a mixed bag. It's one of the most confusing cases where he'd start off well, then suddenly in the middle of the series go off the boil. I think it's a good point, Tom. Because with that kind of talent, once you get on a roll, you want to convert it into big scores.
Change of angle over the wicket. Cummins to Jadeja. Goes back and rides the bounce defensively.
Yeah, he first came to Australia 2014-15 and got us 100 at Sydney. And then to play that long for that average, it's a real puzzle.
It's just an enigma, isn't he?
Yep.
Just I remember being there for multiple net sessions, Ravi, when you were coach, and he was in there. Some of the discussions you would have with him. Some days he was obsessed with his technique. Other days he was just happy to have a bat.
Leg slip goes in as well. 2 left in the over. Cummins delivers. It's full and tucked down to fine leg. In front of the trumper stand is where it'll be collected by Scott Boland. 4 for 88, Jadeja 5.
What you need with him is he has to try and fathom out the tempo to his batting. If he gets in, sometimes you're right. He just is overcautious. Whereas with that kind of experience, we should be able to set the tone. With that kind of talent, that kind of skill, that the range of shots that he has.
It's one crack at Rishabh Pant here. He's 19 from 62. Controlled for the most part so far. Round the wicket, Cummins. Leg slip's gone. Bowls here in behind it, defending to cover where Stark will collect. 4 for 88, end of the over. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. Jadeja 5, Punt 19.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin. Then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Got a text from Pearl on 0433 98 11 16 asking if it's the first Bo to play Test cricket for Australia. Not quite. Bo Casson, left arm spinner, was capped 401 in the Windies back in 2008 to a few wickets. Played some cricket here in New South Wales as well.
He lives in Perth now. He was helping out with the Perth Scorchers, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's making quite a name for himself as a coach.
Yeah.
It'll be that man, Bo, to continue. None for 3 from 7. So frugal to start his Test career. Lots of clips doing the rounds at lunch, too, of him playing underage footy for the Tasmanian side and kicking a couple of goals. Glad he picked cricket, doing a job here for Australia. Feels like he'll bowl a lot of overs today as well, Ravi. He's very much in the rotation. He's not just a chop out. 3 slips to gully, round the wicket, bowls to Jadeja, leaving alone a ball that moves after passing the stumps.
And that's just what Australia needs, especially when they've had a long day at the MCG. In that second innings, they need someone who can do the job here, do the fill-in, which Mitch Marsh couldn't. That's why Bo Webster's come into the side, try and get 10, 12 overs out of him.
And there'll be a lot of people around the country who play domestic cricket who'll be buoyed by this, because he's made it not from being a prodigy, but from runs and wickets in the Shield. Bowls here and checking the drive. Out to gully, put down. Over to his left, Nathan Lyon. More backward point than gully. Moving away to his left. We need to see it a second time for pay.com.au. Impression from behind is that it made the journey. So Webster, Tempter, round the wicket, up-ish. Jadeja one hand off the bat. And Lyon did get there with his left hand. It would have been a screamer. Doesn't quite drag it in. So a chance there for Jadeja, who moves to 6 with a single. Webster bowls to punt, using his feet, giving the stumps, going over long on. That's come from nowhere, and he smacks it for 6. Such a Rishabh Pant change of gears from seemingly nowhere, with this session drifting along, making room T20 style, and spanking the debutant back over his head.
Yes, he would have realized that if I have to target a bowler now and get the scoreboard ticking along a bit, it will be Bo Webster. And to be honest, you don't mind this shot because there's no fielders out in the deep. As long as you're going close to the line of the ball, it's fine.
And you could see it coming, especially of Webster. The last couple of overs, he tossed a lot of wide deliveries. He'd left them alone. And he clearly knows what Australia are doing here.
It looks like we've got now. There's a lost ball down there behind the sight screen where the ball went.
Oh, it's a big hit.
They're grabbing the ladder. So it's gone above the traditional sight screen into the sheeting, and the patrons on the second level, who look like they're in one of the corporate boxes, are pointing down at the ground staff saying, "Down there, guys, down there. That's where the ball is." Nestled in the sheets, and it's going to require one of the ground staff now to climb the ladder and find the ball. You think you've seen everything? And as you can hear through the effects, Mike, the Kookaburra has been located. I repeat, the Kookaburra has been located. 4 for 95.
Smart bloke from the crowd.
He's a big bloke as well, Ravi.
Yeah, I know that. I was worried he might sink through those sheets.
But they kept him away from the sheets, Ravi.
Yeah, he would have come tumbling down.
Imagine if play was called off for that.
Oh.
Big unit stops play.
Says Ravi Shastri.
So Webster to regroup after being hit for his first 6 of his career. Rishabh 25. Boundaries have been rare for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. Partnership 23. Webster bowls. Sun hidden behind a cloud. Punt. Plays and misses down the off-stump line. Maybe just outside the line. Either way, it seemed after angling in.
This seems a numbers game, isn't it? With Rishabh, it charged down the track. Previous ball, this one, it was almost premeditated. I'm going to play a forward defensive shot. That was wide. He lucky not to get an outside edge.
The more I see of this innings, Ravi, it looks like a reaction to whatever's been said in that dressing room.
That was a lovely piece of bowling from Webster. Watching it back, pay.com.au. He's in again to Rishabh. A bit wider on the crease. Defends out to cover. Just to back over that point before he was hit for 6. Runs and wickets. We see a lot of cricketers talent ID quite early on now. Australia, India, other parts of the world, England especially in recent times, where not a lot of first-class cricket can get you elevated to the Test team. I mean, Bo Webster made his first-class debut in the same week that Alex Doolan, the previous Tasmanian to play for Australia, made his Test debut in the February of 2014. So he's no overnight success. He's done it the hard way, Webster. Bowling here closer to the stumps and leaving alone on length. Nice carry through to Carey. 7 runs from the over. 4 for 95 India. Jadeja 6. Punts on 25 on the tyre power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Just got a great run around Melbourne this afternoon. All the major arterials flowing nicely. No dramas on the Deer Park bypass. Moving well onto the Western Freeway and looking good all the way to the airport on the Tulla Freeway. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The Rebel sale is now on. Buy one, get one half price on all full-priced clothing. Get up to 50% off selected footwear. Sale ends January 5th. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live and back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Australia would love a second wicket before tea, which is 17 minutes from now. And that's why Pat Cummins is bowling himself. Going it just on 2 and over India. Jadeja facing Cummins round the wicket. Defends out to cover. He's been the model of concentration so far, Jadeja. 40 balls for his 6, and that one miscue to backward point was put down by a line in the previous over. So Khawaja, Smith, Webster, Labuschagne, Lyon are packed in there behind the wicket. That's where Virat Kohli was caught again just after lunch. Keen for your thoughts on where the former captain's at as we work our way through this over. Cummins approaching. He's got a short leg. Delivers here and defending out to mid-wicket is Jadeja no run. I mean, you know what it's like, Ravi, having coached this team. Rumours always swirl around the India men's team regardless. But last week at Melbourne, it was Will Virat and Rohit continue to play Test cricket. I mean, what's your instinct? Do you think they'll keep playing Test cricket through 2025?
See, I think Rohit Sharma might pull the plug.
Yeah.
You know, after this Test. Virat, I still think, has got another couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
He's fit. It just needs to get on a run. Australia have been relentless in the way they bowl at him.
Change of angle after 1 ball. 2 balls, my apologies. Cummins going over the wicket to Jadeja. Field remains the same. The result's the same. Defending to the offside, no run.
And also you got to see, you don't want knee-jerk reactions. You've got to have a good replacement. You have to groom someone for that number 4 position. It's an important position in Test cricket. As far as the opening position goes, Rahul can slot in there easily. Yep. Shubman Gill is there at 3. And you don't want to just give up with experience that quickly. You've got to have the right mix. Youngsters, bring in the youngsters by all means, but have the blend of youth and experience.
Cummins, Paddington ends. Over the wicket, delivers here. Jadeja sways out the way of an accurate short ball. Well bowled and well negotiated. So you feel like for Kohli it's more Out of form, out of runs, but not in decline as such.
Yes, I feel more of that. And it's just one manner in which he's getting out. And that's why I say Australian bowling has been relentless. They've given him nothing. There's nothing on his pads. There's no room for square cutting. Hardly any drives possible. Sometimes you feel that concentration levels of the bowlers just gets that much more when you have a player of Virat Kohli's stature coming to the crease.
Cummins changes direction for the second time in the over. Back round the wicket. Jadeja waiting for him. Bowls here. Bumps him for a second time, and he gets into the tuck position nice and early.
I felt that with Sachin Tendulkar as well. Towards the end of his career last couple of years, the bowlers, they would just be charged up. They would focus on drying up the runs of Tendulkar, as they're doing with Kohli here. Dry up the runs, let the pressure build, let him come at you.
Must be so frustrating for him that his cover drive, one of the best we've ever seen, is what's bringing him down so often. It's become his kryptonite. Last ball, partnerships 23. Cummins delivers, and Jadeja hit on the pad, shout for leg before, umpire Goff says no. Was it trending down leg? That's what Cummins will ask Alex Carey. They're weighing it up.
Yeah, he's bowling from over the wicket. The angle suggests that it might have slipped down the leg side. Would be an umpire's call.
And they're not going to review. 4 for 95 at the end of the over. No third umpire required. 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
When you swim for sick kids, Australia cheers you on. Be a Starlight Super Swim hero this February and join the challenge at superswim.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
So Nathan Lyon back into the attack, trying to find one more here to see the all-rounders. Nitish Kumar Reddy is the next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sail on now. Lyon, he picked up a wicket, very useful one, just before lunch. Shubman Gill caught by Steve Smith, Tom Morris.
Yeah, it's the 61st time Steve Smith and Nathan Lyon have combined for a wicket in Test cricket, the second most of all time. Murali and Mahala Jayawardene. They're ahead of them.
How far ahead, out of curiosity?
16 catches ahead, so 77 v 61.
They'll back themselves, that pair.
Yeah.
Line here has got a long off straight away for Rishabh. A slip and a short leg as well. It's full and pushed out to the offside. So Line operating round the wicket from the Ramwick end. He's got a deep square leg in front of the lady stand. The aforementioned long off, the rest on the one.
And Smith is on 193 Test catches, just 3 behind Ricky Ponting on 196, which would be an Australian record.
Could have got one this session. He'll put one down. Line bowls here, and well forward is Rishabh. Out to the offside. There won't be a run, even though Rishabh thought there'd be for a moment.
He's put 3 down this summer now. Easy one, a very easy one in Brisbane, and then technically 2 today.
Yes, the one of his tummy earlier, in and out, Ravi. That was the chance Jadeja gave earlier.
A very unlike Smith missing those.
Lyon's got 1 for 1 in his third. Bowls here, Rishabh goes back and defends a ball that went straight on the angle, and he had to thrust the bat down to keep it away from his pad and the leg stump.
A big moment in the game, that, because Jadeja's batted for an hour after that.
So he's enjoyed some fortune. He's there on 6 from 45, Jadeja. Putting a shift in here. Got to get to tee. Line bowls, and Rishabh gets forward to a flighter delivery and places it through the covers. Collected by the man at mid-off, 4 for 96. 26 for punts. Through the BizCover save with BizCover Business Insurance on the go.
Rishabh Pant, if you look at a lot of innings in this series, he's got off to starts. Just not been able to convert those 20s, 30s into the big score.
There was so much goodwill towards Rishabh upon returning to the Test team, of course, and people love seeing him back. Long off comes back for Jadeja. 2 left in the over. Lyons first crack at him here, round the wicket. Smacks him straight down the ground for 4. Stand and deliver. It was Fullen in the slot. He sized him up, full swing of the bat, just past the stumps. Boundaries for Azito. It takes Jadeja to double figures. He's 10, and the 100's up as well for the loss of 4 wickets.
Just breaking the shackles a bit with the 6 first from Rishabh Pant, and now this boundary from Jadeja went after that.
So with mid-off and mid-on up, backed himself. Did it well. Lyon won't mind it, though, of course. He's in again. Last ball of the over. And Jadeja goes back and defends. So 5 runs from it. 4 for 100, India. Jadeja on 10, punt on 26. Crucial moments for New Farm, Australian through and through.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Australia have only had a chance to celebrate 1 wicket this session for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. That was Kohli. Caught by Webster at third slip. His second catch of the day for 17 from 69. 69 balls without a boundary as well. Not a lot of pressure the other way from Kohli before he fell just after lunch. Cummins in here, delivers to Jadeja, who goes back in defence and thrusts his bat down. Punt, my apologies. The 2 left-handers out there at the moment for India.
It's a day 1 record crowd at the SCG for Australia versus India as well. 45,000 plus in the house. It's actually a sellout for days 2 and 3, so more record-breaking crowds, Ravi, this series.
Yeah, and what's the capacity here?
Yeah, it's about 45, max capacity for cricket. A little bit more for other sports.
So at one time, the capacity here for cricket was 44, so we're in excess of that number that we were cited a few years ago for the, I think it was the 17-18 Ashes. And they're up around that mark. Cummins away from us. Delivers here to Rishabh, who ducks the short ball, catches the call, it deflected off something, but not bat.
He's been hit a few times today.
Hit on the arm, hit on the lid. So, Ravi, you wrote a column in The Australian yesterday which was going to just how extraordinary this series has been supported by the Aussie public and advancing a view that you've done before on television around having 2 tiers maybe of the World Test Championship or Test cricket more generally so that we can concentrate more of these contests.
Absolutely. I've been a firm believer in that. You know, if you want Test cricket to survive, be alive and thriving, I think that's the way to go.
Cummins has got a short leg when bowling to Rishabh. Does so here around the wicket. He gets hit on the thigh pad. It spills out to the gully, but he played it awkwardly. Thus the ooh you could hear from Rishabh. Might have hit him in the box because he's dropped the bat. He's been hit again. Straight on the knees, and we know what that means. And the Indian physio, Kamlesh Jain's out there again. Don't know what he can do about him getting hit in the box, but we'll have a moment to have a look at the replay initially. And yeah, that was a direct hit. Bang. So he's been in the walls, Rishabh Pant. The bicep where he was felled, well, he was struck last week, but there's already a bruise to aim for. Then the grill, and now the box all in the space of about an hour. So in that scenario, Ravi, would you have promotion relegation for, say, 1 spot in the World Test Championship where there's a Division 2 playing out at the same time?
Yes, I would definitely do that. 1 goes down, 1 comes up. And probably 6 to 8 teams, you know.
Well, I think that the view advanced by ICC types when this was put about 5 or 6 years ago is that the risk factor, let's say it's 7 teams, the risk factor is that India, Australia or England end up in that relegation spot and get dropped to Division 2 for a cycle, and that would have commercial implications.
Yeah, but it's far better that happening than having 10 or 12 teams playing, where there's no contest. I mean, look what's going on in the test match in Zimbabwe, Afghanistan. 550 played 700, 690. And the issue I have with a lot of these teams playing Test cricket, they don't have a first-class structure in their own country. So to expect them to play Test cricket, really is not fair.
So you'd have a Division 2, just to make sure I got the architecture in my head here.
Correct.
Your Division 2 would include your other full member nations.
Yes.
So the 12 that are currently able to play Test cricket.
Yeah.
Let's say it was 8 and 6, or 8 and 4, sorry, or 6 and 8, or whatever it works out to be. And then in the event that an Australia, England or India drop down to Division 2, they'd still be entitled to play Test cricket against the First Division team. So you could still have an Ashes series if England drop down or Australia drop down.
That's the question the ICC will have to answer. Do you want 6 or do you want 7? Now, if a team finishes 7th, then they deserve to go down.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's one solution that could work in your model here, where you could play other series if you wish to that sit outside of your World Test Championship obligation. So let's say England or Australia drop down to 7, unlikely as it is, but it might happen. England have been down towards the bottom of the World Test table the last few years, that you can still play your Test series against your rivals. They just wouldn't count for points.
Especially when you know that there's a tradition there.
Yeah.
And you'll still get crowds, whether you like it or not. There's a rivalry.
And I suppose the other point to this, Ravi, is that if you've got a Division 2, you could add to the Division 2. You could grow Test cricket.
Yes.
Now, Scotland are one win away from being eligible to reach full member status at the moment. So they're very, very close to being allowed to apply for that designation. Now, we're back from that Rishabh hit in the box. Third long delay of the session. Cummins halfway through the over. Round the wicket to him. Rishabh punt. Fiddles the one outside the line of the off stump. That was a very much leave alone. Limited upside. Cordon nearly in play, not quite.
Yeah, just a loss in concentration there. You can see there was a break in play, and Cummins zeroed in on that line just outside off stump. And he went after it. Often find Rishabh playing the line. On that occasion, he actually went with his hands and missed it.
Best case scenario, there was a single to point. So much risk with it. Has to regroup again. He's 26. He's facing Cummins, who bowls here, and he ducks the short one. Gets down early.
This is where he has to tighten up and really focus, because tea time is round the corner.
Yep.
About 3 minutes to go for tea. India don't want what happened before lunch. And it's so important against when you're playing against top teams, how you close sessions and how you start sessions, because that's the time where they're looking to break through.
So one ball left in the 49th over, and then presumably it'll be a Nathan Lyon over. Then they'll break for tea. So Cummins' final ball of the session for him is going to be round the wicket. Delivers to punt, hits him on the pad via the inside edge. A very clear second noise there. 4 for 100, end of the over. Punt 26. Jadeja 10. Player of the day for Bingley. Better living every day. Scott Boland with 2 wickets already. 48 in Test cricket at an average of 19. Got Tom Morris with us as well.
Ravi, do you think there's actually a genuine chance that the ICC could have a promotion and relegation system? Do you think it could happen?
It could happen. It definitely could happen. They've discussed it in the past.
Yeah.
You know, it's a case of, the television then plays a big role, because a lot of the income that comes into the coffers to sustain Test cricket comes from television. So you have to see which are the ones that bring in crowds and which are saleable, because there are a lot of television companies that want that to happen. They want strength versus strength.
Lyon bowls to Jadeja. Sun's out, last over of the session. Jadeja gets forward and defends with a dead bat. It's been put to me, Tom, that what I described before really is that the fear of one of the big three getting relegated would complicate and compromise the TV deals.
That's
so
the solution.
you might need to grandfather it so that, as inequitable as it would be, that the big three get protected from relegation. Lyon bowls round the wicket, long off back in front of the trumper stand, and Jadeja watches it into the gloves of Carey.
Well, if I use the English Premier League, I know it's club sport as an example, that has promotion and relegation, but you can play exhibition matches against whoever you want at any given time.
So that'd be the compromise, where the Ashes would still happen in that scenario, where Border Gavaskar cricket, India, England as well. Line up, slips short leg, forward Jadeja, inside part of the bat, not near short leg though. They're through for a run. They might get 2. Just 1. So Jadeja 11 from his 50th ball, 4 for 101.
It's just that the top teams play against each other more often. So there's a contest. You want contests. Look at when you had a contest at the G.
Yeah.
See the kind of crowds that came in. They embraced Test match cricket. It was one of the best advertisements ever.
And one other point to this, Ravi, as we round out the session, if it's a group of 6, let's say, as Lyon bowls here and punt goes back and cuts and finds the gap at backward point. Didn't have much room to work with. That's one of the shots of the day. Rode the bounce, gets himself a boundary for Azito. Punts, my apologies, moves to 30. And India to 4 for 105.
That's very nicely played. Played very late. We saw a square cut earlier from Rishabh Pant of Mitchell Stark when he got some room. And here he had the room, but the adjustment had to be made as to how late he plays it, so he gets the placement.
30 from 78. Line in. Punt waits for him, and he pulls through the onside. A productive passage of play. before the tea break. Doesn't quite go to the rope in front of the Brawongal stand. They'll get 2, though. 32 for punt, 4 for 107. Just to finish on that point, if the Big Six included India and Pakistan, how they would play their bilateral series might be complex. At the moment, they avoid each other every time.
Yeah, that could be the problem.
Do you think neutral venues for that?
Maybe.
In a best-case scenario?
In the best-case scenario.
Line to finish the session here. Bowls and well forward is Rishabh Pant. We'll pick up this conversation, Ravi, on World Test Championship at some point, I am sure. Thank you for your contribution throughout the session, as ever. 4 for 107, India, as they make their way from the field. The 1 wicket to fall in that middle session was Virat Kohli. When the score was on 72, he was caught at third slip driving from the bowling of Boland for 17. And since then, this pair have put on 35. Jadeja, 11. Rishabh, 32. Our coverage is for the Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Stay up to date with everything BBL on the Big Bash app, live scores, exclusive content and player stats personalised for you on the Big Bash app. Download today. It'll be Tom Morris and Simon Katich taking you through the tea break with India, 4 for 107.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Everyone's favourite bear returns to the big screen alongside Olivia Colman and Antonio Banderas. Get your tickets to Paddington in Peru in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Have you heard the news? Beaumont Tiles, your favourite tile and bathroom specialist, now ranges engineered timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. If you're looking for a quick and easy reno and want to save between 20 to 25% on hybrid flooring, get into your local participating Beaumont store today. It's all in stock and ready to go. Yes, you heard right. Beaumont Tiles now ranges all hard flooring. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Toolmart, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
Tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Summer's in full swing and you're probably asking yourself, why don't we have a pool? So take the plunge now to start swimming in 2025. Get your free quote for a stunning fiberglass pool from Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company. With over 50 sizes and designs available, from small plunge pools, pool spa combos and generous 12-metre pools, Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company will have the perfect fit for your dream backyard. Contact Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company for your free quote today. Visit melbournefiberglasspools.com.au.
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider Surf Simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Solarium pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Holly runs the ball into the gully. He's caught. Brilliant catch, Webster. Delivers to the ladder here. Round the wicket, Jadeja edge and put down by Steve Smith, the second slip. Genuine edge, straight into the bread basket. In and out. Went to him quickly. Bowls here and checking the drive. Out to Gully, put down. Over to his left, Nathan Lyon. More backward point than Gully. Jadeja one hand off the bat. And Lyon did get there with his left hand. It would have been a screamer. Webster bowls to punt. Using his feet. Giving the stumps. Going over long on. That's come from nowhere. And he smacks it for 6.
The tea break for Damien. Transforming your home into the ideal haven. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brewers.
This is the tea break for Dakin from the SCG, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. It was slow going that session. It's been a while since I've said that this summer, if at all. The score is 4 for 107. India is batting, if you just joined us. Rishabh Pant is 32. Ravi Jadeja is 11. He was dropped by Steve Smith at slip a little bit earlier on. 1 for 50 from 25 overs that session, Simon Katich. That's something we're not used to seeing in this rollicking Border Gavaskar series.
No, we're not, but I think in terms of the way the Australians went about it, they're so disciplined. And I mean, the greatest example was probably Scott Boland. He just gave nothing away, asking good questions, ball after ball. And I think that's what's made it hard for these Indian batsmen, because there's just enough on offer at the moment. I mean, Scotty Boland, 2 for 15 off 12. It was backed up beautifully by the rest. Bo Webster, I thought, did a good job. I thought they might try and get on top of him, given it's his debut, but I thought he did a good job there.
They did once.
Yeah. But in terms of how this wicket's playing, there's just enough variation in bounce and also a little bit of seam movement to keep them honest. So I think after what happened at the MCG the other day, there's no doubt Rishabh Pant's had to play within himself, because I've got a feeling he's been spoken to sternly by the coach. And look, let's hope it works to his favour, because if he does dig in and bat well and end up getting 100 and it sets India up with a good first innings total, then it's well worth it.
And it might actually further develop him as a test cricketer as well, having this ability to change gears, or more gears than what he thought he had. He's 32 from 80 balls. Jadeja is 11 from 50. I mean, you just get so used to these guys flaying bowling attacks everywhere or getting out. It's very rare that you see this. That is the state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechhealth.com.au. The player of the day contender, thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. Who's impressed you so far?
Oh, I think it has to be Boland for mine.
2 for 15 off 12. So he's got the wickets of JSwell at the top, caught by Webster. And then again, Kohli for the 4th time in Boland's test career had him caught at slip. Is it the 6th time? Yeah, that's right. The 6th time this season that Kohli's been not flashing, but edging outside the off stump.
Yeah, the one today was a good ball. He just looked to try and get forward to a ball that maybe could have played back to just because of the length. And that would have just given him a little bit more time rather than trying to go at it on the rise. And like anything, he was just done for like lining the ball up and a little bit of pace. So I thought Boland worked him over nicely.
How is it as a batter when you're continually getting out the same way or in a similar way? Is that difficult, or in many ways is it easier because you only have to fix one thing?
Yeah, and I guess the hard thing is it probably is easier in a way, because it's the same thing happening over and over. And then it comes down to shot selection, but also technique, because you're going to get a lot of those balls at test level. They're going to keep challenging top of the stumps, just outside off stump. So they're not going to give Virat Kohli a heap of throwdowns, half volleys outside off. So he's having to work for his runs. But I think just the way he looked on the way off, he looked dejected. And as you would be, because he got the reprieve after that first ball. And then worked hard but couldn't make the most of that opportunity.
His first 69 balls without a boundary for the first time in his Test career, which says something about how well the Australians bowled. Scotty Boland, as you said, is the player of the day thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. His figures 2 for 15 off 12 overs. In his first Test match at the SCG, it must be said as well, Bing Lee, better living every day. The Bendix breaks, a big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. Are we... Steve Smith's drop catch has the potential to really hurt the Australians.
Yeah, I mean, it was a surprise. I think, if anything, I just wonder whether the background got him, because just judging by his reaction, it did him for pace, but then also went through his hands, so he didn't really get a chance to close his hands on it. And when you look at the signage around the grounds at times, because it is the pink test, some of the signage that comes up as we speak, it's pink and it's around that sort of same sort of boundary level height. So I wonder whether that's played a part, given it's a red ball and it's close to pink.
Bendix, the best known breaks. The dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows, lighten the load with Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Who are you having a dig at, Cato? Aside from Lisa Sthalekar, who said you were playing in the 1978 Test.
That's probably the one. Yeah, Lisa stands out there. It's hard to have a dig at anyone today because it's been tricky conditions for the batters. I think Australia have done things really well with the ball and yeah, there's no one really to have a dig at yet.
Yeah, from the job site to your backyard, lighten the load with Sherlock. Do you think it's a 300 first innings pitch or 250?
I think if they can get probably 270, I mean, it's probably two good partnerships from here. If these two put on, 70 or 80 and the next two do, I think if they get to that figure, they'll be pretty happy with that because there's enough there. And tomorrow, the wicket should quicken up a little bit. Day two is normally a little bit quicker, but you'd expect it to be a good surface later tomorrow and into day three.
So you expect Australia to have the best of the batting conditions, especially because of the heat that's coming?
Should do, but then this is not your true traditional Sydney wicket. Like, I've never seen it be as heavily grassed as this, 7 mils, and as green on day one. But also it just looks like there's some little runner cracks underneath, which the odd ones bounced a bit today. So it'd be interesting to see how it holds up in this heat the next few days.
And you played a lot of cricket here as well. For you to say you've never seen this much grass on it says something.
Yeah, it's normally bare and it's normally a lot whiter. So you normally expect it to be slow on day one like we've seen today, and driving can be hard. But then come day two, it's normally a beauty to bat on. And then by the end of day 2, 3, it might start to take some turn. There'll be some foot marks. But this looks like there's hardly a mark on it at the moment.
How much was it turning the day? You took, 5 or 6? What did you take, 6 for?
Yeah, that was against Zimbabwe in second 11. Unfortunately, the Flower Boys and Murray Goodwin and all the top players weren't playing, so I burgled 6, Tom.
It still counts as Test cricket. This is the state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipec.health.com.au. You can also keep cool this summer with Ream Solar branded Cool Cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. Cato, we'll see you after tea. The news from the SCG is India, a 4 for 107. Pant and Jadeja are the not-out batters. It's been the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist. We're going to need that over the next few days, that's for sure, as it certainly heats up here in Sydney. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, you can have one of them as well, the great Australian brew. The third session from the SCG coming up after the break.
Line bowls here, and Punt goes back and cuts and finds the gap at backward point. Didn't have much room to work with. That's one of the shots of the day.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover. Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Good afternoon. Just got delays following a breakdown in the Burnley Tunnel. It has now been cleared, but we've got a collision in Pakenham on McGregor Road affecting northbound traffic at the rail line. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The Snooze Super Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% of selected mattresses and up to 40% of selected bed frames. It's amazing what a little snooze can do. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live, back-to-back, right here on SEN Cricket.
The King's Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Whether you're buying your first home, upsizing to suit your growing family, looking to invest, or empty nesting now the kids are off, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. That's right, with great rates and personalised support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's really no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Financial freedom. What does it actually mean? Paying off your mortgage, extra income, or setting yourself up for retirement? Whatever it means to you, Invest by Metricon can help make it happen by building a brand new rent-ready investment property. So take advantage of the Queensland property boom and start your property portfolio today with Metricon. Search Invest by Metricon or call 1300 Metricon. Build wealth. Build today. QBCC 40992.
Trust is crucial for any tradie. Trusting your tools to nail the job. Trusting your team to deliver top-notch work.
Hey, mate!
And of course, trusting your best mate to lend a paw. For insurance, IMAR has been trusted by tradies for over 35 years. We work hard finding you the right cover, chasing your claims and getting you back on the job fast. For tradies insurance you can trust, give IMAR a whistle on 13IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Wow, he's hit another six. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At MoleMap, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical, and Martor's mission is to reduce cutting accidents by providing safer ways to cut, so you'll have peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. With advanced safety features, Martor's top quality knives, blades and accessories help you reduce the risk of injuries in the workplace. By eliminating cutting accidents, you'll increase your safety record and reduce costs and lost production time. Martor Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martoraustralia.com.au.
25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from under $650,000. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
India 4 for 107 as the players return to the field. So 1 for 50 in that middle session of play. Part is 32. Jadeja has been dropped twice. He is on 11. The weather is for Beacon Trade, a tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It's reached the top of 25 degrees here in Sydney. It's a cloudy day, but we should see some sunshine throughout this session. Ahead of tomorrow's 27 and sunny, and Sunday 30 degrees and sunny. The pitch update for MoleMap. Get a MoleMap 1 check 2 experts. Green top, how's it playing? I reckon that's an open question at the moment. Steve Smith described it as slow and stoppy. The Indians have treated it with an abundance of caution. Now, will they profit for that as the afternoon unfolds? 50 overs have been bowled for 107, so the run rate 2.14 and over. Our experts throughout the test match for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Peter Lalor is with me after the tea break. Hello to you, Pete.
Hello, Gerard. Slow and stoppy. Yeah, it's a fascinating looking wicket, isn't it? We said before play, it's the Bermuda grass, Tahoma 31. It's the same grass the Swans play on. They changed that last year because of the continued success of the Swans, the curators were having trouble getting out to the wicket to kill off the grass that was there and plant a new one. So they've stuck with the same one. It's an all-purpose utilitarian grass. It grows aggressively. It's expected to get faster.
Okay.
It's a bit of a... I'm surprised it's a bit stoppy, but that might have been because there hasn't been as much sun as we usually expect in Sydney this time of year, Jared.
Scott Boland has been miserly, to say the least. 1.25 and over. He's going out 12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 15. He's got Chasewell and Coley. And he should have had Jadeja. Smith spilt a sitter.
He dropped KL Rahul, similar catch earlier in the series. It's that one it's the in-between, between where your hands are pointing down and your hands are going up. But it's a sitter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Given the ones that he hangs on to.
That's right. And he has caught spectacularly at times this summer. Yeah. Boland begins affairs after tees. Around the wicket, bowling to Jadeja. He floated it up outside the off stump and the batter let it pass.
It really is the home test here at the SCG, isn't it? When you think about it, you look through that playing 11. Sam Constas, he's from here. Usman Khawaja grew up a block away. Steve Smith, he's got a house 2 blocks away. Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, they all live pretty close by. Josh Hazlewood would have his feet up somewhere, not far from the SCG. It's the home test, isn't it? Where Australian cricketers live.
Jadeja faces up and he leaves outside the off stump.
Davey Warner's place just down the road a little bit. Just drive straight down Anzac Parade, you'll hit it.
Record crowd already for a day of Australia-India Test cricket at the grounds.
You would expect nothing less after that Melbourne Test. The lingering excitement. Even Sydney was excited.
Yeah.
They don't talk a lot of cricket where I live, Jared, but I was stopped twice on the first morning when I got back here by people who just wanted to talk about cricket.
Yeah.
Just random people on the street.
3 slips and a gully in place. Boland delivers. Jadeja forward, nearly nicking off. Pushed hard in defence, having left the previous couple. Survives.
Oh my goodness, that was a ill-disciplined shot, that one. It's a bit of a after the break shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
You haven't really got your head in the game. Pushed at it. A little bit like Virat Kohli did too. He won't be very happy with that shot he played. He just got himself out, didn't he?
It's just the angle of the bat that he's playing with at the moment. And
yeah, he'd straightened it up earlier in his innings. He had to straighten up that bat plane. He got a little bit more side on, but they threw him around.
Yeah.
It was beautiful bowling.
Boland to Jadeja, who leaves. That's a better decision. So we got to the point where he just kept playing that ball to Marnus in the gully and then nicked off to third. Yep.
Just a little bit wider. Not the classic Kohli dismissal that's thrown up for the drive. And the sadness about that shot was that he didn't need to play it. There was no need at all. You can leave on length, even though you're on this wicket, and we've seen a bit of that. He's feeling for the ball. He's been feeling for his game the whole time he's been here, I reckon, Virat Kohli. One innings aside.
Jadeja's on 11. Boland to him. Edges the ball to the gully on the bump. It's knocked down by Marnus. No run.
Boland forcing the batter to play there, as he does. That's his thing.
Just gives away nothing unless you really come with intent to knock him off his line. There's been no intent about India today. Feels like a reaction to what happened in Melbourne. Part's taken his talking to pretty literally, I'd say, for the time being.
1-6 so far, I think.
Yep, just the moment down the ground from Webster.
Charged by Webster.
3 fours, but none of the aggression.
Well, this is the thing. When does he let the cork out of the bottle?
Yeah.
He must be in 2 minds about that after being so sort of publicly shamed.
2 in the deep on the leg sides. Jadeja, high bat lifts. Turns away to leg with the single that's been presented to him. Constas comes in quickly and he's able to keep it to 1. It'll be a leg by. Signalled now 4 for 108 at the end of 51 overs. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Won't be happy with that last delivery. Just got a little bit too straight. Ruined what had been a very good over up to that point. Not that it's the worst ball you've seen in Test match cricket.
It's the biggest story of the day still, Rowan.
At the round weekend after the tea break.
Yes, I think so. The Indian, the continuing sort of disintegration of the Indian team across this tour. The departure lounge syndrome kicked in very early on this tour. Have Ravi getting up and leaving. Looks more and more peculiar. The longer he keeps his powder dry, well, you don't keep your powder dry on your reasons if it's not gunpowder.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Steal a line from tomorrow's copy.
Nathan Lyon from the Randwick end. Jadeja has the strike. He's back to cut. He'll get the single to point. Just set a little bit deep. Webster fires it in. Single taken. Jadeja 12, so he was dropped on 3 and 5. Punt 32 from 80 balls, 4 for 109. Long off, deep square, and a slip along with the bat pads. Lyon to Punt, plays again to Webster. Quick pick up, throws, misses the lot, and it goes for 4 overthrows. Oh, that was a bit ugly. Webster just holds his hand up in apology. It's the moment of exuberance. Pat Cummins comes over to have a word. No one was really set for such a full-blooded throw.
It was an encouraging word from Pat Cummins.
Yes.
Don't worry too much about it, but don't do it again, mate.
So a gifted boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. 5 makes the partnership 42 from 119 balls.
Should be Nathan Lyon's favourite ground. It's his home ground. It's the ground where he gets the most turn of any venue in Australia.
Balls to Jadeja, who defends the ball to leg.
Second is Adelaide Oval. Third is the Gabba. Fourth MCG, and fifth is the Perth Stadium. But curiously, it's the ground where he has the worst record. It's the straight one that does all the damage.
Lyon bowls to Jadeja, covers the stumps, tucks to leg, sent back. As it trickled to Boland's at mid-wicket. Low down throw. Carey was none too pleased with that.
Up 10.
Stays 4 for 114. Slip backward point cover long off. Mid on mid-wicket, deep backward square. Fine leg at bat pad. No fine leg. Jadeja leans forward to smother whatever spin there was going to be.
Let's go, guys.
People were starting to worry about Nathan Lyon at the MCG before that last day, before the breakthroughs. He hasn't really got into his stride this series, has he?
Nope, he hasn't. Jadeja a long way forward to defend the last ball of the over. 6 from it, 4 for 114. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Light up your taste buds at a Porto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper. Chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips. All wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Boland, the fresh over to Part, tucks him away to leg. No single at mid-wicket as Constas scurries around. Tom Morris is keeping the good oil for Cobram Estates. Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Jared, you know I love the crowds. Pete, we spoke about them at the MCG. More than 47,000 people here at the SCG today, which... in my mind, is a modern-day record. It's more than any other day one for a non-Ashes test, and I think it now eclipses what was here on January 4, 2014 as well for the Ashes.
Part bowls, Part wrapped on the pads by Boland. They're up and asking. It got jammed right on the crease. And
Alex Carey saying it's going down leg there.
Part has hobbled away. That's hit him inside the top pad.
He's not going to be a pretty picture under the shower tonight, is he? He's going to have bruises in all sorts of places. One on the bicep, one on the inside thigh, one in that unmentionable region, the anatomical splice.
And the medical staff out with him again.
Yeah, there's shades of Michael Clark in South Africa facing Morne Morkel. Ooh.
Got squared up and then it got onto the top of the back flap. It's a fleshy part of the leg. So out they come again. Is there anything in the Richard reporting that's particularly caught your eye? The Rowett reporting that's particularly caught your eye?
Look, I don't know that it's all about Rowett. I think it's about how the whole team has hung together, how Rowett has arrived to this series late. He's missed their only win. He's arrived with trailing a series of losses behind him. It's a new coach. Someone has to pay for this performance, and it's either the coach or the captain. And it looks like the captain has paid. And I can't disagree with it. I don't think they should have played him in this test. And if he did volunteer to step down, well done him, because he's done the right thing. He probably volunteered after he was told. But he just looks like a guy who hasn't really got himself into this. Well, he hasn't got himself into the series with the bat. And even on the field, it's been an incoherent sort of performance by the Indians. Times fielders are chasing the ball to the boundary and flicking it back and there's nobody behind them. I feel you can learn a lot about how a team is operating on a tour by the way they feel and the way they perform in the fielding innings.
Part is cleared to continue. He's on 37. The challenge of Scott Boland, left alone outside the off stump.
And there were major cracks in that team in the second test, the third test, and the fourth test, and they really opened up on that last day, in that last session. Those ill-disciplined shots let them down. That major collapse. That collapse had been coming. Australia had to work probably across 10 days of test match cricket to get that moment. They couldn't quite nail the victory in the previous test. They had to work much harder than they wanted to work for it.
Boland around the wickets to Part. Dead bats to the offside to get off strike. It's well played as line closes to the square. 38 for Part.
When those cracks open up, they really opened up.
So it was interesting just to see how they would present here, and the clutter of wickets early left them very vulnerable. 3 for 57 and 4 for 72. So they do need a partnership like this. It's worth 43 at the moment. Happy to go slow just to try to craft something. Boland switch sides. With Jadeja on strike. Come over the wickets. Boland, Jadeja jammed up in defence right in front, so had to be inside edge there. Looked good in the cordon.
I think the Soups cordon think that it might have caught the pad before he got his bat down on it. Boland's not interested.
No.
They're behind the wickets. I don't know how they know better than the batter.
No, big inside edge onto the back padders. Boland saw it well on the pay.com.au replay screen.
I'll tell you what, I like what Bo Webster's brought to this slips cordon.
Oh, yeah.
How good is he?
Wingspan, big hands.
One of the great slips catchers.
Last ball of Boland's over around the wicket. Jadeja just manages to keep it out. Ball zeroing in on the stumps again. 4 for 115. One from the over. Glencore's scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Wow, he's hit another 6. That's 5 in a row.
This batsman is seeing the ball clearer than ever.
Ever since he's been at New Vision Clinics and ditched those glasses, he just can't miss.
Talk about 20/20 vision.
Hit your glasses for 6 and get clarity of vision with the team at New Vision Clinics. Using Dr. Noel Alpin's innovative laser vision correction techniques, your glasses and contact lenses correcting astigmatism can become a thing of the past. To book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
The Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Line bowls. Part leaves a tight lead. 4 for 115. Part 38. Jadeja 12.
What about the rest of what
there.
Webster's brought?
Well, he's held up his end bowling. He hasn't been taken down by any of the batters yet.
Punt back, swings across the line. It lands harmlessly at mid-on. Not the full-blooded stroke.
It's almost like he was through the shot before the ball got onto him, like it held up on the bounce. And his bowling sort of hit me. He's outside off stump there. Sit up.
Lyon to Parts, stands up and defends to cover.
But having a good slip fielder in the side adds so much. Slips catching is so important. And he comes with a sparkling record. Tim Payne tells me he's the best slips fielder in first-class cricket in Australia. You get some argument about that.
Punt back, swings across the line again from outside the off stump, just drags it away to Khawaja at mid-on.
Again, it's that ball just sitting up outside off, and he's just dragging it down across. So he's scared to take it on.
And without any real intent, is there?
That's the ball that he took on in some ways to Travis Head and got caught on the boundary. But
there's no one on that boundary. Lyon tried to slide that through and Punt was up to the challenge.
No, the shot would be on right now.
He'd just have to go straight to the airport if he didn't.
That's the
if
thing.
he hit it to the field, then it'd be see you later.
So,
or a sharp. Lyon through quickly, Punt back, cuts from the stumps. Great piece of fielding by Cummins at backward point, diving away to his right and protecting the maiden. 4 for 115. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. 4 for 115. Jadeja is 12. Part is 38. Boland. It's 14 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 16. Boland around the wicket, bowls to Jadeja, full driven, straight to head at mid-off. Backs away and does the fielding. Where did Cricket et al. Go yesterday, Pete?
Cricket et al. Went to the pub, just for a change. We had a... it's a live podcast, I guess, except we didn't record it, at the Willie the Boatman in St. Peter's in the Inner West, run by my mate Big Pat McInerney. It's a great night. Sold out. Modest crowd. And we went from 4 to 6. There was a reason for that.
Right. Boland delivers. Jadeja beaten on the outside edge, and that moved appreciably after it passed the bat, and that had a lot of people asking questions.
It is that secondary swing that you often see in England, and you were seeing here this morning under the heavy conditions. Oh, that is an exquisite delivery. It's probably done too much, but only just.
There's the oohs and the ahs and the crowd as they look at the pay.com.au replay screen.
Well done to Jadeja to hold his line there and play inside that delivery. Played the line, let the ball beat the bat.
Boland at him again. Jadeja from his pads. He'll beat mid-on. Cummins will chase it back. They'll be able to get a couple. Let's get the scoreboard rolling. 4 for 117. Yes, 4 till 6. Why?
Because last year we went a bit later and half the audience stood up and walked out to go down to the Grade Cricketer at the Enmore Theatre. So we get 106 people. They get 1,650. They had a sold-out show at the Enmore Theatre. They are doing stadium rock. We're doing a little indie gig in the Inner West.
Very nice.
Yeah. Adam Collins showed up. It was nice to see him. Malcolm Conn.
Jadeja jumps to defend. It rolls in the popping crease. Jumps over the top, thinking about a run. They come in. Constance kicks it into the stumps. Jadeja got back. Lyon got tangled up with him.
On the feet in the old age, got to.
Constance has just managed to annoy Jadeja enough there.
He's really irritating, isn't he? as most adolescents are. But Jadeja has held Lyon away from the ball, but tried to protect the ball. Constance has got in and under and got the handball out.
Yeah, just as well he managed to remember to ground his bats. Boland to Jadeja, defends the ball to the offside.
We'd hope that they wouldn't be claiming a run out in those situations.
No.
Didn't handball it out, did he? He kicked it out, socketed it onto the stumps. It must drive you mad when you're a senior cricketer on the other side and you've got this teenager chirping at you, running in and doing those sorts of things.
His attire at Kirribilli has drawn plenty of attention. 19-year-olds in front of the Prime Minister. Too deep on the leg side. Boland continues. Jadeja hit on the pad off an inside edge. Boland is just relentlessly zeroing in on the stumps. 4 for 117. Glencore's scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Jar's got a crash in Seaford on Frankston Dandenong Road affecting northbound traffic before Seaford Road, and a breakdown on the Hume Freeway on the Cooper Street outbound exit ramp. The left-hand lane is closed. Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a whole lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did someone say Menulog? And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live back-to-back right here on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Bo Webster coming back into the attack from the Randwick end. 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 10. Had Jadeja dropped, Lyon couldn't hang on in the middle session. Peter Lawler joined by Damien Fleming for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Oh, I think we've lost Pete.
What have you just done to my
hysterically.
phone?
He's just subscribed to the Bowlology report on YouTube. And I have never seen a man. Are you okay? Do you need a moment?
Oh, I do. Oh,
it's a laugh a minute.
It is.
Love it.
Thanks, mate, too. Unprompted, too.
Viral content. What's it called again? Bowlology
report. Look, top 5 touring quick, says Malcolm Marshall.
Parts 38. Webster beats him on the outside edge with the first ball of the fresh spell.
Slow day, isn't it? Slow pitch. Big Bolo's bowled beautifully. Gee, I want to see Big Bo get his first test wicket. He's so close. So close. He'd be used to bowling on the odd Belrive green pitch that'd be slow. Got a bowl full.
Webster around the wicket, bowls, parts. I don't think he played it that way. He just let that ease past the outside edge. Bowling at 122.6 there. Gets it up to about 124, 125. Sort of budgeted him for about 12 overs a day if required. So this is his third spell. 4 and 4. 2 slips and a gully in place. Parts plays inside the line.
Extraordinary to have taken up seam bowling 4 years ago. He's slowly assembled his game, hasn't he? Made his first class debut in 2014. Never really came onto the radar until in recent years. His overall Shield average is relatively meek, but the last few years he's just come into his own.
Webster bowls, Part drives, it got all caught up. He didn't know where it was. Eyes flashing around. It was at his toes.
Well, he was compared to Sir Garfield Sobers with his season last year, all round.
900 runs and 30 wickets. The only other person to do that is Gary.
But, with the Sri Lankan tour and West Indian tour, I'd love him to keep working on the off-spinners as well.
Do you think that the Australian team's shown their hand a little bit this week on who might be going to Sri Lanka?
Webster to Part, beaten. He was beaten that time on the outside edge.
Well bowled, legitimately. But I think they're all pretty good players for that scenario.
So
I'd definitely be taking Kuhnemann.
So on that topic, Australia have called Todd Murphy, Matt Kuhnemann and Peter Hanscom
Yeah.
up to Sydney just to hang around, just to get their little medical checkups.
I think Pete's known as probably the best player of spin that's not in the Australian team.
Webster to Palms. He plays away from his body and away from line at points. He'll pick up runs. Across the Sydney sign painted on the turf in front of the O'Reilly stand. They take 2. Punt to 40. They're the only runs off the over. It's 4 for 119 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. 1 check, 2 experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. 4 for 119 India. Jadeja 14 part 40. It was 4 for 107 when this session resumes. India can't get anything out of Scott Boland. 2 for 18. He begins the new over. Jadeja runs it to third slip. Webster on the half volley. Stopped it in its tracks. Didn't quite draw the edge.
Just another sign of the slowness of the pitch, isn't it? I mean, that's a cracking delivery again. The avenue of apprehension has been hit constantly by Boland. Forces a missed shot, and he just drops his hands.
Yeah, got on top of it, didn't he? So, yeah, I think he played that well. You talk about Pete Hanscom going to Sri Lanka. Great player of spin.
They took him to India last time.
He played in Ahmedabad, didn't he? That's his last test.
Jadeja faces up and leaves outside the off stump.
And he's had a good summer. He scored 500 runs in the Shield. There and abouts last summer. Good player. It's just a highly rated player of spin. The other thing he brings to the side, talking about Webster's catching in the slip, is that Hanscom is an extraordinary slips catch, and in fact probably one of the best that they've ever seen in first-class cricket, Gerard, by statistically. Almost takes a catch a game. Took 9 once, didn't he? Yeah.
I thought you were going to say an innings there. No, I don't know about that.
Boland to Jadeja for defending wide at point. Goes with the stroke. I'll pick up the single as Labuschagne doesn't field cleanly.
If I do make mistakes like that in commentary, it's just so that you can show your added wisdom.
I don't know about those sort of stats, though, because the bowler has to bowl a good enough ball to get the edge. I don't know about these wicket-keeping per tests and blah, blah, blah.
Right, so you don't care if the guy at slips can catch or not?
I just want to know how many he's dropped for the year.
Yeah, that's a fair point, actually.
Seriously, with keepers, how many they drop? What percentage?
So I do actually know the answer. It's Carey caught 42 out of 44 last year, so he dropped 2 catches for the year.
Peter Hanscom in Shield cricket.
Bowled around the wickets. Part swings across the line. It hangs. Yeah. Cummins is going to get him. Yes. Oh, Rishabh. Rishabh, what have you done? Will he walk straight through the dressing room to the airport and be banished home? He did all the hard work, and then he had a doinky old swing across the line and shelled the catch to mid-on. He goes for 40, and India is 5 for 120.
No, it's an unforced error again. That was so wide outside of stump, so that was going to be a tough shot to take off against Scott Boland. Good catch from Captain Pat as well. He moved well. And Rishabh Pant, I think he's walking down the Australian race. Yep. He's just avoiding the Indian race at the moment, but... the thing is, too, he's, for most of the part at the MCG, and here he's really put a high price on his wicket. But then when eventually it falls, it's a very cheap one.
Yeah. If you're going to do that, have a swing at it. That's... He did it twice against Lyon, balls outside the off stump, and it didn't work. And they went across the ground to Khawaja, and he's tried it against Boland.
On slow seamers, you need to be inside the line to hit to leg side. Otherwise, there's too many questions. When's it going to get to me? Can I get on top of it? You know, can I get inside the line eventually? So, no, it hasn't worked.
Didn't look to me like he was in position to play that shot. It was a last-minute decision, and that's what Scott Boland does to you. It's that water torture, isn't it? That you just cannot get your arms free to play at him. And then there's a glimpse. I've got a chance here. Oh, no, what have I done?
That slow, you could actually go the other way and smash it through the offside.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's what we were saying before. He's pulling those ones from Nathan Lyon across the pitch. He probably hit them straight. But he's in two minds after what's happened in Melbourne.
Well, we've got the guys produced the best technique of the Indians so far this summer.
Nitish Kumar ready, faces Boland. He's got him straight away. Scotty goes bang, bang. Smith takes the catch in second slip. And Reddy has gone for a first ball duck. Scott Boland is having his way with India. He has taken 4 for 19. And the collapse with the scoreboard having gone nowhere. It's 6 for 120.
Scott Boland, that was sensational. He's been unlucky today. Picked up his 4th wicket now, and that is in the boulevard of bewilderment to Reddy. Pretty good ball to get first up. Stephen Smith happy to take the catch because I reckon Big Bo is going to be jumping in front of him for lower ones. So India in all sorts. And once again, we're seeing from an ordinary shot from Rishabh Pant has quickly led to another dismissal of the Indians. And Boland in this ball, he's got 4 for 19 off 15.5.
That is his 50th Test wicket, Pete.
Well done.
Well done. Excellent. It's already trying to get on the front foot then. That front foot was edging down as Boland came into his delivery stride. Just dropped short on him, back of the length.
It's like the Kohli dismissal, maybe a little bit wider, but when you're facing the first ball, you are vulnerable to knowing where your off stump is. You know, if he was well established, I'd assume he'd let that ball go.
He's got caught well out of position there, and that's not an edge. That's off the middle of the bat. That's almost like giving slips training.
He almost walked down the pitch. Hat-trick ball.
Scott Boland has taken 50 Test wickets at 18.64, and nobody takes wickets in succession quite like him. Scott Boland on a hat-trick. Washington Sundar is the new man. There's 4 slips and a gully, a leg gully and a bat pad. Pat Cummins has put them all around. Boland is ready. He's on the runway. He's on a hat-trick. Washington faces up. Boland around the wicket. Washington beaten on the outside edge. Carey didn't glove it. Just as well he didn't nick it, because it fell out of Carey's gloves. Oh, my word.
Gerard,
Damien Fleming will be on the Sykes couch.
If that was a faint edge, surely they would have went up.
Could you imagine? That has jagged a long way. 6 for 120. Damien Fleming paid tribute to Scott Boland.
Wow, that is unbelievable. What happened? I think it swung around the bat. And then Carey, he's deceived the batsman and he's deceived the wicketkeeper. Standing ovation for the Melbourne-born. Look at him, he's pumped up. He doesn't do a lot of that, Scott Boland. He's just giving him the fist pump to the members' pavilion. They love him at the MCG. They're idolising him. Look, it's a standing ovation.
Staggering. 16 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 19. A cigarette paper away from an outside edge as well.
No. Thank God it wasn't an outside edge.
Webster, Ram weekend, delivers here, leaving alone is Jadeja. Rishabh Pant, what have you done? For Melbourne's second dig, see Sydney day 1, opening up, exposing the Indian lower order. 6 for 120. Lads, I was going to come on here and tell you that in this spell, Scott Boland finally has a bowling average, 2,000 balls in Test cricket, which felt significant of itself because it's 19. It's better than Bumrah, if you're interested in these things. Now,
really?
50 at 18.6. Staggering numbers. Bowling here is Webster. Bull of length. Round the corner, he tries to tuck Jadeja, but can't beat Constas, who scampers around. It would have been a leg bye anyway. If you look at the all-time averages, the last time someone had an average this low as a seamer in Test cricket, it was Frank Tyson in 1959.
That's on hitting 50, is it?
That's upon hitting 50 wickets for those in all-round numbers after that. But, you know, it gives some sense of what a staggering Test career he's enjoyed across these 3 summers. Scott Boland getting his opportunity, third test of the series. Dominated here against England in 2021. Webster, Ram weekend, 2 slips bowls here. Jadeja defends out to mid-wicket where there's a catcher looming, no run.
Just needs Big Bo to join the party here now, Pete.
It does. Now, I'm wondering what happened to Alex Carey with that hat-trick delivery. Now, he hasn't caught it, but has that swung late again? Because we saw it in the previous over. The ball, there's that secondary swing after it passes the stumps. He was doing that in the morning, but...
Yeah, there hasn't been much swing between the bowler and the batsman, but there has been.
In again, Jadeja's response is playing back and defending to backward point where there won't be a single to Labuschagne diving to his left.
There's been more swing once it's past the stumps today. Weird.
India in a world of trouble here. I think these Indian sides have come out here and you know, they've prospered when they've been aggressive.
So basically we're seeing a replay. Reddy has walked down towards Scott Boland. On a slow pitch, why wouldn't you just stay in the crease?
On a slow pitch, on a slow day. A very, very slow day for India. Webster doing his bit, bowling here to Jadeja, who's in behind it. He's 15 from 77, Jadeja. This is a man with multiple run-a-ball hundreds in white ball cricket. Has made a decision to dig in.
Reddy's anticipating the fuller length delivery. I don't know that you can do that. Well done, Boland, to drop back of a length there. Big Bo's overstepped.
Seen a few of them today, called upstairs by umpire Joel Wilson. He's in the action earlier, 6 for 121. Webster again. Up to Jadeja, round the wicket, down the leg side, gloved by Carey. No concerns there, still 1 ball left in the over. 58th over, they're going at just a tick over to an over. You know, they're half a chance of ending up having one of the slowest days in Test history here, Flem. You don't see many days of under 200. The last time we saw that between these countries was at Bangalore in 2017, day 2. Got the medical staff coming out again. Now, what happened here? What did it hit Jadeja on that previous ball to warrant the physio coming out? That looks like a conventional...
And
the umpire steps in here. I don't think he's going to let him get medical attention.
Can he just get through 1 ball?
He wants to change of gloves. There's 1 ball to go on the over. Did they make a mistake there thinking it was over and they missed the no ball? Possibly, Flem? Because it's a bit weird to, you know, the whole thing's odd.
I saw he did indicate to the dressing room that wanted gloves.
So the umpire's stepped in there to save some time. You can't have gloves, but in fact, it's just stretched. And now cost us more time.
Maybe so, but the principle from Michael Goff, I don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
Webster to finish the over here to Jadeja. Out to square leg where Constance does the fielding. Just a no ball from the over. 58 overs gone. 6 for 121. After the break, it's bowling time.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
I've got Damien Fleming and Pete Lalor with me. No one better than Damien Fleming to talk through the work of Scott Boland. I remember we sat at this ground a few years ago and spoke about Father Marriott when Boland's average just would not go above 12. Well, in the modern iteration, it just won't go above 20. And it's down in the 18s at the moment. He's having quite the day out. Still 4 on the shelf. He's got 4 for 19. And he has the new man, Washington Sundar, waiting for him. 3 slips a gully. The catching backward point has been a feature through the series. Nathan Lyon. Away from us, Paddington end. Boland to Sundar here, who leaves alone in the channel outside the line of the off stump.
And he did get the standing ovation from the members' pavilion. I do have a word of warning for Scott Boland, though. They can be a fickle bunch here in Sydney. I played the test match against England. We played New Year's Day.
Yep.
Bowled first, and the first over, I actually beat the great Graham Gooch about 3 times. He nicked the last ball through to heels. I walked down a fine leg down the Ramwood and standing ovation. And as in Victoria, you don't get a lot of love from Sydney audience.
Boland to Sundar, who plays back defensively.
You didn't come up here and whinge all the time. You get a bit more love, mate.
But I savoured it though, Pete. To get a standing ovation first over the test match.
Yeah.
About a month later, it was that Australia A series.
Oh, yes.
And I opened the bowling And Greg Blewett hit me for 12 off the first over, and I went down to the same area. Guess what? Got another standing ovation. I thought, you fickle bastards. Hey?
Just big Australia A fans. Boland away from us, delivers here. Sunda squared up a wee bit, but keeps it out towards cover, no run.
So just a word of advice for Bolo. Don't get too ahead of yourself here. They're very fickle.
Well, it's a tough town, mate.
Tough town.
Just had the brakes on all day, haven't they?
Well, Bolo has, hasn't he?
And Webster as well. What's he going to run it over down the other end and giving nothing away?
It's interesting, isn't it, building pressure from both ends. It works.
And you've got a hesitant Indian batting lineup that doesn't want to take you down, so it bowled perfectly to them.
Boland catches behind Sunda, plenty of them, and he beats the bat with a ball from just short of a length. Might have, if he'd been generous, pulled inside the line at the last moment. So Washington yet to get off the mark. He made a really impressive half-century last week in the first innings, and he was ever so close there to nicking off for nothing.
Wow.
That was a play and miss.
11 wickets at 7.72 here at the SCG, Scotty. Wow.
He was so good against England in the test match here in early 22. Boland up to Sunda. Wider on the crease, beats him again. This time on the front foot. Back foot, front foot, doesn't matter where it is. Boland's beating the edge somewhere.
It doesn't, does it? Just so disciplined too. You just look at Scott Boland. He doesn't get too emotional. He doesn't get frustrated with the play and miss. He just walks back to his mark. He's just planning his ball.
It's about the fourth stump line there.
Yeah.
And a little bit more, and you're really going to have to play at it, aren't you?
Still a long way to go today as well. Still 31 overs after this. Australia have the chance to go through the lower order thanks to Boland. He's up again, delivers here, and Sunda's more convincing, leaving alone. Another maiden, 17 overs, 4 for 19 Boland, 6 for 121 India. Sunda gets a score, Jadeja 15. That's the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Just got a collision in Seaford, which is affecting Frankston Dandenong Road northbound before Seaford Road, and the Ring Road slow Greensboro bound after Boundary Road. Win a share of 50 million Flybuys points with Liquorland. Spend $20 in store or online and scan your Flybuys for a chance to win. Cheers, Liquorland. See website for full T's and C's. Choose to drink wise. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live, back to back, right here on SEN Cricket.
It's the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. It'll be Bo Webster putting in a real shift as the fourth seamer. He's 11th over here. None for 13 so far. And India just crawling. A run rate of 2.05 and over.
Big Mitch Stark moves into gully.
So Webster round the wicket. Delivers here. Suds out. Beats the bat of Jadeja. Prodded forward, but movement off the seam. Flem, we've seen Webster in the rotation, not just as Marsh was, using him when they were sort of deep in the hole, or a couple of overs here, a couple of overs there. He is now, at the moment, front and centre of the Aussie attack.
What is it, 11th over?
Yep.
I don't think Mitchell Marsh should be in his 11th over.
Making his presence felt. 2 catches as well. His first day as a test cricketer. Can he cap it with a wicket? 4 in the cordon, delivering to Jadeja, who leaves alone. Jadeja, 81 balls for his 15. We might try and track how slow that is in his career terms, Tommy.
So when Webster's bowling, Labuschagne moves into a third slip.
Yep.
And so Labuschagne moving from gully, they're using Stark in the gully region. Used to seeing Cameron Green there in previous summers, so he's a great fielder, Mitchell Stark.
He's done some work in the cordon for Australia before.
Yeah.
The wide-brimmed hat on. Webster up. Jadeja leaves in the channel this time, Tommy.
Yeah, it's the slowest innings of his test career, quite easily. 15 runs he's made. His strike rate is 18. And he's never batted this slow whenever he's faced more than 35 balls.
Wow.
And the same applied to Rashad Pant as well for a large chunk of his innings.
It's getting a bit Tavares boycott like that, isn't it? Day one of a test match.
They've been chastised back into their shells, I think. They're scared to play their natural game now.
Webster up, bowls here and leaves closer to the off stump. That moved back off the seam on the angle as well. He did shoulder arms. Good leave, but only just a good leave.
This is great bowling. Is this a 6 for 120 pitch though, Damien Fleming?
No.
It's not, is it?
That swung in and it did just straighten a little bit. If that kept going on with the swing, I reckon they would have hit off stump.
So Webster getting it right. Again to Jadeja, lunging forward, past Stark to his left in the gully. There'll be a couple of runs here. Labuschagne and Smith racing after it performatively. Labuschagne gets there first. A couple for Jadeja is 17, 6 for 123.
Well, that was good teamwork there because Mitchell Stark was in pursuit of that ball and the two slippers said, no. I think we'll get there faster than you, and they had a race to it, Smith and Labuschagne. They're up and about in that slips, Gordon. They're having a great day in slips.
Well, you just feel like a ball's coming every time, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And Smith pouched a couple. Webster as well.
Shelled one. Smith.
Yep.
Not Webster.
So Webster to finish to Jadeja. He backs out Jadeja. He's done that so often in the series, Jadeja. It's the really, really late back out. He didn't let go of the ball, Webster. Just in time.
I think a more experienced Test campaigner wouldn't have taken that as well as Bo Webster on debut.
So he's backed out as he's in the load-up, and he was in the full stance, and he was tapping his bat down.
No.
It's almost like Jadeja was looking down, and he only just looked up.
You can't do that.
And look at the side screen. There's nothing to complain about.
Webster closer to the stumps. Jadeja leaves alone. 2 off the over, 6 for 123. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. 17 for Jadeja. Sundar yet to score.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
In the final session, cheers to the cricket, cheers Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Mitch Stark replacing Scott Boland after a long spell by Boland's normal 3 or 4 in and out. So effective. I saw a stat doing the rounds that when he had 48 wickets, 27 of his 48 were in the first 3 overs of a spell, with 12 of them in the first over of a spell. So they know how to use him. And as for Stark, he picked up the first wicket of the day, got Australia going when he picked up KL Rahul. He's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 32.
Stretching and feeling that rib thing that he's got, or whatever it is.
3 slips, gully, short leg. Sundar facing Stark here down the leg side.
He's understandably stiff.
No, you go.
Yeah, it's 133.5 kilometre an hour warm-up ball from Mitchell Stark. We saw that, I think, in the first overs of the day as well.
Yes, Pete. So that signs he's feeling it, isn't he?
He is feeling it. Somebody on the text line here is saying, why have Australia risked Mitch Stark? He's earned a rest. Mitchell Stark does not want to rest. It's a matter of pride and honour to play this test and to push through this pain. Doesn't always pay off, but he's had some success here.
16 at 29 in the series, Stark. Up here, bowls to Sundar, short and wide and left lane. It does raise an interesting question about Sri Lanka, though, doesn't it, Flem? That if Cummins isn't going to be there for one or both of the test matches with the birth of his second child, is it Stark or is it Boland? And do you give Stark a chance to... I mean, it's not an easy question to answer. If they're going to play one seamer, that is, on a snake pit.
Yeah. And does it look like Cummins won't play the first test, is it?
Or the second.
Or the second.
Yeah, because he wants to be home for the birth and after the birth.
Yeah.
They're back-to-back test matches 3 days in between. So, no sure-run thing, but that scenario's been well flagged in the media in the lead-up to this test match. Stark operating from our Paddington end. Delivers and playing with a dead straight bat is Sundar. 10 dots to start his innings.
Yeah, they'll just have to look at the pitch, won't they? I mean, two of them in Gaul generally turns a fair bit. Whether you play 1 or 2 quicks, you got Webster, who I think will do a good job with his medium pace. As I said, encouraging to bowl off spin. Generally, Mitchell Stark's a very good subcontinent bowler because of his pace and reverse swing, or new ball swing and old ball swing. There could be a chance when Cummins out for both of them to play. Is Hazelwood fit by then?
You'd think
they've got options.
Yeah. They're probably conservative around Hazelwood, you would imagine. Starkey in here, short ball sways out the way. Washington, they've tipped their hats. They want to play a lot of spinners, obviously. But last time around in Sri Lanka, they played the two seamers, Cummins and Starkey, in both test matches. I'd be sort of surprised if they did that again, given they enjoyed some success in India with 3 spinners.
Well, the difference is Colombo and Gaul. Like Colombo, the ball swings a lot. So you have to play 2 quicks there. It moves a long way, but Gaul near the sea doesn't quite swing as much, but turn. A lot of turn.
And they've got a match winner in Prabhav Jayasuriya.
Mirali. Yep. Mirali's pitching on the other pitch, and he's still hitting you on the hip. Wow.
Stark delivers here. Sundar down the leg side. Doesn't get off the mark, but they will get a bye. Deflected off Carey's glove. They'll get a second bye as well.
Straining forward a bit.
6 for 125.
Sorry, did you do a tour over in Sri Lanka and Mirali was playing?
Yeah.
Pete? Yeah. I mean, nothing you've faced before that is remotely close to facing him. For the poor left-handers, I remember Justin Langer just trying his hardest, but when a ball pitches a metre outside your leg stump and spins over off stump, you know, what are your scoring options? You can't cut. You're not going to run down the pitch because it's going to spin past the bat. If you swing, you can, as sweep, you can top edge. It was a real experience to face Mirali.
Stark will finish here to Washington, and he beats him. Back of a length, past the shoulder of the bat, might have pulled inside the line. Either way, Washington's 0 from 13, Jadeja 17 from 85 at 6 for 125 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. And drinks are coming out onto the field. They are for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. There have been 2 wickets since tea. Rishabh Pant, another poor dismissal, did all the hard work. 98 balls out for 40, caught by Cummins at mid-wicket, trying to pull Boland. And next ball, with the score still, of course, on 120. Boland found the outside edge of Nitish Kumar ready for a golden duck. So 2 wickets with the score on 120. This pair have advanced it by 5 runs since then. So 6 for 125 on the Glencore scoreboard. Scott Boland has 4 wickets. Back in a moment.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TNT at hostplus.com.au.
When you swim for sick kids, Australia cheers you on. Be a Starlight Super Swim hero this February and join the challenge at superswim.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Have you heard the news? Beaumont Tiles, your favourite tile and bathroom specialist, now ranges engineered timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. If you're looking for a quick and easy reno and want to save between 20 to 25% on hybrid flooring, get into your local participating Beaumont store today. It's all in stock and ready to go. Yes, you heard right. Beaumont Tiles now ranges all hard flooring. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Bowled around the wicket. Part swings across the line. It hangs. Yeah. Cummins is going to get him. Yes. Oh, Rishabh. Rishabh, what have you done? Nitish Kumar ready. Faces up. Boland. He's got him straight away. Scotty goes bang, bang. Smith takes the catch in second slip. And Reddy has gone for a first ball duck. Boland is ready. He's on the runway. He's on a hat-trick. Washington faces up. Boland around the wicket. Washington beaten on the outside edge. Carey didn't glove it. Just as well he didn't nick it, because it fell out of Carey's gloves. Oh, my word.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
All the drama of a hat-trick ball, beautifully called by Gerard Whateley. Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break, the great Australian brew, as Boland picked up 2 wickets in the 57th over to break open India after that long partnership between Pant and Jadeja worth 48, but lasted the better part of a session. Damien Fleming with me for 4 and 20 pies. And, well, Australia now, they could sniff themselves knocking over the visitors inside the first day, maybe comfortably.
One
lot
wicket,
of overs
isn't
to
it,
go.
really?
Yeah.
They get in, Boomer at 9, Siraj.
Here is Webster, starts the fresh hour, leaving alone outside the line is Jadeja.
Krishna averages 9 in first-class cricket. You'd love to have the ball in your hand, wouldn't you, as an Australian quick?
Well, if Boomer's carded at 9, then they have 3 number 11s. That's what it boils down to. So you're right. This feels a little bit like it did with India through the period when Kohli was captain, where once they got to this stage, they'd often collapse in a hurry. Webster, sun out. Jadeja leaves close to the off stump. For a moment, I thought it was a bad leave. Just clears the off pole.
Alex Carey's taken that way down the leg side, so that must have swung a mile.
See it back for pay.com.
Just have a look at his release. Good release. Swinging in. That has just missed off stump. And a sign of the day is it swung massively past the stumps again. Why isn't it swinging more from bowler to batsman?
Pay.com.au replay screen. Webster again delivers here and playing nicely through mid-wicket is Jadeja. It'll take him into the 20s with a boundary. Hits the rope now in front of the Churchill stand at deep mid-wicket. They've been rare for Azito. Do it with the Azito power tool. 6 for 129. Jadeja reaches the 20s from his 88th delivery.
That's a beautiful shot, isn't it? And that's a feature shot of Jadeja's batting, leaving the ball on off stump. That's actually outside off stump he's whipped that from. But because it was a half volley, he knew he could smother whatever swing or seam there was. Flicker the wrist, but that flew off his bat for 4.
Just his second for Jadeja. Webster again bowls here and he leaves back on that outside the off stump line. He's been consistently in that sort of 125 kilometre an hour, Flem.
That's enough, isn't it?
126 there, I should say.
But that's the advantage of being so tall. 200 centimetres, high release. He's doing enough with the ball. There'll be periods on flat pitches which, he'll do hopefully, a dot ball maiden spell.
Bowls again here, Webster, and he beats the outside edge of Jadeja. He came forward to a ball that he felt he had to play, I suppose because of what happened earlier in the over with the dramatic swing after the ball passed the stumps. We'll see it a second time, and it just stood up off the seam. Classy.
No, that swung in and seamed away. Like, good luck playing that. So if he bowls at this standard at test match level and gets pitches that have got a little bit in them like this, he's going to take wickets.
Webster to Jadeja, closer to the stumps, plays to mid-wicket, gets 1, just finds the gap. He'll keep the strike as well. So Jadeja's 22, Washington yet to score. 6 for 130, India, Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Just got a collision in Seaford, which is affecting Frankston Dandenong Road northbound before Seaford Road, and the Ring Road slow Greensboro bound after Boundary Road. Win a share of 50 million Flybuys points with Liquorland. Spend $20 in store or online and scan your Flybuys for a chance to win. Cheers, Liquorland. See website for full T's and C's. Choose to drink wise. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live, back to back, right here on SEN Cricket.
Tom Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
So Boland's last wicket was his 50th test wicket, the same number as Doug Bollinger in 1 fewer test. His figures after tea, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4.
Wow.
A beautiful set of numbers. Stark trying to add to it here for Australia. 6 for 130 the score. Into Sundar, who plays down the right line but doesn't make contact. Jadeja, my apologies. 2 left-handers at the moment. Over the top of the off stump. Cut him in half at 140 clicks.
What happened there? Stark getting his pace back. It was like he was trying to cut it. Unless that moved a long way, he's just missed. No, that's on-off stump.
Naked eye.
Got beaten for pace.
Yeah, naked eye. I felt like he played the right line, but looking at it here, he's missed it. He's way late on it.
That was a weird shot.
Yeah. So Jadeja under the pump.
He's lucky that bounced.
It's 22. Stark started his spell nicely. To Jadeja here. Short ball leaves it alone. Short and wide. Could have had a go at it, but elected not. Thinking laterally here with Webster bowling so nicely, and even Mohammad Abbas doing a job for Pakistan last week in Centurion might be doing the world of good for someone like Fergus O'Neill, who doesn't blow up the speed radar. But just a reminder on days like today that being mid-120s and very accurate does still present a handful at Test level.
Yep, certainly so. Philander used to do it for South Africa.
Yep. So we get so obsessed with pace sometimes, don't we?
You need some pace in your attack, though, and Mitchell Starc provides that. He's getting into the 140s, which is great.
And 142, the previous delivery. Starc to Jadeja again, bowls here, back of a length, takes on the short wide one, sneaks it through the gully region, gets 4 runs for it from the bottom of the bat to 26, 6 for 134. He resisted the first one, had a go at the second.
Yeah, he got a bit of a sider, didn't he? The previous ball was short and wide, a half tracker really, and the second time it happens, yeah, you got to cash in on them. The Australians haven't given a lot of half volleys. There's been rarely any balls that are cut, so you got to jump up the scoring rate. And Jadeja's hit a couple of 4s in the last couple of overs, but he's still only 26 off 94.
3 boundaries in 94 balls. I doubt he's played at any innings where he's faced 94 balls for 3 boundaries in his life, Jadeja. 3 slips the gully remains. Starc in, Jadeja hits him on the pad, swinging back towards him, and he's given by umpire Goff. Took a while to raise the finger. I suspect he'll review. He does so here with 13 seconds left on the clock.
I think he's got to, hasn't he, with that batting lineup.
Late swing does him there, beats him on the inside edge. The question, was it touching leg stump?
By LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Joel Wilson, third umpire. Yeah, nah, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Third umpire for Imars the Shed, giving cashback rewards with insurance.
Oh, I reckon he's out.
There to be any bat involved. Can you give me all try?
I reckon he is out.
Snickers is coming around.
So Snicker to come first to make sure he hasn't feathered it on the way through. Bat is close to the
That's not going
ball.
over.
No.
Yeah, there's a little gap between the bat and the ball, and a flat line.
Nothing on Snicko.
Unsatisfied, ball tracker once it's available.
Hit him well below the knee roll. All it needs to do is touch the leg stump. Here's the projection in line with middle, 2 reds and hitting middle stump.
Michael, stay with your decision. Stand by.
As plumb as it comes.
That is the pathway to plumness there for Mitchell Starc. And to be fair to poor Jadeja, the previous 2 balls were half trackers outside off stump. That is not conditioning you to cop 145 kilometre in swinger, and it's got him out LBW. So a laborious innings comes to an end. He fought hard, but Mitchell Starc, the wicket taker, comes into play. Mitchell Starc, the mop, is going to have a bigger role to play with 3 tail-enders coming in, Colo.
Starc's second wicket. Jadeja has his front pad blown off for 26 from 95 balls. And the ball after getting a chance to have a dash at 1. What a response from Starc. 7 for 134. The big quick has a couple.
He'll get more wickets with that delivery to the Indian tail.
Yes, and it's not going to be as expected. Jasprit Bumrah walking out at 9. It's the man playing his first test match of the series, Prasidh Krishna, who averages, as you say, 9 at first class level.
Hasn't scored a run at test level yet. So it could be a big moment for him, or the average will stay the same.
So Starc gets 2 cracks at the number 9, and Starc will have the chance to pack that cordon.
He's faced 16 balls for those 0 runs.
So Starc will go round the wicket to him. 3 slips, the gully, the catching backward point, the short leg. They're all in there. They're all waiting. Starc to proceed. His first ball here. Inside edge onto the pad. No footwork to speak of. Well,
I saw a lot of stumps there on offer. Wow, that could have just crashed in the middle stump there.
Saved by the inside edge of the bat.
Well, he knows what's coming, doesn't he? Oh. There was a big gap, wasn't there, between bat and pad?
Where Starc is at his best. The chance to get 2 in and over, perhaps. Last ball of it here. Proceed, waits for Stark, wastes it down the leg side. End of the over, changing commentary after the break. Gerard Whateley jumping in, 7 for 134. Proceeds yet to score. Nor is Washington. Australia have celebrated 3 wickets after tea for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Simon.
So, you're going to study sport at Deakin?
Study sport? Nah, I'm going to grow sport.
Australia's done it. Another gold on the Olympic stage.
Lead sport.
All right, good hustle, squad. Give me 1 more quarter.
Inspire sport. Think beyond the field. Search Deakin Sport.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean, come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Webster to Washington, who leaves him outside the off stump. So Webster continues on. 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 20. Our experts are for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan foods. Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome back.
Evening, Gerard. It's wouldn't say it's all happening. It's been a day of attrition. We haven't seen too many of these in this series.
Webster is striving for his first Test wickets. Washington's 14 balls without scoring. Webster bowls. Washington defends from the stumps.
And the one thing for India without Akash Deep in the side is they literally have 3 number 11s. So Prasidh Krishna getting to bat at number 9 is not a very promising sign, to be honest.
Ooh. First ball, back leg kicked out to square leg, hung the bat in front of the stumps, had all the markings of a number 11. Webster to Washington, clips in the air, down through mid-on for 4. Washington better get what's there and see if they can propel the scoreboard along, having taken the go slow tactics. Boundaries for Azito, do it with the Azito power tools, 7 for 138.
Yeah, he just has to start throwing his bat around Washington, Sundar. If India have to get anywhere close to 200, they're a long way away from there. I don't think he can depend too much on what's left.
Webster around the wickets. Washington back, cuts for more. Found his way through points. Out under the O'Reilly stand. It touches the rope. Back-to-back boundaries for Washington. For Azito, do it with Azito power tools. This has been the error in India's ways here. Not targeting Webster has been a huge mistake to allow him to bowl so economically.
It's been a confusing performance from India throughout. There was no momentum, just that Rishabh Pant, Ravindra Jadeja partnership. The scoreboard was not moving. The game wasn't going anywhere.
Webster again to Washington. Dance down the pitch. Prods the ball wide of mid-off. He'll find a run. As Cummins gets out of the blocks to field. So farming the strike, Washington as well. There's 1 to come. 7 for 143.
And yeah, just thinking back to everything that's happened since the end of the Melbourne Test. What we've seen from India today is, to me, is a pretty clear sign of a team which is just unsure about their approach. We saw a couple of shots in anger from Rishabh Pant off Bo Webster, hit him down the ground for a 6, but that was it. And the way he played the next delivery, to me, Gerard, almost is a clear illustration of what's happening in the dressing room.
Webster over the wicket bowls. Krishna wrapped on the pads via an inside edge. And he survives the last ball of the over. 7 for 143. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for the Henley Main View collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. 7 for 143. Stark is bowling to Washington, who's on 9. All in the previous over. 3 slips in play. Stark bowls. Washington cuts, jumping in the air, and he misses. There's a deep point for that as well.
Yeah, finally, some sort of intent from Washington. Yeah, just go back to what we heard about Gautam Gambhir having honest words with the team, which is nothing wrong with it. It was a kind of performance on that final evening which would have demanded for the coach to have honest words. Just some of those things we read about him reportedly saying, oh, I let you guys play the way you wanted to for the first 6 months, but now I'm taking charge. I'm setting the tone.
Stark flows in. Bowles. Washington defends.
And then the whole drama around Rohit Sharma, will he, won't he? And even the facile net session he had yesterday after it was pretty obvious that he wasn't going to play. And he's still in there. And you start reading into little things, don't you, Gerard? The fact that he didn't walk out and join the rest of the squad and the support staff for the national anthem. And he's been just sitting there in the dressing room, balcony, all by himself, completely divorced from what's happening with this game, as he would.
Stark bowls. Washington stayed out of the short ball, swayed back.
And the man in the focus was Rishabh Pant after the Melbourne collapse. We spoke about it earlier, his shot in the first inning, in the second innings. And he showed a good defensive technique today, but it looked like he was just going to defend 20 deliveries and this chance his arm and go back to defending in dead defense, not like he was trying to rotate the strike and then falling to yet another poor shot. I don't know what he achieved or what was achieved through that approach in that period.
Stark has 2. Bowls to Washington, defends the ball to mid-on, no run.
And this isn't to pile on Rishabh, but Virat Kohli getting out again, just playing at 1, just outside his off stump after having shown a lot of discipline. But just overall, the pitch has also been in favour of the bowlers. Australia have bowled well. Despite all of that, India have just looked like a confused batting unit.
Yeah, it hasn't looked cohesive or harmonious. I just wonder about the dynamic that has led to it all. So 2 deep on the leg side with 2 left in the over. And the fly slip, Webster's been sent down to the boundary. So if Stark goes short a couple of times, see if he can keep Washington on strike. Gonna crack at Krishna at the other end. Stark digs it in, and Washington topples over. Kept the bat underneath the flight of the ball.
It looked like he wanted to duck and then he tried evading it. Did it okay. But what that bounce also means is Washington has to find a way. It didn't get up as much as he thought it would. But he has to find a way of getting off strike and keeping the strike for the next over, or he exposes Prasidh Krishna to 6 balls of, I don't think it'll be Bo Webster.
No, I imagine it'll be Pat Cummins. So Stark's job to deny Washington here. Field is set for the short ball. He's got one in his pocket. He gigs it in. Washington turns it away, though. Gets it out to deep square and gets the single. Stark didn't get that up nearly as high as he expected, which tells you something about the pitch. Washington 10, 7 for 144. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
SEN Test Crickets for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 7 for 144 India in this session. Punt for 40. Ready for naught. Jadeja for 26. Washington's 10. Krishna has been kept away from the strike. He's on 0. 3 slips and a gully in place. Pat Cummins reading the cues well. Bharat, he has come back in. 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 27. He'll be bowling from the Randwick end with a deep point and a fine leg. Cummins looking to get in on the act around the wicket. Washington knocks him away to mid-off. Tom Morris is keeping the good oil for us for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
So this SCG crowd, Gerard, at the tea break was 47,566. It's the biggest attendance at the SCG for a day of cricket since 1976, so 49 years ago. Bigger than any AFL crowd at the venue. And I'm just looking at the all-time record, which is 47,000 overall, which is 189,000. That's Steve Waugh's final test. If it goes the distance, big if, would be a strong chance to get that, I reckon, given the next 2 days are sold out as well.
Cummins bowls. Washington kept inside the line of a rising delivery.
And while I've got you, Bo Webster, 13 overs. This is from Tom Decent from The Age. He's bowled more overs in this innings than Mitch Marsh did in any innings during his last 28 test matches. So that's the selection in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, 3 spells.
Yep.
4-4-5. Never allowed the scoreboard to move.
This is why Pat Cummins spoke about having that 5th bowling option with the short turnaround and the end of a long summer. And it's been a masterstroke of a selection. 2 really good catches as well in slip, which you expect from Bo Webster.
Cummins bowls. Washington cut in half. Ball that reared in, and he's toppled back out of his hands, crumpled on the popping crease. Got it right in the Jats crackers.
Sounded bad, didn't it? And at times when batters get hit there, always looks painful, but that just had a crack.
That's a nasty business.
That was an ugly crack. You could hear it before you saw it.
Yeah.
Washington felt it, heard it, and saw it. And he's feeling it right now.
Poor fella. Brett, who is our great correspondent at the MCG. I was at all 5 days of the Boxing Day test, as you well know. Well, I'm here in Sydney for all 5 as well. What a way to end 2024 and bring in 25. I'm so interested by that crowd number. And so the record for AFL at the venue is 46,323. And we know how much gets taken out by the sight screen. I wonder the how, because Sydney they've sold out numerous finals and had those big crowds. I'm fascinated as to how the number gets so high, so much higher than footy, given we know that the MCG is 93,000, but it's 100,025 for a grand final, but you lose 7,000 in the configuration of sight screens and the like.
I'm completely with you. Maybe not as many people like footy in Sydney as what we thought, and they love cricket.
No, but there's only X amount of tickets. So those are sold out games. 46,000, 45,000. You can't get any more in. So with the seat restrictions, and so they have found a way to get bigger numbers in, because that Ashes crowd from 10 years ago, it's higher than that, and that was sort of capacity at the time.
Which, if there's no sight screens, you'd be able to fit 50,000 in based on that number, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, looking around.
Yeah. Both sides, yeah. Because that's where they play football linear here, Gerard? Or?
Yep. Yeah, we're behind the goals where we are, Bharat.
Right. So, yeah, you can easily fit across both sides. Around 3,000 people, 3,500 people.
So they've increased capacity for the cricket. I'm just interested in the how and the where. They've got great activity around inside the ground, but not necessarily in the stands. So what's there? Adelaide style?
More standing room out the back.
Yeah.
More corporate boxes maybe for a day at the cricket rather than a day at the footy.
Maybe more in boxes.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's great. It's fantastic for the venue.
We should get the same number tomorrow and the same number on day 3, even more on day 3.
Yes, because what is it, Saturday, Sunday?
Yeah.
And Jane McGrath Day being day 3. Yes. Fantastic. All right, Washington Sundar is going to battle on. He's 10 from 27, been struck a fearful blow. 7 for 144. Cummins around the wicket to him, and he leaves outside the off stump.
And it's not just the locals. Yesterday I bumped into a couple of Indian fans, Gerard, who are here from Stuttgart in Germany. And they've travelled all the way just for the Melbourne and Sydney Test matches. Obviously, there's a lot from the US. Someone from Austin, Texas the other day. People from the UK. Come from everywhere. A lot of Indians have travelled as well. This is only going to go bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
In subsequent India tours here.
Nathan Lyon was caught up into the infield as Australia looked to deny Washington a single. Cummins bowls. He's back and cutting for 4. Past Webster in the gully. Lovely wristy stroke from Washington. Boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. 7 for 148.
Yeah, I think he's still recovering from the blow to his nether region. You could see him just like hobbling as he walked to the other end, still feeling it. But yeah, there was width. It's a classy batter, Washington. He's grown as a batter as the series has progressed.
Last ball of the over. Cummins to Washington and a swing down the leg side. Now Carey's asking, so too is Smith. Cummins wasn't terribly sure. They're going to have a quick chat here. Yes, we're going to review. So crucial moment for New Farm, Australia's #1 on hard to kill weeds. This is a swish down the leg side.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Lovely voice of Joel Wilson.
This is for IMARS The Shed, giving cashback rewards with insurance.
Confident, boys. Someone is confident.
Oh, glove.
Yeah, looks like.
First glance.
Ball passing very close to the glove. Can you give me real-time snicker, please?
Well, Barnes has given it a couple of more valves. This could well be trouble for Washington. It looks like it hit the bottom glove. Alex Carey was only one confident. Yeah, there was a bit of a sky.
There's a trimmer in the force.
Bring it back.
It's a sharp one as well. Yeah.
I can see a gap at the bottom of the glove. Can you take it back? Take it back out. Take it back out. Take it back out.
Joel. Yeah. Timing's perfect.
Yes, I need another side on or from behind if you have it.
Joel's not convinced.
Joel, what are you looking at, mate?
Yeah, there you go.
This looks better for me. Slow, slow, slow. Slow, slow.
Oh, yeah.
Zoom that up for me, please. Thank you.
Oh, wow. So, in MCG, we went
slow
motion to Snicko. Here we gone Snicko to slow motion. Not really sure what's happening. It looks like it's hit the SS badge on the glove.
Real-time Snicko on that, please.
All right, so now we're going back to Snicko.
All right, go back to what you had before. And bring it back out. And slowly, 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 slowly.
There you go.
That's it. Got a pike on the edge there. Ball is very close to the glove. I can't differentiate any gap between ball and glove. So one more time for me, please. Slowly. Yeah, I have a spike. No gap between bat and ball. Back on field to Saikat. Saikat, you have to reverse your decision of not out to out. Stand by.
I think Joel's confused all of us, but we're going to get there. Out. We got there in the end. Washington caught off the glove down the leg side for 14. Cummins gets his first. Carey's taken the catch. Washington's cracked the sads out in the middle.
He's taken a long time to even move from where he stood, Washington. Full credit to Alex Carey. He was the only one who was convinced that it had hit something. It could not have hit anything but the bottom glove. And Washington's taking a long time to leave the field. The Indian captain, Jasprit Bumrah, has already walked out.
It's really poor sportsmanship.
It is.
Really poor from Washington. That is the way the technology is applied. It's out. And demonstrable displays in Melbourne which were completely unwarranted on two batters who were out but didn't like the technology, and that has been repeated by India.
Oh, wow.
Washington has let the team down. He's let the whole test match down, carrying on like this.
He's still not gone past the rope.
Someone should get a hook and drag him off. I'll think considerably less of him after that.
Well, you can hear what Jasprit Bumrah is saying that to the umpire.
Next one. There's a deflection, visual, backed up by Snicko. There was a deflection last week. There was nothing on Snicko, but the deflection was there. As India are talking themselves into being victimised here. Stark around the wicket, bowls. Krishna got hit by it. He's got zero clue what he's doing against this pace of Stark. He's just had a little swing and it's hit him rather than him hit it. So Australia celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. It's 8 for 148. Lisa Sthalekar is in to join Bharat for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Afternoon. I always seem to come in with a bit of drama. It came in straight after the Kohli not out decision. This one went upstairs and was adjudicated after some time, like he said, that for Australia's favour.
Stark bowls. Krishna, Yorker, jag down on it. He's going to squeeze a run too. Cummins comes around at mid-off. And Bumrah will be on strike.
Well, Prasidh Krishna will take pride from the fact that's his first ever test run. Digging out a Mitchell Stark Yorker. Not bad, but you, Lisa, overheard what Jasprit Bumrah just said to the umpire as soon as he walked out. He said, oh, last week you gave it out off Snicko. This time it's off deflection. So you're right. It's just...
Yeah, I think this is where the players actually need to spend some time with the umpires and understand what the hierarchy system is. Last week, unfortunately, the third umpire went to another element of DRS and didn't need to.
Stark is going to be over the wicket when he bowls to Bumrah, and Bumrah has a swing at the short ball. It flies through to Carey untouched.
The one thing that I will say for Joel Wilson is that there was a Snicko, or there was a spike when the ball was close to the glove, and then as it passed, then a couple of other spikes came. So one thing that there is a difference, obviously, coming off the glove compared to an edge. It's a bit more of a dull sound, so you're not going to get a really sharp spike. And that dull sound, when it's high up, can get caught up with other noises that are around as well.
Yeah, no, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Stark bowls, Bumrah swings, Carey hauls it down.
But I'm glad we got to the right decision.
Oh, yeah.
I think we were all hoping. You know, there's still conjecture about the Steve Smith catch as well, so maybe the cricketing gods will go 1-1.
And Joel Wilson, I mean, I know he has an interesting history with Australia, but he's rated probably right up there when it comes to third umpires by the ICC. He got to do the World Cup final as well in 2023. So obviously they see it the way they think they should, the higher ups in the ICC.
Leg gully, 2 slips. Gully, third man, fine leg. Bat pad, Stark bowls. Bumrah swings off balance. Swing and a miss.
He throws his head back because he thought, oh, here was my chance. It was up there. But when the tail, and Bumrah clears his front leg by, another set of stumps, and he's nowhere near the line of the ball. Good luck trying to get bat on ball.
So there's an hours left in the day's play. India have 2 wickets in hand. Probably somewhere in Bumrah's heart, he's thinking, we may as well get on and have a bowl. See if we can square some of this ledge up. Stark, the last ball of the over will come around the wickets. Bumrah readies himself. Top edge, flies the keeper. Down to the boundary for 4. Just a big swing across the line. Any which way for Bumrah at the moment. Boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. The 150 up for India in the 67th over. End of it. 8 for 153. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Adam Collins for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Just got a collision in Heidelberg West on Southern Road at Liberty Parade and a collision in South Bank on Kingsway at Sturt Street. Trams are also affected. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Final days of Amart's Boxing Day sale. Save on a minimum 10 to 60% off absolutely everything store-wide. T's and C's apply. Sale ends Sunday. Stores open late tonight at Amart. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live, back-to-back, right here on SEN Cricket.
Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Our final session. Big roar went around the SCG as we return there because Scott Boland is back in the attack. His last ball, 2 for 4 from 6 overs, 17 overs, 4 for 19. His analysis, all the numbers for Ewan Heinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. Boland, this time around, is going to have a crack from the Ramwick end. 8 for 153. Yet more controversy in the final session. It's following this series. Proceed facing Boland. In here, makes room and swings. Tries to pop it into the trumper stand, but doesn't make contact.
Yeah, that's how he generally approaches batting, Prasidh Krishna. Especially, I think India have decided they're not going to get too many runs from this point on. With just Siraj left. Just go down swinging and then get the Bumrah show on the road.
Yeah, whilst they want to score as many runs as possible, it's not a bad outcome if they get themselves into the field and they take a few Australians with them.
Still plenty of time on day 1. Boland up here, delivers to Proceed, who makes room to swing again, and the result is the same. It would have taken the 4th stump out of the ground, but just missed. He's really shaping up to take out someone sitting in the 2nd deck of the trumper stand or something like that.
Isn't it good to see some old school tail end batting?
At last.
I know. Everybody.
Enough of this competence. Bat and pad close together.
Everybody shapes up so well these days, Lisa.
Yeah.
Technically sound. Putting a price on their wicket.
Maybe we open that up. 0433 98 11 16. Your favourite tail enders who just did the best they could. Had a swing. There are some fairly obvious candidates. We'll let them come in on the text. So it's Boland striving for a 5th. 3 slips here. Proceed out to mid-wicket. Chips it. More like square leg. Gets 1. Gets his 2nd single. 8 for 154. You're bang on, by the way. I mean, there are times to get bowled out. This is clearly one of them. You're getting Bumrah. Bearing in mind the cut-off here is in 57 minutes. So there'll be 10 overs for changeover. There will definitely reach a point where the number of runs they eke out won't be anywhere near as important as the number of Bumrah overs that can be sent down on a pitch that's lively.
Exactly. And then you also look at Australia. They lost the toss and all of a sudden they're in the field, and this is probably a good toss to lose because there has been enough in this pitch throughout the day, and we're looking at a 68th over ball, and it's still doing something.
Bumrah bowls here, swinging down the line. A line drive from Bumrah gets a boundary against Boland, which is hard to do today. Takes him to 8 for 158 baseball style.
Well, compared to Prasidh Krishna and Jasprit Bumrah, has got a little bit more behind him. You were seeing it technically sometimes a little bit closer, but this one was fuller And when he's got kind of that baseball swing, he's able to get under it and just hit straight down the line.
So proper tail end batting. Boland, can he get it right here? Got the short leg here for Bumrah, who goes in that direction again, straight back over his head. Boland takes evasive action. The umpire as well, back-to-back boundaries. So 9 runs from the over so far. That may well be the biggest of the day. 8 for 162.
Well, Bumrah was not very chuffed when he was asked a couple of test matches ago in the press conference that you're the wrong person to ask about batting, and he did say, have you looked up who holds the record for the most runs ever scored in an over? Maybe you should do that again before you talk to me about batting. And he's showing that form here.
Oh, I think he's the type of player that loves a little fight, right? And the team is down and out. They're not expecting him to score runs. They're expecting him to take wickets. Slight change in the field. Marnus right behind the bowler.
Boland up, delivers here. Down the leg side, not gloved by Carey. 4 more. 4 byes added to the tally. It ends a very busy over for India. 13 runs coming from it. All valuable at this stage. 68 gone, my apologies. 8 for 166 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Melbourne Derby is here and it's going to be big. Don't miss the Melbourne Stars take on the Melbourne Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Search BBL tickets to book now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At MoleMap, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. 1 check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We're in the final session. Proceed and Jasbit both having a real dart at this. They put on 18 in a hurry from just 12 balls for the 9th wicket. Plenty of tail-enders getting a run here. Tim Southey, Jim Higgs, the complete tail-ender, says Sean in Knoxfield. Mark Wood likes a swing. Nixon McLean, my favourite tail-ender, having a dip.
Wow,
that's one for the rarities and oddities.
Wow.
Bruce Reid. Chris Martin.
Bruce Reid, yes. Tim Southey. I wouldn't put Tim Southey there because he's hit, what, the 3rd most sixes in Test cricket?
98 of them.
98.
That'll be a number that sticks with us. So Stark's going to bowl eventually. They're in no hurry here. So they've changed the field entirely for Proceed. They've got a fly slip, but set behind first slip. Fine leg, 3rd man, deep backward square. Oh, and I missed the fine leg as well. So they are spread. They're behind the wicket, and they are signalling their intentions. Travis Head's going to go at the deep square leg as well. This is something we see quite a bit in the modern game when you're seeing the lower order hitting runs from relatively conventional deliveries. They go upstairs. Stark's got a couple. Begins his 17th over here. He'll go round the wicket to Proceed. Delivers here, and he gets him over the top of mid-on. Running back with the flight is the captain. It pitches and stops just before the members' pavilion. They get through for a couple. 8 for 168.
It's a nice little chip, a high chip over Pat Cummins, and able to come back for 2.
More here. This is just a satisfying name to say. Mahendra Nagamutu.
Oh, wow.
West Indies leg spinner. I like that. That's come in twice. Imagine that.
Oh.
Ishant Sharma.
Yeah, that's classic number 11.
Trent Bolt. He's the best of the modern era.
He is.
The most eccentric Courtney Walsh style that we've seen in a long time, Trent Bolt.
Even his leaves, right? Yeah.
Proceed making contact there. This could be fun. Deep mid-wicket goes back as well. I feel like he's slaying them, but they're all in catching position. Stark here round the wicket. Swings out towards deep square leg in the direction of a catcher. Underneath it and taken. Sam Constas in front of the Brawongal stand brings to an end an eventful 20-run partnership for the 9th wicket. Proceeds caught for 3. Stark has 3. It's 9 for 168. Leads to Sthalekar.
Yeah, certainly that was the plan. India trying to get some late runs as well. You can't blame them because there's no point them sticking around short, and it flew out to the men that are out in the deep. Sam Constas on his home ground sits under it nice and comfortably, and Mitchell Stark picks up 3 wickets, remembering that he's only got 24 in 10 matches. at an average of 44. A lot has been said about him at the back end of a series. SCG home test. He's still turning it on.
Certainly is.
Sorry, Baz, we'll jump in here. They're going to take drinks with the fall of the wicket for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We'll be back in just a moment. India, 9 for 168.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get halal super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. One check, two experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
Cummins to Washington at a swing down the leg side. Now Carey's asking, so too is Smith. Cummins wasn't terribly sure. Yes. We're going to review.
Yeah, there was a bit of a mistake.
There's a tremor in the force.
Slowly? Yeah, I have a spike. No gap between bat and ball. Back on field to Saikat. Saikat, you have to reverse your decision of not out to out.
I think Joel's confused all of us, but we're going to get there. Out. Washington caught off the glove down the leg side for 14. Washington's cracked the sads out in the middle. It's really poor sportsmanship.
It is.
Really poor from Washington. That is the way the technology is applied. It's out.
It's still not gone past the rope.
Someone should get a hook and drag him off.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Back live at the SCG. Stark gets a look at Siraj. India's number 11 bowls here with the field spread down the leg side. Carey catches up with it. They think about one, but they call it off. Lisa Sthalekar with me, our changing commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Yeah, missed opportunity there from Stark, but he's just trying to crank it up. Oh dear.
Front foot no ball, which will be frustrating, but it does give them another chance this over. It's funny that, because depends how you interpret this. You could say they've got 4 balls to keep swinging here, but they've lost 4 minutes for the drinks break.
Yeah.
Which may not necessarily be to India's advantage, owing to the bigger picture here of unleashing Jasprit Bumrah for as often as you can, whenever you can, at the right times in a match. It feels it here. 23 Sundaresan today, 9 for 169. Stark in, bowls to Siraj, leg stump line in behind it defensively. They want one again, but Stark does well, moving to his left and cuts it off.
I think if we're talking second innings and, you know, late on day 3 or 4, or where you need to get the test really moving in the right direction, then maybe declare. But
Yeah.
I just think there's so much time left in the game. 10 runs could be really crucial. We don't know yet.
Yeah, I suppose it's less about the declaration. It's more just an inconvenient time to have 9 and 10, or 10 and 11, my apologies, batting. But still. And I should add, by the way, the short ball stuff worked there. They get a lot of grief when it doesn't, but it worked. Second ball there for Stark. Going upstairs and getting Proceed caught in the deep. Bowling here to Siraj. That's short. Through to the gloves of Carey after ducking. That was quick as well. No dramas with Stark's pace today.
No, I actually had a quick chat to Elisa Healy, Mitch Stark's wife, who's doing commentary down a couple of blocks, and she was saying that it's that kind of niggle where once it warms up, it's fine. And because it's quite in such a unique situation of where it is in the back, it doesn't really trouble him. Like maybe at the start it might, but his pace even at the MCG and today have been good.
Yeah. It's funny, it's only brief times when he seemed to be uncomfortable. Short legs in again as well. Stark round the wicket, full and straight, and Siraj takes one to cover. He's off the mark. He'll give the strike to Bumrah with 1 ball left in the over. 9 for 170.
Right, what does Bumrah do? Does he find the single and just take it regardless, hoping that it doesn't go for a boundary and he gets to face the next over?
I think he tries to pop it over into Moore Park. He'll be eyeing up the clock tower on top of the members at Cow Corner. Live a little, Jasbrit. They've got the fly slip. They've got genuinely five back. Deep backward point, fly slip. Very fine leg. Deep backward square leg. Short leg's gone. Stark's changing angle for the 1 ball over the wicket. Away from us, passes umpire Goffin bowls here. And he does swing and he does miss. That was the direction he was going over deep mid-wicket. Strike goes back to Siraj. He's 1. Bumrah's 12. A successful over for Stark, who's got 3. India, 9 for 170 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Just got a collision in South Bank on Kingsway at Sturt Street. Trams are also affected. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The Honda Huge stock clearance is now on. Great offers across the range, plus 5 free scheduled services on Honda ZRV and CRVs. T's and C's apply. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live, back-to-back, right here on SEN Cricket.
Jasprit Bumrah. You could say he's running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. And by that I mean he's trying to hit every ball for 6. Siraj is back on strike. It is Scott Boland who gets the chance to take the final wicket. And noted that before as well, Lisa, that the going upstairs thing cops a lot of grief when it doesn't work. And I wonder how Boland will go applying it, because typically his approach in Test cricket's been the very opposite. So they won't set the field back. They'll let Boland be Boland. They'll have a short leg, 3 slips of gully. They will have a deep third man for the slash, but that's it. The rest's conventional. Up here to Siraj. Boland delivers, swings, and it hits him. Hits him on the lid. For the umpteenth time today, we're going to see the Indian medical staff run out. So he swung at it, hit him on the front of the helmet. He's reaching for his mouth, so it's got him on the grill. We're behind the action. We'll see it again for pay.com.au, Lisa.
Yeah, and it's off the edge, top edge, and then
did it get under?
Under the grill, I'd say.
It looks like it might have got under towards the chin strap. They might just need to see it again. So it was one of those where it was on the upward trajectory before it got to the lid.
And there's something to be said about coming off the bat. So, you know, your thick inside edge onto the thigh or something. Everything just seems to go a little bit faster, and it hurts. It hurts a lot.
So he's reaching for his jaw. They're yet to go through the formal tests. Kamlesh Jain's out there again, name check for the about 5th time today. He's been very busy back and forth. But I suppose there'll be the concussion test, Lisa, but also how his jaw's been affected. So there'll be a little bit of a delay here. The next time there'll be a wicket, there'll be the change of innings. It'll be the Australian openers suiting up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. There's 43 minutes until the end of play. So again, this wider point about this might just be taking time away from when Bumrah does his best work.
Yeah. But one thing you get a sense that everything's okay, just having a bit of a drink and putting the helmet back on, and he has to go out. But what it has shown as well throughout the day is the ball is rising off a length that is surprising a lot of batters, which is not what is expected here at the SCG. You guys have spoken early on in the day about the type of grass, and probably the most grass we've seen on the SCG pitch. And what we've seen from that is that extra kick, that extra bounce that has surprised not only the tail-enders, but also the top order batters from India.
Has been a point of difference, hasn't it, compared to Sydney tracks that we've seen in recent years, and it's made for some exciting Test cricket. So Slight change in the field. Having been hit, they're sending back deep square leg and deep mid-wicket 2. Boland to Siraj. Fronts up. Close to the stumps. Full and straight and defended down the pitch.
Solid.
So India were rolled for 150 at Perth in the first innings, 180 at Adelaide. And they're somewhere between now 170. So it's been a shortcoming of India throughout the series when batting first, which they elected to do this morning.
Yep. And certainly not what Jasprit Bumrah would have wanted, given the fact that the Australian bowlers had bowled a lot of overs in the 4th innings at the MCG only a few days ago.
Boland in here. Siraj plays it out to cover point for 1. Gets his second single, and I don't think they'll be considering a second because Bumrah wants a crack. 9 for 171. So Bumrah's got 3 balls in this over. And this will be his opportunity. Got after Boland in his previous over with a couple of 4 straight back past him.
Yeah, so what do? We saw Marnus go right behind Boland for the slap shot. So we've got 2 deep on the leg side behind square.
Well, surely there'd be no reason to change that. If they had that in the previous over from Boland to Bumrah.
Unless he's going to change his line.
Yes.
So he's going to go more probably leg stump line because you've got deep mid-wicket, which I think is Marnus out there.
Yep.
And then Usman is like in no man's land around mid-wicket.
And 2 back for the short ball. Deep backward square and fine leg. Boland in to Bumrah. Across his stumps. He does swing. Hits him on the pads. They scamper through. Leg by. 9 for 172. Back to Siraj. 2 left in the 70th over. So proper tail end stuff this from Bumrah. Making room. Trying to access the ball where he knows he can clout it.
And I think another Indian batter has been hit.
Yeah, just seeing it back on the screen.
Most uncomfortable position.
That was considerable bounce, and just confirming your suspicion, Lisa. Bang. Another whack in the box.
And then the usual groans from all of the male spectators at the SCG.
But he's down at the non-striker's end, so he'll let Siraj crack on. Field out everywhere. Boland delivers and Siraj plays and misses in the channel. I say everywhere. 3 back on the leg side. Still 3 behind the wicket catching.
Yeah, that's everywhere.
For Siraj, anyway, in context. Boland was doing it with ease with Dynabreeze earlier in the session. Industrial strength heavy-duty fans. 2 in 2 balls to take him to 50 in Test cricket. What a beautiful story it's been. Made the very most of his chance in this series. 1 more ball here to Siraj. Can he finish it? Boland in, and he swings and misses a ball that hits the seam and decks away. 9 for 172. Over is called. Siraj 2, Bumrah 12. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Everyone's favourite bear returns to the big screen alongside Olivia Colman and Antonio Banderas. Get your tickets to Paddington in Peru in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Whether you need a play space for the kids, a barbecue area for your mates, or an outdoor area for the pooch, Strathair offer a lawn for every yard or project. Call Strathair for a free quote today or online at strathair.com.au.
The leading run scorer on this first day for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life, was Rishabh Pant, who reached 40, but it was his dismissal early in this final session, which was the catalyst for a 5 for 48 collapse, which put India in this position after 70 overs, 9 for 172. Stark to Bumrah. Field all out. 5 on the rope. Over the wicket. Paddington end. Bumrah makes room and swings hard and high. Goes behind the keeper. A diving attempt made by Labuschagne. Doesn't quite get there. Had a long way to travel from back at fly slip. Not where Bumrah wanted it to go. He does add a couple. He's 14 from 10. 9 for 174.
He didn't pick it up straight away. He was slow to get going. That was his issue, and then had to go the full-length dive. He wasn't that far away, probably 1 extra step, 1 extra lunge, maybe 1 extra second quicker to take off. That's the only thing that cost him.
It would have been a snaffle and a half. Would have been a contender for Player of the Day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. Tommy Morris with us as well. Boomer still on strike on 14. Stark to him here, and he makes room to swing through the onside out to deep square leg. Just for one, gives a strike to Siraj. He's 15-9 for 175. Tommy?
I told you earlier about Mitchell Stark's mediocre record at the SCG, 24 wickets across 10 tests. He's never taken a four-for, so he's 3 for 49 now. He's got a chance to take his first four-for at the SCG in his career.
Best figures here of 3 for 25. Bowled quickly. That's the most noticeable thing about Stark's day.
He's bowled quick, but throughout the series as well, he hasn't been the young Mitch who would spray it. He's been so consistent, bang on the money every time he's come on to bowl.
Gets a good look at Siraj here. 4 left in the over. 4 back on the rope. Round the wicket. Back of the length, not far away from Travis Head at short leg. Took his eyes off the ball. Half evasive action. Got the splice of the bat on it. Message in here, Lisa. Question from a correspondent asking about hotspot, why we don't use it anymore, why it was taken away for situations like this.
Great. I love discussing DRS and everything else and the technology. My understanding is it's around $10,000 per day for hotspot. So only certain series use it, only certain broadcasts use it. So this is where I think the ICC need to centrally fund it and have the same technology across the whole championship.
Stark to Siraj again, full and straight and push to cover, no run. So at the moment, just to back over that, it's the responsibility of the host broadcaster to kind of pick from the various DRS options.
Correct.
Which is why we have, in this instance, there's Snicko in this series, but other series we have Ultra Edge, and there's a preference for one from some and one from others, and there's no consistency at the moment.
Exactly. So I just think when you're playing in a World Cup, there's the one system, right? Because there's the one broadcast partner. But a World Test Championship or the ICC Women's Championship is played over a number of years.
Stark delivers Siraj full, not far away again from short leg, where Head goes to his left but has no chance of diving for it.
And to go one step further, we mentioned this earlier as well. Zimbabwe, I think, has played 12 tests and they have not had DRS at all because they can't afford the broadcast partner, can't afford anything. So they're being disadvantaged because of it.
And it stood out recently watching the women's tests between South Africa and England, where they were able to use DRS in every single game in South Africa this summer, men and women, apart from the test match.
Yeah.
It stood out when Laura Wolver was given out in the first innings and it wasn't hitting a second set. No chance to relitigate it, which seems so odd in the modern era. Stark to finish his 18th over here to Siraj, leg stump line. Balloons up briefly to cover, but Khawaja can't get there in time. Overcalled 3 runs from it. 9 for 175. Siraj is 2, Boomer is 15. And that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 60% off cookware by Swiss Diamond. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Right now, there's even more reasons to buy a Toro. Purchase a 42-inch 60-volt max E-Time Colour battery-powered ride-on mower and get a bonus 60-volt max Flex Force string trimmer and leaf blower bare tool. Offer ends March 31, 2025. Terms and conditions apply. See torocatalogue.com.au for details.
And Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, Australia, will they bat tonight? 33 minutes until the close. If they do, it'll be for IG online trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Simon Katich jumping in as well to round us out to the close. As Scott Boland prepares to bowl his 20th over. Ram weekend, Bumrah on strike. Straight hit in for him. Bowls here, Bumrah inside edge onto the thigh pad. Out to backward point. Webster does the fielding. 9 for 176. Bumrah 16 gives a strike to Siraj. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Lisa, all our listeners.
Thoughts on what Lisa was saying there about consistency across the World Test Championship with the tools the third umpire has to play with, be it Snicko, Ultra Edge or Hotspot, standardising it through the ICC.
And they centrally funded as well.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Great.
We're consensus.
Yeah. Good man.
No argy-bargy here. On the same page.
That was just earlier today.
That proceeded and continued out off air.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yes.
It's on and off air battle. that will last for 5 days.
Then back for Siraj. He's 2 from 13. Bowling to him here. He plays straight enough to get it out to cover, where there'll be 1 added. He'll give the strike back to Bumrah. Crucially, Siraj 3, 9 for 177.
Put your captaincy hat on here, Lisa.
Yeah.
Are India better off trying to slog some runs here and get bowled out to have a nasty little 20 minutes at Australia and try and take 2 wickets, or just trying to get another 15 runs or so?
I think ideally India would want to have a period of time to bowl, hence why they're playing the way they are. And if it pays off and they get an extra 30, 40 runs, then they'll take that as well. I think that's a win-win for them, given the situation. Collar was saying, should they have declared during the drinks break?
Yeah. Might wind that back a little bit. Here's Boland delivering to Bumrah, who swings and misses, and there's a little bit of interest from Steve Smith at second slip, but no feather. I suppose my point was it would have been a great time to have gotten bowled out with about, I think it would have been 35 minutes at that point. Now we're down to, with the 10-minute changeover, 20 minutes. We're looking at 5 overs, aren't we? So 3 Bumrah overs. Yeah. If they bat for 4 more minutes, it's 2 Bumrah overs. Yeah. Without wanting to be too reductive, it does feel like that's the game in a game here, doesn't it?
It is. It's the trade-off between whether you want those extra 15, 20 runs or a couple of wickets.
Bumrah facing Boland. He's got 4. He doesn't catch up with this. Short and wide, like a T20 bouncer. Slow. Took pace off it as well, bowling it into the pitch. Previous ball was a no ball, by the way, 9 for 178.
Mind you, given how good Bumrah's been this series, you could see him getting a hat-trick and just taking 3 in 1 over. And he takes care of everything. Yeah. He still gets some runs and he still gets wickets.
And what have we said throughout the series, Kat? Whatever you expect to happen, the opposite does. So these two putting on 50s, perhaps the most likely scenario based on that. They've added 10 so far. Boland's got 4 for 30. Into Bumrah on 15. He swings, catches the call. To deep square leg it goes on the bounce to Sam Constas. Taken in front of the O'Reilly stand. Bumrah 16, 9 for 179. 1 short of what they were bowled out for at Adelaide.
I guess the other thing as well, it is still day 1, right? And the weather looks pretty good. So you've got time, so you're not rushing the game or trying to move it on quicker than what you need to do. And we've seen that throughout today, that the pitch has done enough for the bowlers. So I don't see that change. It hasn't been baking hot today that the pitch is going to ultimately change a lot tomorrow. Yeah,
the pitch has done bits. It's been fun. In here again, Boland. Siraj swings in the corridor outside the line of the off stump. Doesn't catch up with it. There's 2 slips and a gully there for that.
I don't know what you think, but I don't think I've ever seen an SCG wicket with this amount of bounce.
Yeah.
It feels like it's had more bounce in it than previous times, and whether that's to do with the different type of grass on it now, or and I think the indicator to me is the amount of times the Indian batsmen have been hit in the thigh or the forearm or up in the grill.
Last ball of Boland's 20th over. Another swing and a miss from Siraj. Rinse and repeat. 9 for 179 after 72. Bumrah 16, Siraj 3. Partnership of 11 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. After the break, Gerard Whateley will take you through to the close on day 1.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Mainview Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Pat Cummins is going to take it back up from the Paddington end. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. What we are on record track for is the fewest number of overs in a day's play, a full day's play. We've only bowled 72 and there's half an hour to go.
And that's partly because of this new rule, if you bowl them out under 80 overs.
Injury timeouts, long DRSs. Cummins to Bumrah, swings high and well out to mid-wicket and into the stands on the bounce. That'll be 6.
He got a good piece of that, didn't he? It was in his zone. It's pretty predictable movement that Jasprit Bumrah is doing, clearing that front leg. Slower delivery that got picked up and met as well. He liked the look of it. Just holding the pose a little bit longer.
Over the rope by a big margin. Pay.com.au replay screen. Jasprit Bumrah goes to 22. Partnership is worth 17. It's 9 for 185. Cummins tries again. Bumrah tries the same. High ball, fly ball. Stark takes the catch. India all out for 185. And it will leave Australia with a tricky 16 minutes to navigate on the way to stumps. Cummins gets his second. Bumrah goes for 22. He races off, so too Constas and Khawaja. 73rd over of the innings. India all out 185.
Well, 16 nasty minutes at the Australian openers. That's what they'll be thinking. Probably 4 overs they have to survive, depending on how quickly India can scurry through. But Mitch Stark takes that catch comfortably to get rid of Jasprit Bumrah. I think he had the right intent there. It was quick runs or get out. He knows that a couple of wickets tonight could help India's cause tomorrow when they come back. Be some heavy legs after being out there for 72 overs on the back of the last day in the field in Melbourne and a quick turnaround. So he and Mohammad Siraj, I'm assuming, will take the new ball and have a chance to try and make early inroads tonight on day one.
It's just been a great performance by the Australians. They didn't win the toss. They had to get out there in the field, back it up after a couple of days. And at the start, it was a timid start, but suddenly the door opened, and that's all you need to do with this Australian team. They started to pick up wickets. We saw again a partnership build for India. Rishabh Pant, being kept in his shell a little bit, maybe from the coach, maybe from the public media. He didn't play his natural game. He fought his way. I think he was the highest run scorer for India, 40 off 98. And then his wicket, when he went, it opened the door up again, and then all of a sudden the Australians jumped all over the Indians.
All right, so in all of that, the leading run scorer, Australian outdoor living and bringing backyard dreams to life. Pants 40, Jadeja 26, Bumrah 22, Gill 20, and a leading wicket taker for Before You Dig, before every job search, Before You Dig online every time. Boland 4 for 31, Stark 3 for 49, Cummins 2 for 37, Lyon 1 for 19, Webster none for 29. Australia will be at the crease in a few moments' time. They're suiting up for the Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Just got a broken down truck on the Monash Freeway on the Ferntree Gully Road outbound exit ramp. The right-hand lane is closed, and a crash in Heidelberg West on Southern Road at Liberty Parade. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Heading off on your holidays, Woolworths have everything for summer and more, online and in your local store. Check out Woolworths for the best of an Aussie summer. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live, back-to-back, right here on SEN Cricket.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
Is your barbecue lonely in the backyard? Next to the shed, gathering dust? Year after year, never to reignite the flame you once had? Why not buy a barbecue you'll actually love at Barbecue barbecues galore.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think picking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Jimbo! Could really use your Hilux right now. I tried to rescue Monty from a snowstorm, but my ute couldn't handle the ice.
Hey, Jimbo!
Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Want to win 10 cases of Yanar 0% alcohol beer for your cricket club? Go to I Can Win or the SEN Win page and tell us in 25 words or less why your club needs Yanar this summer. Yanar 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
Looking for a new ute ready for the worksite? Grab a nice Isuzu D-Max SX with alloy tray from just $49,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark-approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full-range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au. When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical. Martel provides top quality knives, blades and accessories for safer ways to cut, giving you peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. Martel Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martelaustralia.com.au.
The XUV 700 AX7, an exceptional value 7-seater SUV, is now at Werribee Mahindra. This safe and feature-packed family SUV packs in upmarket equipment and technology from just $36,990 drive away. T's and C's apply. Werribee Mahindra. LMCT 12710.
Just got a broken down truck on the Monash Freeway on the Ferntree Gully Road outbound exit ramp. The right-hand lane is closed and a crash in Heidelberg West on Southern Road at Liberty Parade. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Heading off on your holidays, Woolworths have everything for summer and more. Online and in your local store. Check out Woolworths for the best of an Aussie summer. And don't miss tonight's BBL doubleheader. Both games live, back-to-back, right here on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
India all out 185. Australia's batting partner IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. Sam Constas racing out into the middle. Usman Khawaja strolling ever so casually. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Main View Collection. Prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. Simon Katich is on duty alongside Damien Fleming for a spicy 16 minutes. Hello, Flem.
Gerard, Cato, listeners, this is going to be ugly. Oh, you used to have to do it a lot. What are you thinking here, Cato? 15 minutes to nullify? I know with ball in hand, I can just unleash. I'm going to get 2 overs here.
You're just counting down the balls. You know you've got a job to do, and you go, right, we've probably got 4 overs, 24 balls, and you're working as a pair, trying to get off the mark and get the score going and
get down the other end.
Oh, yeah, and working together. Like, you know you're going to have to face up at some point, unless someone's hogging the strike, which is rare in these situations.
Change of innings for Trojan. Tools not toys available at Bunnings Warehouse. I didn't mind the idea sent through here. Jadeja to open with Bumrah. So you just keep Bumrah bowling. Jadeja hurry get Bumrah 3 overs.
You get 5 overs
instead of 2. Good thinking. Love it. All right, Sam Constas, this is a new experience in Test cricket.
At home.
His home ground, 2 slips in a gully. There's a fly slip immediately. There's 9 the ramp. There's a bat pad and a fine leg. So Kohli directing the field from first slip. Bumrah is marking out his run-up. From the Randwick end, the only way back for India is wickets. And the defining figure of the series has the ball in hand. Jasprit Bumrah to Sam Constas. Constas dances down the pitch and flicks him out wide of mid-wicket for 4. When they said he had licence to thrill, they weren't kidding. Constas charges the first ball and smacks a boundary. Azito do it with Azito power tools.
Well, Gerard, if this is the modern game, I want to keep watching this for a long time to come because it is enjoyable. It's high risk, but you know what? The young kid knows what he's doing, and he's tried to put Bumrah off his length again, and he's done it well.
Bumrah, the captain, on the follow-up. Constas still and waiting. Bumrah bowls to him, and Constas leaves outside the off stump.
He's going to get cheered either way, but we've just seen footwork, an expansive boundary, now a leave. The crowd are loving this. People want 15 more overs.
Yeah. Question for you, Flem. The bounce you've seen in this surface today, would you consider bringing Siraj up and letting him play the ramp?
Of course. But I don't think they need that man down there. I want a catcher. More catchers.
Bumrah tilts in, bowls. Constas charges, jammed it out of his pads, down to fine leg. And will take a single. He is defiant all on Australia's score. The final crowd for day one is 47,998.
Brilliant.
So I've been just schooled a little bit here. The members don't necessarily come to a seat. They come to the bar, they come to the village green at the back, they come to the standing area. So there isn't a cap on, I'm sure there is a cap in the far regions, but you don't need one seat per member. You just keep flowing in, and that's how your crowd would grow to such an extent. It's just a day that you had to be at. And the next two as well. 3 slips when Khawaja's on strike and Bumrah comes around the wicket to him. Khawaja hit by it. That was right at him. Had to leap up. You heard him yelp. Nasty.
Another great example of the bounce in this surface. Khawaja's caught by surprise there with the lift that ball got, and it's ripped into his gloves.
Oh, no.
Top hand, bottom hand's come off, and he's going to milk the clock here. He might take an over off this, and rightly so too. He's been hit, he's within his rights.
Early crucial moment, Australia's number one hard-to-kill weeds.
In the old days when they didn't have the padding, that's just broken hand. That might be it. We might not get another ball here.
Yes, what's he looking at? The index finger of his right hand.
Oh, it's an ugly position, and he's jumping up, which he does a lot to Bumrah. But a lot of those deliveries are leaving his bat. That seemed in. Flush hit.
Right. Chris from Singapore checking in at the end of his day. IKEA assembly update from Cambodia. I admit total and utter failure. But love listening to the Test cricket. Cheers and thank you, Chris from Singapore. It has been a day that's seen India bowled out for 185, 72.2 overs. Scott Boland, the leading wicket taker before you dig, before every job search, before you dig online every time. What did you think of the Australian bowling performance, Flem?
It was pretty good. I was surprised at the lack of swing. Well, it was swinging after it went past the stumps. I thought Mitchell Starc took a long time to warm up. Cummins good. Boland brilliant. Webster very handy. He'll bowl worse than that and pick up his two for and 3 fors, and Gazza just did his job really there. Overall, you'd have to give it a big tick.
Yeah,
because India won the toss and batted.
Yeah, no, Australia were very good today. And I thought they held their line just outside off stump really well all day. The only time they seemed to get picked off comfortably was when they got a bit too straight, which makes sense on this wicket because there was movement and there was some bounce. And it didn't look an easy wicket to bat on. I just wonder whether it might be similar to what we saw in Perth, where the 2 first innings could be tricky if it stays like this again in the morning and you see new ball wickets and it's a grind throughout the day, because just the amount of batters today that were hit, it didn't look like an easy wicket to bat on and drive on. So,
and we haven't had the sun to bake the pitch either, so I'm assuming it'll be fair bit in still tomorrow in that first session.
Khawaja is going to bat on. None for 5. 5th ball of the innings coming up. Bumrah around the wicket from the far end, bowls, and Khawaja tucks the ball away down to fine leg and gets off the mark and off strike. None for 6. Australia ran off the ream after tea, manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. So 7 wickets in the final session in Melbourne and 6 wickets in the final session in Sydney.
Just looking at the field there for Khawaja, they had that leg gully in Melbourne and he got dropped there by Jaiswal early on. But here at the SCG, that man has come a lot finer, and I'm a little bit surprised by that because this wicket's probably similar pace to the MCG. The ball's probably a little bit more likely to go squarer.
Last ball of the over. What will Constas do? Bumrah bowls to him. Constas backs away and then right outside the off stump. Bumrah threw it wide. None for 6. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Righto, we're going to see Siraj from our end. Tom Morris is keeping the good oil for Cobram Estates.
Pat Cummins today equalled Craig McDermott on all-time wickets for Australia. 291 wickets at 22. 19 wickets behind Brett Lee. So he's just eking his way up this all-time tally.
Yeah, Craig McDermott, excellent. Big fast bowler for Australia. Gee, that was gutsy, Cato, from